First pitch to Proctor, hit to second, goes to short. Here's the pitch. He hits this one to short, over to second for the force out, and that ends the inning. But
home runs. He'll bat with an 0-2 count here with 2 outs. He'll have a play at the plate as Irvin is going to be tagged out at home.
He hits a grounder to second, double play ball. They throw it to second, and he hits this one a ton. Center field going back, and it is out of here. Chris Shaw with a 2-run home run here in the bottom of the first.
And scoring.
Scotty on a rundown, or is it?
Towler hits this one, the rocket, and diving catch.
They're going to throw home. He's safe. The throw to first. He's safe. Throw to first. And placed right at the second baseman. Wave us up. 1 over to first. Double play. There's a little bouncer to second. Nope. Stay in shape. This is a little bouncer. Going to be a tough play. And they lose it, and he's going to be safe, and the run's going to score. 2-2 pitch. Hit well. Hit deep. Hit high. It's fair. It's gone. Home run.
It's 83 degrees here in Lexington, Kentucky, and you've got the beautiful aerial shot of Wild Health Field, and there's downtown Lexington in the background. A foreground there is right below that steeplechase you see there. That's where all the players park before the game, so right out behind right field. So anytime there's a home run to right field, all those players are wondering, I wonder if that hit my car. Welcome to Wild Health Field in Lexington, Kentucky, everybody. I'm Steve Tressler. It is time for Genomes Baseball as they host the Lexington Legends here at Wild Health Field for games 2 and 3 of this 4-game series to end the season. Game 4 will be tomorrow, first pitch 2:05. Today, though, it's going to be first pitch 4:30 for Game 1. 30 minutes after Game 1 concludes, we'll have first pitch for Game 2. Keep in mind, both of these games are 7-inning games. Sip Garza is down there by the dugout saying hi to Ashley Grigsby. And you take a look there, you see all the Lexington Legends players warming up and coming out for the game. They're wearing those gray pants with the royal blue jerseys, green numbers, green sleeves. The green numbers trimmed in white with Lex on the front and their number on the side and also on the back. That's Phillip Irvin, 27. Isaiah Tejeda to his right, number 13. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Day. Save second base. All right, so that's a little play on words there. You get to first base, you kiss the girl. You get it. Save second base. So, folks, we are getting ready here for baseball. I'm wearing my pink Genome shirt today for the Breast Cancer Awareness cause, and so is Josh Smith here. He's going to be joining us very soon as we begin the game today. Josh Smith is a high school senior at Lafayette High School, and we're going to learn all about him when we come back, and we'll have the starting lineups for you. But Josh Smith is actually making his broadcasting debut today with the Lexington Legends. So what a cool opportunity for a high school senior to be able to get his very first game in baseball, not at the high school level, not at the college level. He's going to do his very first broadcast of a high school game, or his very first broadcast of a baseball game at the professional level. Pretty cool opportunity for him. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back. First pitch is supposed to be in 5 minutes. I don't think we're going to make it in 5 minutes, but we'll see. All right. It is 4:25. It is Saturday, September 17th, 2022, and a lot of college football on the slate today. We'll give you a few of those scores before we begin here in Lexington with Genomes Baseball and Lexington Legends Baseball right here from Wild Health Field in Lexington, Kentucky. We'll be right back, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back, everybody. Sip Garza made his way over to see the umpiring crew there, and we'll have those umpires' names here in just a minute. Judith Drake should have the umpire names up for us any minute, or Adam Marson, our technical director. And I think Judith and Adam are both the TDs today. And Sam Wallace-Smith is going to be the home plate camera operator. Sam, you're looking good, buddy. You doing all right? All right. What's what book are you reading right now? Anything? You reading any good books right now? What's it called? Here, come here closer. Say it into the mic here. Brothers what?
Brothers Karamazov.
Is that English or? Oh, it's a Russian book. He's a communist. All right. Well, that's great, Sam. He's reading communist manifestos over here. Hey, that sounds good, buddy. We love you. God bless America. Here we go. Just kidding. I love Sam. He's a great guy. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm Steve Tressler, and like I told you, I'm going to be joined by Josh Smith. He's a high school senior at Lafayette High School here in Lexington, Kentucky, and he is going to make his pro debut as a color analyst announcer today for the baseball game. But not only that, we're going to turn it over to him, let him do some play-by-play as well. I think he is a very talented young man. He's obviously very eager, and I'm sure he'll do a great job. So with no further ado, what'd you say your girlfriend's name was?
Emily Howard.
All right, Emily Howard, what's up? Hey, how you doing? He kept talking to us about some girl named Rebecca. So if you know Rebecca, I'm just kidding. He didn't do that, Emily. Don't break up with him. Here we go. First for the starting lineup of the home team today, the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes. Batting first, the designated hitter, making big news all over Kentucky and further out even, Scrappy Hopkins. Batting second, playing shortstop, number 4, Gavin Johns. Batting third baseman, number 9, Luke Becker. Batting fourth, left fielder, number 36, actually 34, Chris Shaw. That's a terrible 4, by the way. Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 20, Moises Sierra. And we do have something to tell you about Moises Sierra, a really, really beautiful story you'll love. Batting sixth, playing second base, number 10, Almo Rosario. Batting seventh, center fielder, number 12, Felix P.A. Batting eighth, catching, number 13, Chase Velo. Batting ninth, the first baseman, number 36, Samir Dueñez. And on the mound, number 21. Who's pitching today? Ryan Kellogg. All right, number 21, Ryan Kellogg on the mound. Is he left or right-handed? You know? All right. So, Ryan Kellogg will be on the mound today, and he will be facing these legends. And I'm going to have him give you the starting lineup. I'm going to have Josh Smith come in here and give you the starting lineup for the Lexington Legends. And let me hand him the sheet so he can do his job here. All right, you ready? Go for it. Josh Smith, welcome to the broadcast, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Steve. I'm really excited to get to sit in and do the broadcast today.
All right, man. We're glad to have you. Here is the lineup, and you give it to him. Let's go.
Well, leading off for the Legends today, it'll be the right fielder, number 27, Philip Irvin. After that, the left fielder, number 24, Courtney Hawkins. After that, the first
batting third,
the first baseman, number 13, Isaiah Tejeda. Batting fourth, the DH, number 14, James Nelson. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 22, Montrell Marshall. Batting sixth, the shortstop, number 18, Manuel Geraldo. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 12, Jesus Tavares. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 25, Pete Jorgen. Batting ninth, the center fielder, number 2, Darian Sanford. And the starting pitcher today, number 11, Logan Dube, making his Lexington Legends debut here at the very end of the season.
That's right. Logan Dube coming in for his very first start and was just signed today, folks. So Logan got signed today, and now he's ready to play baseball. And guess what? So are we. Welcome to Lexington, Kentucky. Iva Clay is here with us today. That's always a good sign. DJ Picasso is running the music down there. Logan Weiler's on the video board. Hugh Davis is our official scorer. Ashley Grigsby, the Major League Baseball stringer. I'm Steve Tressler, and here's the first pitch from Ryan Kellogg to Philip Irvin outside, ball 1.
And Irvin's batting .268 on the season, 18 home runs, 57 RBIs. Really an electric start to the Legends when he can put the bat on the ball.
And he did just that, and he gets into right field for a base hit. And out there in right field picking that up is going to be Moises Sierra. So the leadoff batter on. And now here comes the big man, Courtney Hawkins.
And what isn't there to say about Courtney Hawkins? If I was a pitcher and I hear DMX in the building, I'm backing up at least 5 steps. As they'd say in the Little Leagues, big hitter. 46 home runs on the season, just so far ahead of anyone else in the home run leaderboard, and is actually 2 home runs away from tying the Atlantic League Professional Baseball home run record. 1 from tying, 2 from breaking.
Yeah, 1 from tying. No, you're right. 1 from tying, 2 from breaking. That one outside, ball 1. 1-0 to Hawkins. And like Josh told you there, that pitch outside, 2-0.
We're live down here.
That one outside, 3-0. So they didn't intentionally walk him, but they intentionally walked him with 4 pitches way out of the strike zone. So Hawkins lumbers his way down to first base, and now 2 on, nobody out here for the Legends. And what a beautiful day here, 83 degrees, a soft breeze blowing to the right field, blowing out towards center, I should say, and beautiful day in Central Kentucky. The Kentucky Wildcats football team today beat Youngstown State 31-0, and first shutout for that football team since 1996 when Bill Curry was in his last season. And here at the plate is Isaiah Tejeda, the first baseman. Kellogg looks in, the big left-hander, and he'll throw out of the stretch here as he checks the runner at second, and strike 1.
And Tejeda is exactly the guy that the Legends are looking for here, with the runner in scoring position already. 84 RBIs on the season in this batting slot.
Yeah, Tejeda with a good game yesterday. Started the game off with a couple singles to left. Tejeda has been a line drive hitter all year, Josh. And look at that. Rips a ball deep left. He did the same thing yesterday, and I said if it straightens out, that might be gone. That one fouled out of play, and quickly he's in the hole 0-2, though, to Ryan Kellogg.
Just out in front. You can tell he's eager to put a bat in the ball.
Oh, yeah. Kellogg is 6.13 ERA. Tejeda 274 average, 27 home runs, and a 902 OPS. Kellogg checks his runner, now fires, and Tejeda hits a grounder, possible double play ball. They throw it to second. They throw it to first, 2 down, as they throw out Irvin, they throw out Hawkins and Tejeda. Irvin makes his way to third, though, as Becker throws to Rosario, who throws to Dueñez for 2. So 2 down, and now coming to the plate is James Nelson. Nelson yesterday had 2 aboard, and he hit his 8th home run of the season as he blasted one over the Pepsi party deck, and the Legends got on the board first, 3-0.
And Nelson's batting an impressive .386 on the season thus far. Has shown that he's got the capability inside of the box. Let's see if he can do it here with the runner on third.
And that first pitch there, strike 1. Full windup for Kellogg, and that one gets away from Austin Rye and into there sliding, or actually Chase Below sliding in there and scoring is Phillip Irvin, and it's 1-0. The Lexington Legends take the lead here in the top of the first. Here's the replay. Just bounces right off of his chest protector to his right, and the throw not where it needed to be for Kellogg to try and make a tag. What'd you think of that?
And that's a crucial miscommunication between the Wild Health Genomes battery. You just cannot be making a mistake like that this early in the ball game.
2 outs. Nelson at the plate. Here's the 0-1. That pitch outside. And it's actually 1-2 now, should be, or 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, top of the first. That pitch there, strike 2 called, as Nelson didn't agree with it, but that pitch, 79 miles an hour. Here's the 2-2 from Kellogg. That one fouled back, and Nelson stays alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. And that ball up top, and now we've got a full count, 3-2 to Nelson.
And I wonder what the 3-2 approach is going to be here. Nelson has 14 hits or at the plate, but 13 runs and 40 at-bats. Wonder if he's going to sit back and pick his pitch or just go for it.
We'll find out right here as he chops this one down to the third base side, picked up by Luke Becker, fired to first, and that is it as Nelson's hat comes flying off. I think he knocked it off. He was upset. That ends the inning, but the Legends do get on the board first here. They strike first and draw first blood 1-0. Genomes coming up. We'll be right back with more Legends and Genomes baseball right after this on the Lexington Legends Baseball Network. Welcome back to Wild Health Field in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler with Josh Smith. And the Genomes trail 1-0 here, bottom of the first. And we're going to get our first look at the right-handed Logan Dubb on the mound for the Legends. And he will face Scrappy Hopkins, who went 0-for-3 yesterday in her professional debut at the plate.
And that's right, only the second woman to ever play in the Atlantic League.
And the first pitch here hit by Scrappy back to the pitcher. So a ground out on an 86-mile-an-hour pitch by Scrappy Hopkins. She's now 0-for-4. Now, yesterday she was content. Now, look at her. Smile still there, but not as big. She was content to just hit the ball yesterday and get up there and get her debut under her belt. But you know what, Ashley? You'll agree. She's going to start getting hungry for that first hit.
I absolutely agree. And something to note, the Genomes have struck out 1,112 times this season. And in her 4 plate appearances, she hasn't contributed to that number at all. She's put a bat on the ball every single time, which is impressive. And she will find herself on first or second base eventually.
That's right. First pitch outside to Gavin Johns. Johns, a .316 batter, leads the team in batting average, a home run, 31 RBIs. That pitch outside, ball 1. And he hits this pitch into right field, base hit for Gavin Johns, and that's what he does best, man. That guy gets on base, and I love this kid's game. He is 25 years old from California, and hello to his brother who's watching, and to his mom and dad who are out in California, I believe in Temecula. Actually, they might be in Boston, I think. No, not. Where are they at? Massachusetts. Foxborough. There we go.
Well, and something to note now for Pete Jorgen, the Legends catcher, you've got the Genomes leader in stolen bases now on first base, only been caught 3 times on the year. Let's see if he tries to make a move to second.
Yeah, 20 attempts, 17 stolen bases. And here's Luke Becker. And there goes Johns, just like you said, Josh. And they got him this time, 17 steals, and now add one more to the caught stolen category.
The Legends saw that coming just a mile away, and you can see it here on the replay. Just couldn't get the jump that he was looking for, was beat by a country mile. Nice tag there by Manuel Geraldo.
So 1 out, 2 outs now after the stolen base. Hopkins grounded out to the pitcher. That time, John's thrown out trying to steal second. Becker now with a 2-ball, no strike count to him. Chris Shaw on deck. And that pitch inside, 3-0. And if you look at Becker's numbers, he's been hit 2 times this year. Now, think about this. Look at that number there. Moises Sierra has been hit 11 times this year. That leads the team there. But Becker's numbers, he's got some good ones there you can tell us about here in a second. That pitch inside, and Becker heads down to first. He leads the team in just about everything. I mean, hits, doubles, RBIs, home runs, triples. I mean, he is their offensive leader, Josh, isn't he?
Absolutely, and he's not someone that – and you don't want to just be giving away free bases to someone like that. But, I guess you figure a walk is better than a double or triple to start it off.
And Becker is, what I would call Major League Baseball talent ready. He has batted over 300 with more than 500 plate appearances this year. He still is at 300 average. Home runs. He hits for power. He hits for average.
Absolutely. And Becker has consistently been probably the most comfortable player at the plate for the Genomes this year. And now you've got Chris Shaw at the plate with a runner on first. He's been someone that's been able to get RBIs all year, 69 on the year, batting .264.
Yeah, number 2 on the team in RBIs. Leads the team in walks. Does have the dubious distinction, though, of leading in strikeouts as well, though. It is feast or famine with Chris at the plate. Chris also, though, was a star at Boston College, where he played his college baseball. He went on to play for the San Francisco Giants and then has made his way to here in Lexington, where he is a Genome. And I can tell you, he's got some serious power. I've seen him hit a ball 450 feet here, and it was on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. So you're not going to blow anything by Chris. That ball fouled out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, and something to note here early, Dub is really struggling to try and find the strike zone. I wonder if he can give Shaw a pitch to hit. And honestly, Shaw is not someone that you want to pitch to, because if you pitch too easily to him, he's going to make you pay.
And that ball hit right back to Dub. He grabs it, tosses to first. Tejeda grabs that, and that'll end the inning. So the Genomes leave 1 stranded. We're headed to the second. Legends 1, Genomes nothing. We'll be back with more baseball right after this. Here's Montrell Marshall leading things off top of the second. He's facing Ryan Kellogg, the big right-hander for the Genomes. And that first pitch there, 86 miles an hour, strike one.
And something to take a look at here is his delivery. He's very upright when he throws the ball.
Yeah, even when he releases the ball, he doesn't really bend that back fully like a lot of pitchers you'll see where they extend that front leg out and really bend the back and touch the ground almost. He doesn't do that. That one chopped by Marshall, foul, as he just puts a little bit of that bat on it, and it's 0-2 to Montrell.
Upright delivery is probably where a lot of that velocity comes from. Very consistent when he throws the ball, 85, 86, 87. This wants to pound the strike zone on you and make you swing the bat.
And swing and a miss there by Marshall, and that is out number one here. So one down as Marshall strikes out. Geraldo will come to the plate, and Tavares will be in the on-deck circle. Does it tell you where he played his college ball at there?
Yeah, so he had he had a stint at Arizona State for a while. That's in the Pac-12. Went 11-1 back in 2013 with a 3.15 ERA. 2015, Kellogg was 9-2 with an ERA of 3.6.
First pitch here, strike one to Geraldo, and looks like he played some pro ball with the Myrtle Beach Pelicans, which I can't imagine being a player for Myrtle Beach down there because they have a beautiful stadium, and that ball fouled off, and it's 0-2. Their stadium is right in the heart of Myrtle Beach, so where they play their games, across the street is the Wax Museum, the other way is the aquarium, and then you got the beach, you got the big Ferris wheel, so you can get lost down there with all that excitement. Here's the 0-2, swing and a miss, and look at that. Back-to-back strikeouts for Kellogg as he fired that one in there at 88, and Geraldo chased.
And Kellogg is pounding the strike zone right now with that second swinging strikeout. Has really he's given appetizing pitches to throw or appetizing pitches to hit, and they just haven't been hit. Impressive job thus far on the bump.
And so 23 pitches today, 15 of those have been strikes, and that was strikeout number 2. Now he'll face Tavares, and the first pitch to Tavares, low, ball 1. And talk about Tavares' numbers.
And Tavares, that's right, he's 294 batting the left-hander here, lefty-on-lefty matchup. I'm wondering if he can put a bat on the ball here. He's someone who is very aggressive in the box, but at the same time, not reckless. Aggressive, not reckless here. So if anyone's going to get the Legends started with 2 outs, it's going to be Tavares.
And as you look at Tavares' numbers, if you look on his actual plate appearances, he hasn't had a whole lot of plate appearances, has he?
He is not, but honestly, that's nothing to be discouraged about for him. It doesn't matter if he had 1 plate appearance or 1,000. He's going to play his game every time he steps in that box.
And this pitch there, missing, and Tavares gets on base on 4 straight pitches. So after striking out back-to-back batters here, he walks Tavares on 4 straight pitches, and that brings Pete Jorgen to the plate. And Pete Jorgen, every year, gets our Mr. Hustle Award here because everywhere you see him on the field, he's hustling. And he steps in to face Kellogg for the first time tonight. That first pitch outside to Jorgen, ball 1.
And Jorgen's had 166 at-bats, 189 plate appearances on the year, yet only 44 hits. Wondering if he can try and get on base here, get the Legends going, or to have the Legends get something going again.
They definitely need to here. That one popped up into the air and foul.
Kellogg continuing to pound that strike zone, you notice, with all those foul balls.
One ball, one strike to Jorgen, the catcher for the Legends. And this one fouled off as well. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. And just like Josh told you, he's pounding that strike zone, and he should. I mean, that's what they're paying him for, right?
Sure is. And that's the second pitch in a row that was in nearly the middle of the strike zone.
30 pitches today, 17 strikes for Kellogg, right where you want that pitch count to be when you talk about load management. Runner goes, and he's there in plenty of time. Big jump that time. And no chance at getting Tavares as he's in there safe with another stolen base. And how many is that for him?
That's his first stolen base as a Lexington Legend.
So first one of the year as a Legend. And Tavares is in there with no problem at all. So runner at second. So now the Legends, with 2 outs, have a runner in scoring position. And a 2-2 count to Jorgen. Hello to Connie and Bill, Pete's parents, watching in Ohio. This one fouled off. They better not be watching the Ohio State game.
And that was a laser. You could see that fan down there almost flinching a little bit when he saw it whiz by. Now we'll go over and pick up the ball over there in right field.
You know, you talk about the fan that you saw over there and that ball being a laser headed over there. I'm going to give you an update on our little friend last night that got hit in the head with a baseball in just a minute here. Here's the 2-2. And Jorgen hits it, and it gets in there for a base hit and an RBI single for Pete Jorgen on a 2-2 pitch that came in there at almost, looks like 90 miles an hour that time, or 80. Maybe I missed the number there, but Jorgen delivers with an RBI single here with 2 outs, and it's a 2-0 Legends lead.
And that's his 13th RBI of the season here for the Legends. It's so impressive to see his confidence at the plate. Isn't afraid to swing the bat despite only having 44, now 45 hits on the year. Impressive job there, and now it's 2-0 for the Legends.
Yeah,
as Darian Sanford steps into the box.
That was a 79-mile-an-hour pitch. Jorgen hit to left, and this one fouled back for strike 1 on Sanford.
And Sanford batting .229 here, 1 home run, 13 RBIs with a .575 OPS. He's someone that when he puts the bat on the ball, it's going to go, and he's going to get on base. But he's a little inconsistent here. Needs to find a way to settle in, get comfortable in the box, claim the box as his own.
And swing and a miss there for strike 2. Now Sanford this year has become the all-time leader in stolen bases in the Atlantic League. So when he gets on base, if you walk him, you might as well have given up a triple to him. He is the all-time record. He is the Ricky Henderson of the Atlantic League. Swing and a miss there. 3 pitches, though, to Sanford, and strikeout number 3 of the inning, and that'll end things here in the top of the second. Legends do score, though, on a single by Pete Jorgen. They lead 2-0. We'll be back. Genomes coming up for the second time today right after this.
Huh? Good.
Welcome back here. Moises Sierra lead things off with the Genomes bottom of the second. I'm Steve Tressler with Josh Smith. Yesterday in the game, Moises Sierra hit a line drive, and a much larger crowd yesterday than today, and he's hit by the first pitch from Dub today. But he hit a line drive yesterday, and it hit a child in the stands. The child looked to be about 2 years old, but our DJ DJ Picasso, a.k.a. Will Painter, found out that the young man's name was Harrison and that Harrison had to go into surgery. There were no fragments, no brain damage. There was some bleeding, but the doctors have put the plates that were broken back together. They fit perfectly and were secured, and he's going to be okay. Now, I bring that up because, number one, I want to make sure everybody who was watching knows that the kid is okay. First pitch strike here to Rosario, but also Sierra and some more Genomes and Legends players. This is what kind of guys these are. They all went to the hospital to check on Harrison. So think about that. It's Friday night in a college town. These guys are in their 20s. Sierra couldn't continue the game last night. He was so upset. But as soon as the game is over on a Friday night, with all these clubs and all these parties going on, a group of Legends players and Genomes players go to the hospital to check on the little 2-year-old who got hit by a foul ball. And I tell you what, that warmed my heart to read that today. And I just want to tell all of those guys that went to the hospital and checked in on Harrison, thank you for doing that. I think that is beautiful and wonderful, and I'm so glad to hear that Harrison is okay. So with that said, Sierra gets hit by a pitch. He's on first, and this one fouled away. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Olmo Rosario, who was a new signee to the Legends here recently.
And Rosario, with only about 40 plate appearances here in the year, no doubles, no triples, no home runs. So really someone that the Genomes are looking to have a base knock on, maybe get runners on first and second.
These two teams, this is the 40th meeting between the Genomes and the Legends, 39th actually. That ball hit into the gap and left field, and that's a base hit. Runners at first and second as Rosario singles to left, and it gets just by gets just by the outstretched arm of the Legends shortstop, Geraldo.
And I mentioned that base knock. There it is. Just a bat on the ball, found the gap, got on the base. He's the man that in 41 plate appearances now, he gets in the box and he gets his job done and ready for the next guy, which is Felix P.A.
Moises Sierra, after he was hit by that pitch, I was just looking. That's the 12th time this year he's been hit by a pitch, which is far away more than anybody else on the team. P.A. pops the first pitch he sees up into the sky and caught by the shortstop over there for out number 1. And 2 runners stay where they are. 2 on, 1 out as Geraldo makes the catch on the infield fly. So PA 0 for 1. PA played for the Cubs and the Orioles, had a good Major League Baseball career. And Chase Velo, I said Rye, I believe, but Chase Velo coming up.
And Velo's someone who's pretty comfortable when he gets in the box. This is his 240th plate appearance, but only batting 200 on the season here. Let's see if he can step up with runners in scoring position, maybe try and tie this game up.
Velo yesterday had a big day as well. His home run yesterday proved to be the difference in the game as they win the 1-run game last night, 6-5. 1 ball, no strikes. Runners at first and second for the Genomes. Little check swing there, but called strike, 1-1.
He was thinking about that.
He was.
He was thinking about that. He is eager to put this bat in the ball.
And he probably should have swung because it hit the strike zone, and maybe he would have had something there, but he decides differently, and that's all right. You got to pick your pitches. This one fouled out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A lot of big football games on today in college football. We'll tell you about some of those top 25 scores.
Something to note here, 98 strikeouts for Valo on the year. So it's like you mentioned earlier, feast or famine, look no further.
There's the 1-2. And that one hit deep left field, going back, and goodbye. And I believe you just said it, Josh. He could tie things up with a big shot here, but they don't tie it up. They take the lead in a 3-run shot, and the second in 2 days for the catcher there, Chase Velo.
And feast or famine, like I just said, that is a feast. Huge cut. But right there by Valo gives the Genomes the lead. Just kind of left it right in the strike zone, right where he wanted it. Batting the ball, goodbye. Not much more you can really say about it. Just a beautiful cut.
And they take a 3-2 lead on the home run by Velo, and that was home run number 14 of the season, and RBIs 33, 34, and 35 for Velo.
And that's why we don't just look at batting averages when players are stepping into the box. He's batting 199, but you wouldn't know it based on that cut right there.
And I meant Rye hit the home run yesterday, not Velo. Here's Samir Dueñez, who's coming up to the plate. Now, he did hit a home run himself yesterday, so Samir Dueñez coming up to the plate. And Dueñez on the season, 8 homers, 35 RBIs. Broken bat, liner to first. Nice grab by Tejeda as he slides to make the grab, smothers it, and throws to the pitcher, Dub, who taps the bag.
What a nice sliding play by Tejeda there at first. Easily one of the most athletic players on the Legends roster. He's been someone that's been a bit of a ball magnet, spiderweb on the season.
Tejeda, nice job there at first, and 2 outs. And now the top of the order here for the Genomes as Scrappy Hopkins will come up for her second plate appearance. And we talked about yesterday was her debut. She went 0 for 3. No strikeouts. She actually had contact with the pitches, every pitch that she swung at. But at some point, she's going to be tired of just fouling pitches off. Go ahead.
She's going to get one.
She's going to get tired of fouling them off. She, I believe, at this point is ready to get a base hit, and I'd love to see it here.
I love her attitude when she steps to the box. You can see just a smile on her face every time. She's just happy to be here.
Swing and a miss there, and it's 0-2 to Scrappy.
Notice how she puts her finger up in the air. She's like, that's on me. That's on me. She knows. She's very intelligent.
Yeah, she's an engineer.
She really.
And that one there right down the middle, and that'll end the inning. So first time she's gone down on strikes, but that's all right. It happens to everybody. That pitch, 88 miles an hour. We're headed to the third inning. Legends trailing 3-2 thanks to the home run by Chase Velo. We'll be back with more Legends and Genomes baseball right after this. Three-two lead for the Genomes as we begin the top of the third inning. And it's 1-2-3 batting order here as Irvin will lead things off just like he did in the top of the first. First pitch to Irvin in there, missing, ball 1, a 77-mile-an-hour pitch.
And Irvin is second on the team in team runs, right behind the one and only Courtney Hawkins on the season.
Irvin hits this one straight away center field, but not too deep as they go back. It actually is deep to the warning track, but it's caught for the out. Nice play there by Sanford. The center fielder out there is going to be Felix P.A. So out number 1 is Irvin flies to center. And now let's see. This will be interesting to see if they actually pitch to Courtney Hawkins here. Trailing by 1 run are the Legends. The Hawkman can tie it up, but are they going to let him get a shot?
And that's an interesting question. I mean, there was a bit of animosity about the intentional walk yesterday, but if I'm the Genomes, I'm pitching. Why not? 3-2. I'm not scared. You can't be scared.
Kellogg's first pitch way outside, ball 1. And even some of the fans are yelling in here. Let's see. And that pitch right down the gut, but not a called strike, 85 miles an hour. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, Courtney, that was a welcome sign for Courtney because everything he's seen so far before that pitch was way outside. That one at least was low, but across the plate. And that one's way outside as well.
And throwing out again, and you start to wonder, are they really pitching to him here?
No. 3-0 count. And, the pitcher, he wants to pitch to him. The pitcher's not trying to get away from pitching to Courtney. He's probably been told, hey, don't give him anything to hit.
I'm sure, yeah.
And the pitcher doesn't like that. They want to, hey, I can take this guy on. But sometimes the managers have a different plan.
Absolutely, and that's the 67th walk for Courtney Hawkins on the year, second behind Phil Irvin, who was up just before him. Now Tejeda in the box. See if Ryan Kellogg and the Genomes are going to have to pay for that walk.
So 1 on 1 out as Tejeda steps in. First time up, he hit into a double play, left Irvin on base, who eventually scored. And the first pitch to him misses outside, ball 1 to Tejeda. Kellogg looks in from the stretch, checks his runner, and now fires. And this one popped up, and it's going to sail foul. 1 ball, 1 strike to the first baseman, Isaiah Tejeda.
And something to note here, Tejeda has an OPS of 899 if you want to get technical, but I think you can round up here. So with OPS, slugging, and on base, this is someone that in a big spot right here, Courtney Hawkins on first. I mentioned making Ryan Kellogg pay. This is the guy that's going to do it.
And how do you come up with that number?
OPS. So that's your slugging percentage, so how often you're putting the bet.
No, I'm saying, is there like a formula that they use for that?
It's just the on-base percentage and then your slugging percentage kind of added together. I think they're averaged. I believe it's averaged.
No, it's not kind of added together. It is just those two. That's it. So, like, if you look on here, right, you got a batting average of 302, slugging 386, or here on base 386, slugging 516, 902. See that? And swinging a miss there by Tejeda, strike 3, so 2 outs. So 1 on, 2 outs. And the Legends down to their last out here with Courtney Hawkins waiting at first, and here comes James Nelson. And now you said your girlfriend's name's Emily Howard.
Yes.
Now, you're a senior this year. Is she a senior?
She goes to college. But she
goes to college?
She's a college.
Is she enrolled, or she just shows up there?
No, she is enrolled. She goes to Morehead State University, part of the Craft Academy.
Okay.
So she will graduate high school with an associate's degree.
Okay. Ball 1 outside there to Nelson. And are you going to go to Morehead State?
I'm not planning on it, unfortunately.
So you guys are going to have a long-distance relationship?
Well, we'll figure that out. Time will only tell.
Well, let's talk about it now. Just kidding. James Nelson hits this one deep left field. It sails foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We can talk about that cut, though, just a little bit early on that. But, man, straighten that out, and that is gone.
Well, it could be one of you all getting cut. So what's going to happen? What are y'all going to do? You know what? We'll wait. You're right. 1 ball, 1 strike here to James Nelson. 378 average, 6 homers. Here's the 1-1. And that one outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. And your mom lives here in town, Rebecca, right?
Yes, sir.
Rebecca Smith. So hi, Mom. Tell her.
Hi, Mom.
There you go. Hi, Mom. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the 2-1. And this one ripped into right for a base hit. And Nelson delivers. Hawkins goes to second. And now there's 2 on for Montrell Marshall, who is due for a hit.
Absolutely. Montrell Marshall has been, I would say, in and out, on the season, but there have been numerous occasions on the season where he's been able to step up and get a hit in a big spot. Once again for the Legends, runner on first, runner on second, you're down by 1, double ties this game.
Montrell is due, and he had a period in the middle of the summer where he was hitting the ball fantastic, and I'd love to see him get going with that again. First pitch outside, ball 1. Struck out swinging his first time up. And check swing there, and it's 1-1.
It was a bit of a defensive check swing, but Marshall has 65 RBIs on the season. That's something that needs to be noted. I mentioned earlier, don't be discouraged by batting averages. He's batting .241 but has 65 RBIs. He can hit the ball.
Yeah, and he's also number 3 on the team in home runs. I mean, he's got 18 home runs on the season, and that's pretty darn good on a team where the leader is the leader of the league. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out here, top of the third. Legends trail by 1. And swing there. He started to swing, and I think he wanted to pull back, but too late. Strike 3. That ends the top of the third. We're headed to the bottom of the third. Genomes lead by 1. We'll be back with more Genomes and Legends Baseball on the Legends Baseball Network right after this. Breast Cancer Awareness Day here at the ballpark. And Gavin Johns will lead things off here. Bottom of the third inning. Genomes lead 3-2. First pitch to Johns, outside, ball 1 from Dub. Dub, not really a bad start for his, his first start of his pro career here with the Legends. He's only given up 3 runs on 3 hits through two innings so far.
And this is Dub's 3rd season playing indie ball. He had a stint over in the Frontier League with the Tri-City Valley Cats, and also spent some time in the Pioneer League over in Billings, but now he's here making his debut for the Lexington Legends.
Yeah, the Valley Cats. Wow. All right, here we go. Johns, 2-0, and he fouls that back. 2 balls, 1 strike for Gavin.
John singled to right his last time up, but he was caught stealing by Jorgen. That was his 21st stolen base attempt and his 4th time being caught stealing. I wonder if he gets back on base, if he's going to try to go to second again.
Yeah, he still has above 80% stolen base success rate. That pitch outside, 3-1 to Gavin, the shortstop. Gavin leads the team with batting average, highest batting average on the team this year, 316 plus. And this ball fouled off. Now, if he gets a hit this time at bat, he'll be over 320. He's actually 319. Started the game at 316.
I mean, Johns is just a guy, like you mentioned, you can put the bat on the ball. He's the team leader in batting average now with 319 despite starting at 316. This is your guy to get on base here.
And that one hit hard to straight away center. Sanford on the run and makes the grab. Great play by Sanford. I don't know that there are many center fielders that could have ran out there and made that catch, but a good job by him. And, of course, now John's brother, Hayden Johns, is a pitcher at New Mexico State University. He's an Aggie, and he's a heck of a pitcher. He'll have a good career as well. Here's Luke Becker. 1 up, 1 down so far for Dub here in the bottom of the third. Becker batting from the left side, the switch hitter, facing a righty. That pitch there, down low and away. 1 ball, no strikes.
And Becker batting with a 912 OPS. We were talking about that OPS back in the last half inning. Impressive when he's able to put the bat in the ball as much as he is, especially in such a comfortable spot in the lineup. I wonder if he's going to be the person to get things going, especially with Johns with just an unlucky flyout last at bat.
Strike one there, 85 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike. Shaw on deck. That one outside, 2-1. Yeah, Becker 304 average. Now, for the most of the season, he led the team in batting average, and it wasn't until recently that Johns passed him up. Now, to Becker's credit, though, he has double the plate appearances, and he rips that one into right. That's going to be extra bases for the former University of Kentucky star, and he's going to be into second there, sliding with a double. Great job, though, out there in right field, getting the ball in so fast, because I tell you what, Phillip Irvin made that close.
Absolutely. An absolute laser throw, but just couldn't quite get there in time. But more importantly, a laser off the bat by Becker there. I mentioned I was wondering if he was going to get it going, and he absolutely did. Dub just struggling to find a spot.
Double to right for Becker, and Chris Shaw comes up. He grounded out to the pitcher his last time up, and now he's got a runner in scoring position and a 1-run lead. Can he extend this lead here, Josh? That's what we're going to look for.
Well, and you have to think, what's your approach when you're pitching to a guy like Chris Shaw? He's batting 264, but he is 69 RBI, second on the team for the Wild Health Genomes. Are you going to be aggressive, or are you going to try and leave it outside? Because you left it inside, and now you've got a runner on second. But outside, no one's swinging.
1 ball, no strikes. He left that one outside. Shaw does have light tower power, so if you leave anything over the zone that he gets a hold of, goodbye. That one inside. 2-0.
Just can't quite find his spot. Shaw is a tough guy to pitch to. You mentioned up top, going to make you pay, but he's very disciplined on the corners of the zone.
You know, you look at the Genomes numbers, home runs, RBIs, doubles, it's Luke Becker and Jimmy Paredes, which I wonder why is Paredes hurt or something? Do we know? Or haven't seen him. Okay. I haven't seen Paredes in a while, but he's been sitting out the last couple days. But if you look at third in all those numbers, it's Chris Shaw. Third in hits, third in home runs, third in doubles. So the lefty's got some power. He does hit for average. He's right at 264, which is not bad. And now 4-pitch walk to him and runners on first and second. Now you don't want to walk anybody because walks can haunt you, but when you got a runner at second, it makes for a tricky defensive play of where you want to go. But now, any base, right?
Absolutely. But is it really a good thing to walk when you've got Sierra at the plate, someone that has been hit 12 times on the season, including once today by Dub?
Depends on the strategy of the manager, and would they rather have a play at any base here if they think they can keep the ball on the ground?
We'll find out, but look for Sierra to put a bat in the ball here.
First pitch outside, ball 1. Sierra, first time up, was hit on the left elbow there by a pitch by Dub. Pitch count by Dub right around where it should be here. You want 15, 18 pitches per inning for your pitchers, and he's right at about 43 on the day. So he'll be at the upper end of where the manager would want him when the inning's over. Sierra, 281 average, 833 OPS, 8 home runs.
And 43 RBIs as well, something to keep an eye on here. Wonder if he's going to make that 44. I mentioned he put the bat in the ball. He can do it, but Dub has to find his spot. If he leaves it outside, he's not going to swing at it.
From the stretch and inside, 2-1. What a beautiful day here. A few clouds in the sky, but no chance of rain from what I saw in the weather report. So should be a beautiful afternoon as we roll into the evening. It's almost 5:30 in the evening, Eastern Standard Time for anybody watching outside of our time zone, which there usually is. And that pitch there ripped into left. Hawkins charges it, and he gets by Hawkins on the bounce, goes to the wall. Becker scores. Shaw comes up to third, and a double for Moises Sierra. And I'm not sure if that's going to be a double or an error. We'll hear from the official score, but irregardless, they get a run in. It's a 4-2 Genomes lead with runners at second and third.
And there's that bat on that ball like I was talking about. Another RBI there for Sierra. Very well done. Nice disciplined at bat to get or to put another run on the board for the Genomes. Just nicely done all around. And as for Hawkins, that's just a crucial error.
We think, Hugh. Here's Olmo Rosario. He singled to left his first time up. First pitch outside, ball one. On that double for now? For now. Okay. Well, with the kangaroo bounce. Yeah. Pop up left field, shallow left. Hawkins charging in, and it's going to drop in there in front of Hawkins and right behind Geraldo. The throw to the plate, not in time as Chris Shaw scores, and it's a 5-2 Genomes lead. Rosario with a bloop single with one out brings in another run.
Well, and you mentioned earlier in this game, walks will haunt, and they are haunting right now for Dub. Another crucial miscommunication between Courtney Hawkins and Manuel Geraldo, and that's going to cost the Legends a run. Now we've got the battery up there on the mound.
5-2 score. Yeah. So now a 5-2 Genomes lead here with runners on the corners, first and third. And Felix P.A. coming to the plate.
And I wonder how Dub and Jorgen are looking to adjust here. Getting batted around a little bit. 2 runs on the board here in the third inning. You've got runners on the corners, 1 out, sac fly situation for PA. Where are you putting the ball?
PA, the former Chicago Cub and Baltimore Oriole, the pride of La Romana, Dominican Republic. And the first pitch there, lined foul into the stands, strike one.
And look at that cut. PA is not messing around up in the box. Nothing for free for Dub right now.
PA also played for the Pirates in his major league career. 2013 season with the Pirates. 4 years with the Orioles from 2009 to 12 and a couple years with the Cubs. And this one pops straight up into the sky. It's going to come back foul over the net, or is Jorgen going to get it? Oh, just over the net. That is as close as it could have possibly have been for Jorgen. If he could have punched his hand through that net, which I know he can do, he would have been able to catch it. But
did that bounce off of that little concrete railing?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's what I'm saying. As close as it could have been for him.
Worth the price of admission for that family down there.
So, no balls, 2 strikes to Felix P.A., 1 out, runners on first and third. I want to thank all of you for joining us today for Legends and Genomes Baseball as we are closing in towards the end of the season. After this game, we've got one more today for our doubleheader, and then the season finale tomorrow. And that is it until next year. Here's the 0-2, outside, 1-2.
And he went low the first 2 pitches there, or did Dub, but now he's going outside. He's been struggling with that outside spot all day. Let's see if he brings it back in here, and if so, how PA is going to react.
You know, only 2 walks today, Josh, for Logan, but the 1 walk was Shaw, and he has scored. Strikeout there, and that is a welcome sign if you're the Legends dugout, because that was the 2nd strikeout of the game for him. And that is also the ever-important 2nd out of the inning. So now you don't have to worry about the runners. You got to worry about the guy at the plate. And this is certainly somebody you want to worry about. His first time, he hit a home run out left field.
Absolutely, and that's a crucial out there for Dub. As you say, that crucial 2nd out. You don't have to worry about the runners anymore. Now you just have to go up there, pitcher to catcher, play your game.
First pitch misses, ball 1 outside. Chase Fallot, 203 average, 14 homers, 35 RBIs. 1 ball, no strikes. Checks his runner at first over his shoulder, now fires. That one looked pretty good, but misses 2-0.
Looks like that one missed a little bit low there, a bit of a chase pitch, but Valo not buying at all. I mean, when you come back into the box after a home run, you're going to wait on your pitch.
Chase from Louisiana. Dub from the stretch, checks that runner at first, glances over at third, and kicks and fires, and that one inside 3-0. So he might load the bases up here to pitch to Samir Dueñez, who grounded out his first time. Would you rather pitch to a guy who hit a home run or a guy that grounded out?
Well, on paper, I'd say a guy that grounded out, but something to pay attention to. I mean, Dueñez.
These are all pro players.
Yeah, they're
So
you can't be. I mean,
and he walks them. So, yeah, you know, they're all pros, so it doesn't matter who you pitch to, really.
Absolutely.
Now, you may have certain guys that, you know, you've got their number because there's certain batters that have certain hitters' numbers. But not a bad position. Again, you know, you load the bases, and where can you get the out?
I would say at the plate.
Any base, right?
Yeah.
Last out of the inning, you can go anywhere because the run doesn't score. And because if you get the out at second, the runner that comes home, they don't score anyway. So
You can get the out at any base, but if I'm Dub, I'm trying to get the out here at the plate. Pitch to catch, strike him out, send that statement, and walk to the dugout.
And here's Dueñez. And the first pitch to him outside, ball 1. Now his pitch count is getting a little high. Now his pitch count after 3 innings are going into the top of the 4th, or bottom of the 3rd here. The most you want him to pitch at this point is about 54 pitches, and he's up over that mark now. Swing and a miss by Dueñez. Almost swung out of his shoes there.
I
1-1.
think he did swing out of his shoes. I mean, he was going for the Pepsi party deck with a cut like that.
I've seen him hit it over that Pepsi party deck. Did it in May. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Dueñez has left the yard 8 times here. 9 would pretty much blow this game open for the Genomes.
Scrappy Hopkins on deck. Here's the pitch. Outside, 2-1. You definitely don't want to walk a run in at this point. You're trailing by 3. It's only the bottom of the 3rd inning. You want to limit the damage they do to you here because it's a 3-run game and they're not pitching to your best hitter. So,
yeah, absolutely not. This is a crucial at bat for Dub. You've got to get the out here, otherwise you're really going to find yourself in some trouble.
And that pitch inside, 3-1 now to Samir Dueñez.
I do wonder where the location's going to go here. He's really struggled to get that outside spot here to these left-handed hitters, the inside spot for the right-handed hitters. Struggle to locate inside. 3-1 count, hitters count, bring it in the zone, see what happens.
I think he's going to walk a run in here. I hope I'm wrong, but let's see. Here's the 3-1 from the stretch. Dub kicks, fires, and fouls it off, 3-2.
Interesting choice there to go back inside, but he brought the gas, 85 miles an hour right there.
And, you know, a pitcher, you know, as a fielder, you try to remind your pitcher, hey, that, you know, let him hit it. And that's what you get fielders for, so throw strikes. Full count here, bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 3rd. Genomes lead 5-2. Legends trying to get out of the inning. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss, and he gets out of the inning, strike 3. But the Genomes put 2 more on the board. They lead here 5-2. Some college football scores from around the country, as there is also college football going on today, a big day in college football. Number 1 ranked Georgia won today, 48-7 over SEC rival South Carolina. And, boy, that's scary to see, Josh. You look at Georgia, number 1 in the country, and they beat a team that's in their conference pretty handedly. I mean, beat them by more points than Kentucky. Beat Youngstown today as Kentucky defeated Youngstown 31-0. Arkansas coming up later on today, as Tennessee is as well. Ole Miss 21-0 over Georgia Tech. That game's at the half. Kentucky will be at Ole Miss in a couple weeks. Oregon 24, BYU 7. That game at the half. Penn State 14-6 on Auburn right now. That game is in the second quarter. Almost to halftime with about a minute left in the first. Alabama 28-7 winners over Louisiana Monroe. Wake Forest and Liberty, that game just about to get underway. Michigan 59, UConn nothing. Number 4 ranked Michigan. To tell you how far Nebraska has fallen, not only did they lose last week to Georgia Southern, which I was shocked by, but Oklahoma beat them 49-14 today, and boy, the Cornhuskers have fallen on hard times, it looks like. Baylor 42, Texas State 7. Ohio State and Toledo come up later on today. I'd like to see the Toledo Rockets do something to Ohio State today. That'd make my day. South Florida and Florida will be on the SEC network tonight at 7. ESPN2 have Texas Tech and NC State at 7. Pitt, Western Michigan. And a game that I'll be watching, probably that Miami and Texas A&M game tonight.
And that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Texas A&M's got to come back after losing to Appalachian State last week. Miami's 2-0, and I've always loved Miami, but they haven't had the seasons I've preferred.
Well, and something to note, too, for Texas A&M, that there's just that absolutely viral clip of the Midnight Yell. They went out there. You had a college student out there. I've never heard of Appalachian State. And
kind
you
of fun,
get
isn't it?
beat at home. You've got to bounce back this week.
In the third quarter, Northern Illinois leading Vanderbilt 28-20. Alabama just scored again. They were winning 35-7 at the half on Louisiana Monroe. Missouri 34-17 over Abilene Christian. That game is a final. And the first pitch here, down the third base side, he said foul. My goodness, it was fair.
I wonder if he said foul just almost as a reaction. You know, the ball's coming to you.
Watch this replay here. Let's take a look. No replay on that one. All right. Well, boy, that went right over the bag, and I saw brown between the ball and the white line. But, hey, you know what? That's my angle from up here. Maybe it was foul. I don't know. It looked fair to me. Manuel Geraldo, strike 1 to him. Kellogg on the bump, 5 strikeouts so far through 3. And Geraldo hits a rocket to left that goes foul. And I tell you what, I think he's seeing the ball really good, Josh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 2 hot shots right there. One that looked really good, pulled them both. He's ready to hit. That last pitch coming in at 76 miles an hour. If Kellogg throws 85 right here, that ball's going to be gone.
And he wasn't fooled on the changeup. And usually if you see a big difference in pitches there, he's gone from heat at 85. He's trying to fool you and throw something at 76. You're way out in front. But it didn't look like Geraldo was fooled on either pitch there.
No, only a little bit out in front. But
0-2. And that one up high, and he's going to ring him up on an 87-mile-an-hour fastball that was a little high in the zone.
He doesn't like that.
It didn't look like Geraldo agreed with that. One out. And here's Tavares. Or excuse me, Jesus Rosario. Yeah, that's Tavares. I was going to say. I don't know why we had that up there, but my apologies. No balls, 1 strike to Tavares.
And the Legends need to get something going here, especially being down 5-2 in the 7-inning game. You cannot lose out.
And this one, a chopper to short. Johns has trouble handling it, and Tavares reaches on an error to Gavin Johns. And, boy, that's a rare error on Gavin Johns. I have not seen him do that hardly at all.
Very unlike him. Looks like he just kind of got it off wrong or on the wrong foot there on the bounce. Now the Legends have a runner on first, and you've got something going with Pete Jorgen stepping into the box.
And there's your DMX right there. As Pete Jorgen steps in. Jorgen came through last time with a single to left. Kellogg kicks and fires, and Jorgen swings and misses on a pitch outside. Strike one. Jorgen at 269 average right now. Love to see him get up over 280 before the season's over, at least in the 70s, 270s. He had a great series last year. Go ahead.
He did have a great series last year.
And I'm talking about the playoffs here, and that pitch high, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, and you mentioned that playoff run. He was really someone that the Legends were able to turn to. You know, I mean, when in baseball, it's so easy to look at your MVP kind of players, but it's also who's further down the lineup that's making consistent plays, and he was one of those guys last year.
A clutch performer, right?
Absolutely.
That ball fouled off, and now the count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jorgen.
And Jorgen has had his moments this year as well. He's been able to deliver that with the 270 batting average, consistently putting the bat in the ball. Just needs to kind of get in here, get it going here. Runner on first, make it 1 and 2.
Here's the 1-2 from Kellogg. Checks his runner, now kicks and throws right back up the middle and into center field for a base hit. And Pete Jorgen now 2 for 2 with 2 singles here. And that's what the Legends and their fans like to see. So runners at first and second, 1 out, top of the 4th. And they still trail by 3, but Josh, it looks like they're trying to get back into it right here.
Oh, they want to get something cooking. And I mentioned that bat on that ball. There it is, right up the middle. Kellogg trying to get it with his hand there. I don't know if you caught that. Tried to catch it with his bare hand, but he couldn't just quite get it. And now you've got Sanford in the box here in a bit of a big spot with only 1 out.
Sanford shows bunt and misses the pitch, strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Sanford, 1 out. Here's the 0-1. And he puts a bunt down here. Caught in the air by Clayton Melbauer. And as Luke Becker, and as he pulled it out of his glove, it fell to the ground. The Legends fans want him to say it wasn't a catch, but he had it long enough. As you watch the replay here, nice diving catch, and as he took it out of the glove, it came out. So 2 outs, runners at first and second, as Sanford's bunt is caught in the air by Becker.
And that's a catch.
How about the effort there?
By rule, that is a catch. You talk about, or in the MLB, they talk about voluntary release. And that was a voluntary release when the ball came out. He had control. I mean, to almost reference football, he had control of that ball when it went in his glove.
Catch, right?
Yeah, he had control of his catch. Just all around, great effort, great play. And I don't think the manager-umpire conversation is going to be any more productive here. That's an out.
Sanford has a seat. Phillip Ervin comes to the plate with 2 on and 2 outs here, top of the 4th. Legends trail by 3, but 1 swing of the bat from Ervin can tie this up. And Ervin hit a homer yesterday. And that pitch outside.
And who says he can't hit one today? 18 homers on the year, 57 RBIs. He doesn't have to go yard, but he can bring somebody in.
In 38 meetings this year, the Genomes have won 22. The Legends have won 16. This is the 39th meeting between the teams. And this one hit hard, right field foul over the Mattress Overstock warehouse into the seats. And it is now 1 ball, 1 strike to the former Cincinnati Red outfielder.
Interesting to see that ball go opposite there, 80 miles an hour. Kellogg trying to work a little bit of off speed. Let's see if he goes back to the gas or stays on the off speed.
Here's the 1-1. Checks his runner at second. Now kicks, fires. And Ervin, base hit, left field. It's going to be easy for Tavares to score. Jorgen stops at second, and it's 5-3. A 2-out RBI single for the former Cincinnati Red outfielder, Phillip Ervin.
And that is how you deliver right there. Nice, patient, batting the ball, find the gap, runner scores. Beautifully executed right there. And now we've got DMX playing here in the building. Courtney Hawkins up to bat.
That's all?
Hawkins here. stepping in. He's been walked 2 times today already. Are they going to pitch to him? That's the question, Josh. And the first pitch outside, but Hawkins swings, strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Hawkins. And he swings and misses on that pitch, fooled on the 82-mile-an-hour pitch, strike 2.
He wants it. He wants it. That was just a little bit outside, it looked like, if he were to sit and take it, but he wants to hit the ball.
It's really strange, though. They intentionally walked him once yesterday, then walked him pretty much intentionally the second time. They did the same thing today, but both days they pitched to him the 3rd time up. I don't get it.
No, I don't either.
That ball misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jorgen at second, Phillip Ervin at first. 2 outs, Courtney Hawkins at the plate. Legends trail by 2, and Hawkins, a swing of the bat, they could be up by 1.
And Hawkins is sick of walking. I mean, those first 2, all 3 of those pitches.
And that one upstairs, 2-2. Go ahead. What?
All 3 of those, all 4 pitches have been out of the zone, but instead of a walk right there, it's a 2-2 count. He's looking for anything to hit. So if Kellogg puts one in the zone, there's going to be a bat on the ball.
And he's trying to put them, even on those ones you're saying that aren't in the zone, they're low and away. So I don't think he's really trying to pitch to them. And he's making it look like he's trying to pitch to them.
Well, sure, because it's obvious they're not.
Not is it, though, at this point? I think he's made it look like he's pitching to him because he swung twice. But I agree with you.
Give him something to hit.
And the 2-2 there misses, and a full count now to Hawkins, 3-2. Now I think he's going to be tempted, Josh, to throw him a strike.
Absolutely. 3-2. Hawkins is probably thinking, might something chill right here. This is where you've got to try and throw him off. Give him that heater.
But he could be thinking Hawkins thinks I'm going to throw a strike to get him out. Now I'm going to throw something wild. He's not going to, or he's going to swing at no matter what.
It really could be either way.
Yeah, a lot of chess moves here. Here we go. And he bounces it in front of the plate, ball 4. Bases loaded.
Held on a little long, do you think?
A lot of boos coming out here. The boo birds are out. They want to see Hawkins get at least the opportunity, I would think.
And you can hear some heckling down below.
Some of them were real.
So bases loaded. And you would think they'd give him the opportunity to try for that home run record. I mean, they share the same field, and quite honestly, some of these guys are going to be Legends players next year more than likely.
And you notice that smile when he got into first. That's the smile of just, can't believe it.
He knows.
Come on.
Bases loaded, and now Tejeda at the plate. First pitch to Tejeda, no good, ball 1.
And whether you're trying to pitch to Hawkins or not, is loading the bases for Tejeda really a good idea? 900 OPS, 84 RBIs, 27 home runs. Is this the guy you want to pitch to instead of Hawkins?
Well, I mean, you look at his numbers there, and Hawkins leads the team in just about every offensive category. Tejeda is second on the team in every offensive category. He is basically the Jimmy Paredes and Chris Shaw of the Legends because every number that Hawkins doesn't lead, Tejeda does, and he's second to Hawkins in every other number.
And I guess the Genomes are thinking better second than first.
Outside 2-0. Well, if they're not careful, they're going to walk Tejeda, and it's going to be a 1-run game.
With the bases loaded.
Yeah, in a game where they led by 3 coming into the inning. Two balls, no strikes to Isaiah Tejeda. Don't pitch to him because he can hit it. Inside 3-0.
Doesn't really look like they are pitching, or if they are, they're trying to give him something crappy to swing at. Wonder if he's getting 3-0. Are they going to jam it down the middle here, or just take the walk?
And it's interesting because Nelson, he led off yesterday with a 3-run home run in the first. They got the scoring going. So I don't know that you want to walk Tejeda and throw to Nelson either. And a 4-pitch walk, and now a run walked in as Jorgen comes across the plate. Jorgen got things going with that 2-out single RBI.
And walks Haunt.
And
walks
now,
Will Haunt.
They sure do. James Nelson comes to the plate. So now
we've got a meeting of the battery here. Vallow and Kellogg discussing a bit. Assuming that Kellogg is trying to throw to all of these players, he's just not finding his spot. But I find it to be a little interesting that the consistent missing in the bottom left corner, in the bottom right corner, and up high. Are we trying to throw junk?
Staying away from the strike zone.
Absolutely. Are we trying to stay out of the strike zone, or are we just not pitching? But I feel like with the bases loaded, you're pitching the ball. So it looks like Kellogg just could be struggling to locate here.
Well, don't forget, he's up around 80 pitches, too, so he could be wearing down just a little.
Sure.
That pitch hit straight to center field or to second base towards center field, but they get the force out, and that ends the inning. So the first pitch, Nelson grounds into a fielder's choice, and that ends the inning. But the Legends put 2 on the board and close it up here to 5-4. We're at to the bottom of the 4th. Genomes 5, Legends 4. We'll be back with more baseball right after this. Bottom of the 4th inning, 5-4 lead for the Genomes. Scrappy Hopkins comes to the plate, shows bunt, and strike 1 as she misses that pitch there, 0-1.
I like that approach. Just early, just getting up there with the bunt, 0-0 count, lead off. Why not?
Yeah, she did that yesterday as well, her second time up. Pitcher threw her out. Here's the 0-1. And hits it right up the middle for a base hit. And how about that? Scrappy with a single to center on an 0-1 pitch. Boy, I tell you what, I knew she was getting to the point where she had to get a hit, and she got it. And look, everybody in the Genomes dugout giving her a hand, and the fans as well. So good for her.
And what a moment.
Make sure we save that clip right there.
What a moment.
Yeah, I want to send that to ESPN today.
Absolutely. What a moment. What a hit. What a ball. Nice at bat. Beautifully placed up the middle, and she looks thrilled. Let's see if she can steal second now.
I hope they grabbed that baseball for her too.
I hope they did.
So everybody happy for her. Big smile over there by that first base coach, Robbie Ross, as well. He'd love to see it. And that pitch ripped into left field for a base hit. So back-to-back hits here to lead off the inning. That time Gavin Johns rips a pitch, and now 2 on and nobody out for Luke Becker.
And you know what would be cooler than your first professional base hit? Your first professional run scored. And you've got Luke Becker at the plate, who is certainly capable of doing that, whether it's leaving the yard like he's done 22 times this season or just knocking you home like he's done for 96 of his teammates on the year.
Becker stepping in, 2 on, nobody out, bottom of the 4th inning. If you're just joining us, Scrappy hit a single to center and made it to first base. And I love the fact she earned that. That was a 74-mile-an-hour pitch. It came right down the middle, and nothing was given to her. As Logan Dubb, who had 3 strikeouts on the day so far, gives up a hit to Scrappy. That pitch there, strike 1-1.
And you start to think about bullpen for Dubb. It looks like there's a teeny bit of action going on in the Legends bullpen. Looks like someone's stretching around, moving around. He's got 65 pitches right now through 3 innings. If you want to get or if you want to be technical, they're his 4th inning right here.
Yeah, he's in the upper part of that pitch count because with no outs, you're just talking about 3 innings pitched in the books complete, right? So
Sure.
he's averaging over 22 pitches per inning at this point. And you don't want him to be above 18 to 20 pitches per inning. You know, that's the upper range of where you want anybody.
Absolutely. You've got to start thinking about your bullpen now if you're the Legends. You've got runners in scoring position, your pitcher who's pretty high on his pitch count, kind of laboring through here, and you've got Luke Becker at bat.
And Becker chops this one foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And I think both of these teams are really, you know, at the point where they're out of pitchers. A lot of the pitchers, the season's for the most part done. They didn't make the playoffs. Some of them have left. You know, they've gone home. The season's over, and you know, if you're 4th in the rotation, there's 3 games left. Well, there's no point in being here, and some of them left. So they're down to their last few.
And that is the nice thing about neither team being in playoff contention. You don't have to necessarily stress about your bullpen strategy, and I'm sure that's part of why Dubb is still in the game.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Full count here. Runners on first and second to Becker. Dubb checks the runner. Here's the payoff. And this one hit hard and foul. So Becker will stay alive here as he fouls that one off towards the bouncy house. Full count, and we will redo it here.
And if he throws that pitch again, Becker's going to make him pay. That is it. He got away with one right there.
Again, checks that runner at second. That's Scrappy. Now kicks and fires, and Becker fouls this one off. That one's 76 mile an hour. Tried to fool Becker on that one, but he stays alive. Full count here. And that pitch outside, and Becker walks now, bases loaded for the very hard-hitting left-hander, Chris Shaw.
And you can see the frustration on Dubb's face right there, kind of tossing his glove a little bit when he catches that ball, a little bit of a sigh, and you just got to try and find a way to reset right here.
Yeah, he had 2 balls and 2 strikes on him at one point and threw a couple in the strike zone that were fouled off, so kind of frustrating. He had 2 strikes on him and wanted to try to get that first out, but did not. So now bases loaded for Shaw.
And Shaw, I mean, there's a guy that can do it. Bases loaded. You can't leave anything over the zone for him, or he's going to make you pay.
That pitch low. Ball 1 to Shaw. 1-0, bases loaded. Bottom of the 4th inning, Steve Tressler alongside of me, Josh Smith. Genomes Baseball hosting the Legends, Game 1 of today's doubleheader. That pitch in there, strike 1. Chris Shaw, the left fielder.
Yes.
Here's the 1-1. And that one just misses the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike here. Bases loaded. Chris Shaw, 263 hitter, 17 home runs. And pops this one up. It should be playable. Shallow left field. Courtney Hawkins makes the catch. Scrappy looks to tag, and the throw comes, and she's not going to tag up. She decides to stay there, and probably a good decision, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. That throw was a laser, and that probably would have been. She probably would have been tagged out with a throw like that over there by Hawkins and left. He's had a consistent arm on him all season long, and just showing it once again right there, Scrappy making a nice decision to stay back at third, and you still have your bases loaded. So stepping into the box now, you've got Moises Sierra. Been hit by a pitch 12 times on the season, as we discussed earlier, batting .284 on the year. Dub still kind of laboring through this start. His pitch count is now up to 75 pitches. And that first one just coming in outside there by Dub. Three strikeouts on the day for him, including, and he's been into a jam, including in the last inning, but found his way out of it by ending it out with the strikeout to get that third one there. Olmo Rosario on deck for the Genomes. Dub kicks and deals. And that ball swung on into the right field gap. It's going to be fielded by Irvin. Scrappy will score. Here comes Hopkins behind him. And two runs will score there for the Genomes based on that single right there. Brilliantly placed.
Yeah, nice job there by Sierra's. Scrappy Hopkins, Gavin Johns come in to score. 2 more runs on the board for the Genomes and a 7-4 lead. And now Scrappy getting all kinds of high fives and love down there in the dugout from her team. And, you know, you love to see it because Scrappy, all year long, people wondered, is she just on the team because she's a female and they wanted to look good and sign a girl supposedly to the team, or is she really a baseball player? And I think that answers all the questions. There's not a female I've ever seen, and I mean ever, until today, that could get up here and hit a pro pitcher throwing 70, 80 miles an hour. And Scrappy didn't waste any time on a 0-1 pitch. Hits a line drive straight up the middle for a base hit. That was big.
And Scrappy knows she can hang with the boys. She's like, I had the
But
opportunity.
more importantly, Josh, now the boys know she can hang with the boys.
Absolutely. And I had the opportunity to talk with her pregame about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she was telling me that, like, when I get my opportunity, she's going to make them pay. She know every time she steps in that box, she has that mentality that she just wants to get in there and hit that ball. That's why she's been so aggressive on the swings, and now getting not only her first independent base hit, but her first run scored.
So 3 straight balls to Olmo Rosario, 3-0 count, runners at first and third. And he is going to be walked on 4 straight pitches. Now, I've talked to her as well, and I don't think she wanted to make him pay. I think she just wanted to prove, you know, that she belonged and that she was worthy of getting some more plate appearances.
And she absolutely has.
Yeah, and so, you know, one of the things I said to her last night after the game, I said, Scrappy, how do you feel? Are you glad you got in? She's like, yeah, but I wanted to get a hit. And so I said, you know, I think with a few more plate appearances, I think you're going to get that hit. And so excited to see her do that. P.J. Phillips comes out of the dugout. I think that's him. I can't tell, actually, from the side there. Yeah, I think that's P.J. And that's going to be it for Logan Dub. Bases loaded, so you can't close the book on him yet, Josh. But he leaves the game with 3 strikeouts and 82 pitches, only 39 strikes. So probably not the outing that Logan wanted. They're going to change pitchers. We'll take a quick break with them. This is Lexington Legends and Wild Hill Genomes Baseball from here at Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. We'll be right back, everybody. Felix PA steps in here, 1 out, bases loaded. And the new pitcher out there is number 9. And that looks to be, I believe that's that's not Daniel Gibson. Who is number 9 out there? I don't.
Dazon Cole.
That's Dazon Cole. First pitch from him. Strike 1 to PA. 1-1 count here. 255 average for Felix PA. 13 home runs, 48 RBIs. That one there misses 2-1. Grab that sheet. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. Bases loaded, and this pitch hit up the middle. Nice play there by Geraldo as they get the force out at second. And that ends the inning. They leave 3 stranded. We're headed to the 5th, folks. Genomes 7, Legends 4. We'll be back right after this.
I didn't see what that second out was. I thought that was only 1 out, or 2 outs.
All right, I've got Dazon Cole's bio when he comes back out.
No worries. We got plenty of time. Baseball is out there.
It's baseball, yeah.
Get ready to do play-by-play, okay?
You want to do this half inning?
Huh?
This half inning?
What?
This half inning?
Yeah, get ready.
Okay. Mind if I wear the headset?
Welcome back to Wild Hill Field here in Lexington, Kentucky. As we begin the top of the 5th inning, Montrell Marshall will lead things off. And at this point, I'm going to turn over the play-by-play to Josh Smith, our high school senior from Lafayette, and let him take it the rest of the way in the play-by-play spot. Josh, go ahead.
And happy to be here. Fresh count now to none other than Montrell Marshall, 0-2 in the day. Here's the deal from Kellogg. And that one finds just outside. Kellogg has been through four innings of pitching here, 6 strikeouts, 80 pitches, and 44 strikes. Getting up towards the higher end of the pitch count, but no activity in the Genomes bullpen. Looking like they're going to stick with him as the 2-0 delivery fouled back by Marshall. Umpire calls time. Steps back in. The 2-1 delivery from Kellogg. And swung on and missed by Marshall there. It's going to bring it to a 2-2 count. Marshall's 0 for 2 in the day, looking to find his first hit. 18 home runs on the year, but batting with a 240 average and a 717 OPS as the payoff pitch by Kellogg. Fouled back by Marshall. On deck after Marshall is Manuel Geraldo, one of the Legends' most consistent hitters. Here's the 2-2 delivery again. And that ball swung on. It's going to find the gap in left center field. Marshall rounds first as that ball fielded by Chris Shaw, and the Legends are on base here with no outs. Geraldo steps in here now, looking to see if he can get his teammate Marshall onto second base. But a very nice cut there, just finding the center of the bat and putting it in the gap. Geraldo steps in now, batting .260 on the air. Left the yard 6 times and brought his teammates in 42 times. Is that ball taken for a strike? Short lead by Marshall at first. Doesn't look like he has any intention of going. Kellogg delivers. And that ball fouled back, nearly catching a family in the suites, keeping them on their toes. But nonetheless, everyone's okay up there. Kellogg gets his new ball and marches back towards the mound. The 0-2. That ball taken well inside there. That'll move it up to 1-2 for Geraldo.
You know, that wind's blowing out towards left field, so if he gets a hold of a ball, it might get picked up and carried out of here to left.
Well, and we've seen balls carry in this stadium as that ball finds the left center gap again, fielded by Shaw. Marshall moves to second, and Geraldo goes on to first. And the Legends now have a runner in scoring position for Jesus Tavares when he steps into the box.
First hit tonight for Geraldo, just a nice little line drive between short and third into left, so back-to-back hits now to left field and 2 on.
And that's the funny thing about baseball. I mean, sometimes balls just get where they need to go and find the gap, and that was a ball that did just that as the lefty steps in here.
Hitting's contagious. Let's see if they can keep it going.
It's that first pitch taken for a strike there from Kellogg.
Tavares, 286 batter, 3 homers, 8 RBIs.
That pitch looked good from Kellogg, but home plate umpire says that one missed.
Yeah, 86-mile-an-hour fastball, just a little low that time.
We'll move the count to 1-1 here. Nobody covering. Marshall on second. Here's the delivery. And that ball will go foul over there. Steve, you mentioned that left field wind. That ball did carry out to left field. It makes you wonder if you get a pitch like that again, if that one's going to land in fair territory.
Yeah, if they can hit it just to the right of Shaw out there, if we're looking at Shaw, or to his left as he's looking at us, it'll have an opportunity to carry.
Absolutely, as the 1-2 delivery from Kellogg. Finds the zone, strike 3.
Yeah, he keeps, if you look at the stat graph here, he keeps looking at that corner away from the batter. He's working that corner, and that time he was able to get the call and was fortunate as they ring up Tavares, and that is another strikeout for the Genomes, and that's number 7 on the night for Kellogg.
Yeah, and Tavares did not like that from the home plate umpire, but nonetheless, he found the corner, painted it beautifully, and now Pete Jorgen steps into the box looking to be the man to deliver an RBI for the Lexington Legends. The 0-0 drops in for a strike. 66-mile-an-hour, it looked like a curveball right there. Something interesting to see from Kellogg. That's a pitch that he hasn't turned too much today, as he now finds himself throwing his 95th pitch right here in the start. And that 95th pitch curves back in there for a strike. Jorgen quickly finding himself behind 0-2.
2 on, 1 out here for Jorgen. And like you said, he's in the hole, but Jorgen, he thrives in these positions.
Absolutely. And we mentioned how he was able to deliver in a clutch position. But he strikes out that time. That's going to be the second strikeout in a row for Kellogg, his 8th of the day on his 97th pitch. Despite that high pitch count, he looks as comfortable as anybody up on the mound.
Yeah, 2 outs and 2 on, so it's left into the hands here of Sanford. And Sanford last time bunted and was thrown out.
That ball will be popped foul for a fan. Jorgen gets his new ball. Sanford, you mentioned that bunt, but I think they're just going to let him swing away right here, especially with runners in scoring position. But the Legends are going to need to get something going. To put it bluntly, they're running out of time.
Irvin on deck, top of the order waiting if he can somehow get on base.
And Irvin's a man that's been able to deliver several times this year for the Legends. And that ball is going to be grounded over to Becker. He's just going to step on the bag and take the easy out. And that'll do it here for the half inning. Or in the middle of the 5th, the Wild Health Genomes 7, Lexington Legends 4. I'm Josh Smith. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Wild Health Field. It's a beautiful 80-degree day as we enter the bottom of the 5th. And that delivery going to be in there for a strike to Vallow. Vallow, who homered earlier in this game, will take that one outside for a ball, bringing it to 1-1.
Yeah, he walked his last time up after hitting that home run. He got a 4-pitch walk. So you can bet that Cole is very aware of who he's pitching to right here.
And you have to appreciate his patience at the plate as he takes that one for a strike. That'll move it to 1-2. But it's rare to go from a home run to a walk, because a home run, you're finding your pitch, you're aggressive, and you just blast one. But then the walk, you're sitting back and being patient at the plate. So very well done to see Vallow be able to do both. And he drives that one into the gap in left center. That's going to be fielded by Courtney Hawkins in left field. And Vallow will trot his way to first, and he's on base.
Yeah, good job by him there. He got that 79-mile-an-hour pitch he was waiting on. Hit a line drive between short and third, and able to reach. So the leadoff batter on here in the bottom of the fifth, and they lead by 3. So they're just looking for more insurance runs, Josh.
Absolutely. And with Duenas in the box here, after him is Hopkins. Genomes going 8-9-1. Dazon Cole really going to need to find some outs.
Especially if he's letting the number 8 hitter on base with a single. The outs aren't going to be easy to find, and usually that's green for them. If they can get the bottom of the order out, they're good. Top of the order, not so much.
Well, in the Genomes, that's just how they play. 1 through 9, they've got guys that are able to get in the box and hit the ball. And Duenas right there just looking for one to hit. Absolute, nearly swinging out of his shoes.
Yeah,
right
but
there.
Dazon Cole throwing a 92-mile-an-hour fastball right by him.
Absolutely. And Cole, the 29th round pick from the Atlanta Braves back in 2014 out of West Bloomfield High School in Orchard Lake, Missouri.
A long time between pitches here. He stepped off the mound after that pitch and took a long time before he stepped back up.
Wonder if they were going back over the signs right there. The 1-1. Taken for a strike.
And the gas on that one, 94 miles an hour. And shout out to Jordan Duncan. What's up, Jordan? Food and beverage, my man, up here in the house.
The 1-2 here, see if he goes back to the velocity. And he does, but Duenas gets a hold of it, flies it up to right center. And that ball will be caught by Sanford. And Vallo will retreat back to first. And now the Genomes finding themselves at the top of the lineup with Hopkins stepping into the box.
He had a 92-mile-an-hour pitch and a 94-mile-an-hour pitch that both were swung on and missed for strikes and went to an 80-mile-an-hour pitch that time. I think he just should have thrown the gas right by him. And now with Scrappy coming up, I'll bet he's going to go back to the heat and see if Scrappy can really handle the heat here.
Absolutely, but Scrappy won't be intimidated. Here's the 0-0. And looks like he held on a little long there. It's a wild pitch recovered by Jorgen off the backstop, but he can't locate the throw, and Vallo will advance to second.
So Vallo, easy way to second base right there as that pitch is way outside.
Looks like he just kind of held on to it a little long. I mean, it happens sometimes.
So Scrappy, the first time in, 6 at-bats now? She's ahead of the count 1-0. This is the first time she's been up 1-0.
Absolutely. She showed bunt early in the count. See if she goes back to it here on the 1-0.
More and more people funneling into the game now, Josh, is that the 4:30 game was not a scheduled game. It was thrown in last minute to make up a doubleheader, but the 6:30 game, everybody knew about that, and now it's really starting to pack it up here in the Saturday second game.
Oh, yeah, and Saturday nights here at Wild Health Field are just a blast. The Lexington Legends experience, and especially with the Wild Health Genomes back in town to close out the season. It's been a fun one this year.
And they know now that they're going to see some free baseball, too. They see the end of this game and the whole second game.
Absolutely.
1-1.
Scrappy, check swing. It's going to be a strike. That'll move it to the count to 1-2. Find yourself behind here, but she has a runner in scoring position. Just had a hit her last time up. She gets her second in a row.
I was gonna say, she made
get her
history,
first
right?
RBI. Yeah, absolutely. And she just goes around that time. That's going to be Dazon Cole's first strikeout of the inning as she will walk back to the dugout.
Yeah, he fooled her on that pitch, Josh.
Absolutely. I mean, and that pitch just broke really well, 79 miles an hour right there. But I wonder if he's going to go back to the gas as Johns steps into the box.
John's 2 for 3 today. Couple singles.
And this one drilled over to Geraldo. He'll throw it to first, and that will be in time to end the inning. Tejeda completing that putout. We're at the end of 5. The Wild Health Genomes are still at 7. The Lexington Legends at 4. I'm Josh Smith with Steve alongside me. This is Lexington Legends Baseball, Wild Health Genomes Baseball on YouTube.
Welcome back to Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler. Alongside of me, Josh Smith. And Josh, good job taking the play-by-play there.
Thank you.
Very first time ever doing pro baseball play-by-play on the microphone. And, you said at one point I caught you off guard there, but, it's live. So, there's a reason for everything, right? So why do you think when I did turn it over? Here you go. Let me give you the headset here. Go ahead. So Josh did his first inning of play-by-play live, but before I turned it over to you and I said you were going to take over the play-by-play, why do you think I told everybody I'm turning it over to Josh Smith for play-by-play, and he's a senior at Lafayette High School here in town, and he's going to do his first inning of play-by-play here? Why do you think I said that?
To be completely honest with you, Steve, I have no idea.
If you messed up, I wanted them to know you're a senior in high school and they didn't try to destroy you in the comments or tweet anything out or see. So then it's on them, right? Because
Right.
they're picking on somebody who's never done play-by-play for a pro baseball game before.
Sure.
So that way, everything's good. All right. We're ready to go here. Bonjour, Colin. I'm surprised I haven't seen Eric Tyler in there today, but I'm sure he'll join us at some point. Jack Weinberger on the mound, top of the sixth inning here. Legends down by 3. First pitch to Phillip Irvin in there. 92 miles an hour, Josh. Strike 1 as he brought the gas.
Absolutely. And just looking to intimidate with that velocity, especially early in the count. I love to see him go to that fastball early. Let's see if he goes back to it again here.
And look at Weinberger's history. He's one of those guys on that Genomes staff with plenty of experience. That pitch misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here at Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. 81 degrees, almost 6:30. This game just about 2 hours in the books now, and getting close to the end here. Is that 6:30 crowd for the only game they thought was going on today steps in, and they're like, "Oh, hey, it's a doubleheader. We get free baseball."
Yeah, surprise, surprise. But
Yeah.
that's never a bad thing for the fans coming here today.
Nope. And you know what? We ought to remind the crowd both games are 7 innings, so they know, because they may do they okay. Because I don't think the crowd coming in now knows, because they thought it was only 1 game today. They're showing up at 6:30 and filling in. Do we have fireworks today? So make sure you say to the crowd, the fireworks are for Legends fans only. We ask anybody cheering for the Genomes,
Oh.
please don't look up.
Oh.
We're kidding. Everybody can look at the fireworks.
Unless they're a Genomes fan, apparently.
And this one hit by Phillip Irvin up the middle, base hit. And the Legends trail by 3, but the leadoff batter's on. But the question is Jack Weinberger, Josh, going to throw to Courtney Hawkins now?
Man, I hope he does. I mean, I think if anyone is going to be comfortable enough to throw to Hawkins, it's going to be Weinberger. You mentioned his experience, bit of a veteran, and I think his delivery, the velocity, why not? I mean, we're in the 6th inning here. I want to see Hawkins get a pitch to hit.
Well, we're about to find out. Hawkins, 297 average, 47 home runs, 120 RBIs. Weinberger's first pitch inside, almost hits the Hawkman, and the wild pitch gets by the catcher below, and Phillip Irvin makes it to second. And boy, you got some vocal fans down there yelling, really hoping that Hawkins gets a chance here, Josh, to hit a home run. I think he will.
Absolutely, but Hawkins too. You notice he just stood in the box. After that pitch came in, he stood in the box. Looks like he waved away like a fly or a gnat in his face.
Yeah, you're not going to intimidate him.
No, absolutely not. I don't know. I highly doubt that was intentional, but even if Weinberger was trying to throw inside, clear some space out of there, he's not going to get any.
It might have been intentional. It was 94 miles an hour up around the chest. So here's a 1-0 pitch here to Hawkman. Runner at second. Swing and a miss, and that pitch there, 92. So he's definitely going to be throwing to him. 1 ball, 1 strike, as you see the fans continue to pile into the game today for this doubleheader. And I think a lot of these fans didn't realize, Josh, it's a doubleheader, but boy, they're really coming in now, huh?
Yeah, and it's good to see the fans. You know, great way to close out the season. Fans in the stands. I mean, some of the fans here earlier witnessed history.
There's
today.
the 1-1 outside, 2-1. Now keep going.
And we could witness history if Courtney Hawkins is able to get a bat in the ball well enough to leave the yard. You know, just so much potential, and on top of that, just great baseball here to be played today.
And you know, he he came into this series with 47 home runs. He came into the series with 120 RBIs. So I really thought if they pitched to him with 16, potentially even more at bats, he was going to break one or both of those records. And now it doesn't look like he's going to have the opportunity to break the RBI record. He does, if they pitch to him, have a chance to tie or possibly even break the home run record. He's averaging a home run basically every third game this season.
And I'll say this. I've been a big believer in the phrase never say never. I believe that he's going to get at least one, even if you're kind of like intentionally, not so intentionally trying to pitch out to him, one's going to get over the plate. It's just a matter of if he can get the bat in the ball.
Here's the 3-1, and this one chopped foul, 3-2.
And I say that bat and that ball, there it is. It was sort of in the zone, just couldn't elevate it, couldn't get it, or just kind of got stuck on the ground. But with the 3-2 count here, you need a strike.
And Josh, what do you mean sort of in the zone? What's sort of in the zone?
I'd say sort of in the zone is like, like right
It's
down
in the zone or it's
right,
not.
Right down the middle is, I mean, especially with the robo-umps. I guess now it's in or it's out.
Okay.
But there's always with umpires, there's always a bit of a gray area.
Yeah,
in
and
the
so
zone,
humans,
especially
right?
towards the outer edge. Every umpire has a different zone.
And the full count pitch, a payoff there, just barely makes its way down to second. Irvin turns, heads for home, and he's going to be safe at 7-5. An RBI single on a hit, Josh, that looked like it was going to be an easy play over there for Rosario, and he just never got to it.
But very heads-up base running there by Phillip Irvin. To notice that ball just couldn't quite come up with the ball. Still rounded third, went for home, got aggressive when you're down and you need runs. So very well done by the Legends there to tack a run on. That should make it 5-7 here as Tejeda steps into the box now.
And Hawkins got RBI number 121, so he's 8 away from the record as Isaiah Tejeda steps in. So an RBI single for the Hawkster. And the fourth time at the plate was the charm where he finally got pitched to and got a single that time. That pitch there outside, ball one.
And, well, the fans might have been looking for a home run or something like that. I don't think Hawkins is ever going to complain about a single, especially after the intentional walks, maybe not being pitched to as much. Just happy to be on base, I'm sure.
Yeah, Hawkins has hit for average all season and for power. He's good at both. That pitch there misses the outside corner. 2 balls, no strikes. Want to thank all of you for joining the broadcast tonight as we watch the Genomes host the Lexington Legends here at Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. And, of course, this is game 2 of the 4-game series. That will be a season-ending series for both teams. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Weinberger. And he chops this one. 2 balls, 1 strike to Tejeda.
Looked like that one went off his foot there.
Yeah, he's walking that off. Of course, after this game, 30 minutes from the conclusion of game 1 here, we'll have game 2, and Josh Smith and myself will bring that one to you as well. And then tomorrow, the 2:05 first pitch, and that'll be the 4th game of the series and the season-ending game for both teams.
It's hard to believe that this season's almost over. It feels like it just started 2 weeks ago.
2-1 and swing and a miss that time by Tejeda again, almost identical to that last pitch, Josh. And now it's 2-2. And hey, look at that, we got on the jumbotron. That's a big deal.
Oh yeah, those fans are happy to be here, and definitely some little leaguers in that crowd. You just love to see it. I mean, that's what baseball is all about. The next generation of your Courtney Hawkins, your Brandon Phillips, your Phillip Irvins, those guys. That's your next generation up there in the seats.
2-2, Weinberger looks in to Tejeda. Kicks, fires, swing and a miss, and a strikeout for Weinberger as he gets Isaiah Tejeda on an 82-mile-an-hour pitch just outside the strike zone, and that's his first strikeout since entering this inning.
And definitely an earned strikeout. Tejeda was really looking to put the bat in the ball right there, swinging out of his shoes not just once but twice in a row right there, nearly kind of spinning himself out of the box. But nonetheless, an earned strikeout for sure by Weinberger.
I'm sorry. So the Legends are going to let Dazon Cole, the pitcher, go ahead and bat here, so they're going to keep him in the game, obviously, here, Josh. So Weinberger's first pitch to Dazon, 91, strike 1.
And I've always wondered as a pitcher what it's like to really see what that 91, 92, 94, what that looks like. Because it looks different when it's out of your hand, when you're behind the plate, and more importantly, when you're in the batter's box. It's all about perspective.
And Days on here with an 0-1. Here's Weinberger's pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Hey, you want to get on the broadcast? No.
I might say the wrong thing.
It ain't gonna bother me. I said it won't bother me.
No balls, 2 strikes. That pitch there, missing 1 ball, 2 strikes as Dazon Cole, who's had about, 4 or 5 at-bats this year, Hugh Davis. And okay. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Weinberger kicks and fires, and this ball hit up the middle for a base hit. And the Legends still in business as the pitcher, Josh Smith. Dazon Cole, in his first at-bat of the season, steps in there, and on a 1-2 pitch, 92 miles an hour, he says, hey, I can throw that fast. I'm going to hit this one, and gets on base.
And not an ounce of intimidation in the box right there. He looked as comfortable as any other hitter in the box. And for what it's worth, Cole has had experience hitting in the Frontier League. With Windy City, actually had 11 plate appearances, 10 at-bats, 3 hits, and 1 run. So definitely comfortable in the box, and he didn't look afraid at all. Nice to see.
And now with 2 on, top of the order, or excuse me, not top of the order, but looks like Montreal Marshall, the third baseman, stepping in, and first pitch to him, strike 1. So Dazon Cole was batting in that spot where normally James Nelson, the DH, is. Hey, what's up, little man? How you doing? And even his shirt says little man. Little man, big future. That's you right there, Josh. Although you're not very little.
I was going to say, you calling me little?
Well, you know what? In years, you're little.
Absolutely.
Compared to me, right? And you would never guess how old I was. Take a guess. I bet you think you know.
I don't.
Take a wild guess. You're not going to offend me. You can go as old as you want, as young as you want.
42.
58. Do I look 58?
No.
I'm not. I was lying. Strike 2 there on a swing by Marshall. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I'm actually 31. I have a degenerative disease that causes me to age. And why is that funny to you?
Well, no, I'm just laughing. I mean,
why did you look at my stomach and laugh? Is my
I didn't
question.
look at your stomach.
You looked right at my. You're fat shaming me, aren't you? Okay, I stare at Cracker Jacks. Is that what you wanted to hear? Yeah, I stare at Cracker Jacks. I love them. Is that an issue?
Who doesn't love Cracker Jacks?
Well, you acted like it was a big deal just now.
No, never.
I don't know if you should be on the broadcast now.
I'm not going to hate on people who buy peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
That pitch there, Marshall hits a foul, and 2 strikes on Marshall still. We're teasing. I'm giving Josh a hard time. He's giving me a hard time. We're having fun, folks. So please don't write the letters. We are just kidding. DeJuan Oaks, I'm with you.
Hawkins wants that record, not happy at all for a single.
So DeJuan's saying that there's no way he's happy with just getting that single. He wants that record. And you know what? I don't speak for Courtney, but, I sure hope he gets the record, DeJuan. I'm with you.
Why not both? Why not a single and a home run?
Well, we want to get that record in the bag first.
For sure.
2 strikes, swing and miss there by Marshall, and he strikes out. And that's out number 2. And, boy, you know what? With Marshall striking out there, Geraldo coming to the plate. And Geraldo and Marshall both have struck out twice today, but they both singled today as well. So 2 outs, 2 on. You don't want to waste this at bat because are you going to have 2 on again next inning, your last inning? We don't know.
And I mentioned even earlier in this game that the Legends were running out of time. Now they're really out of time. You have to capitalize on this opportunity if you're Manuel Geraldo and the Lexington Legends. It's the 0-0 delivery. That's going to be swung on. Rosario fields it, throws it over to Dueñez.
Yeah, good play there as they get out of the inning, and Rosario makes a nice play. Thanks for calling that, Josh, as I was tying my shoe, and I get out of breath when I lean over like that, as you know, because you stared at my stomach. That ends the inning, folks. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. Genomes still on top, 7-4. Hey, young lady, thanks for coming out to the game. I'm Steve Tressler. This is Josh Smith, and we'll be back with more Genomes and Legends right after this. Bottom of the 6th inning. Luke Becker steps in, 7-4 lead for the Genomes, and he'll face Dejan Cole. And he fouls off the first pitch, strike one.
And Cole, in terms of his arm, showing no sign of fatigue after that at-bat. 93 on the gun there for that opening pitch.
And fastball for Dejan will be anywhere between 92 and 95, and sometimes he'll get over that. That pitch almost hit Becker inside, 1-1.
Just held onto it a little bit long there. Sometimes when you're trying to throw hard, you grip that ball a little too tight, comes out a little too late, bounces in the dirt like that. Just needs to reset, move on to the next pitch.
Baker today 1 for 1, had a double, and has been walked twice. Hey, how you doing? 305 average, 22 home runs. Chris Shaw on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that one in there just missing. Oh, I thought for sure he was calling that a strike, and he did not. As that fastball, 94, just missed, Josh.
Would love to see where that missed.
That pitch is inside as well. 3-1 the count to Becker.
And Becker just looks so comfortable in the box. I made that comment about a few guys today, but Becker is absolutely the essence of what I'm talking about when you talk about comfort in the box.
And that one hit deep right field, and going back to the wall, it's going to bounce off the first guard fence company sign, and Becker in there easy with a double, turns the second and heads to third, and that is a stand-up triple for Luke Becker, the University of Kentucky All-Star. And like I said in the first inning, Josh, he is MLB talent ready. He's got to get signed at some point.
And you can't deny that. I just mentioned essence of comfort in the box. He gets in there and drills that, bounces off the wall. And if you're Sanford, you've got to pick up that ball. It's the little things. In fact, the official scorekeeper, Hugh Davis, ruling that as a double and an error on the center fielder, Sanford. You have to make that pickup because now you have a runner not just in scoring position, but on third and with no outs. And who else but Chris Shaw to step into the box and try and bring him home?
So a double that turned into a triple, but it's actually a double with an error on the center fielder, so he ended up at third. So a double and error, but he ends up at third, is officially what it'll count as in the book. 7-5 score here in Lexington, bottom of the 6th inning. Nobody out, Chris Shaw at the plate. And I'm going to turn the play-by-play over to Josh here for the rest of this inning. Josh, go ahead.
What a welcome surprise, but nonetheless, Cole, the 0-1 delivery. And that one just coming in a little bit outside, going to be 1-1.
Yeah, tried for that outside corner. He's kind of like the starting pitcher tonight who kept trying to hit that outside corner. I believe Kellogg was the one working the corner that was away from the batter.
And it was Dub that was struggling to find that outside spot. But Nicole actually attacking now right down the middle, 93 miles an hour to Chris Shaw. And that right there, that is an I dare you. When you throw a pitch like that to a guy like Chris Shaw, that is you daring Chris Shaw to swing the bat and hit that ball. And now you're in a payoff position here. It's 1-2, no outs. Cole winds, kicks, deals. And that'll be in the dirt. It's 2-2.
Yeah, that pitch there, it was a little slider that just didn't hit its mark. Went low, came inside on Chris. He was smart, laid off of that one.
Absolutely. It's 2-2. And that one coming in a little bit high, trying to drop in late on him, but home plate umpire just won't give that one to him. Move the count to full here. And with 3-2, no outs, runner on third. Steve, what's your approach?
He's going to go with a fastball. It's his best pitch. And Shaw can hit it, but will he?
And we'll find out the 3-2 delivery. And that ball swung on. Looks like it's a little bit dead there. Irvin giving chase, and he will make that catch. Runner tags, play at the plate. And he is in time. Becker beating the tag home. Jorgen doesn't appear to be too happy.
So what was normally just a fly out there, Josh, turns into a sacrifice fly. I thought they had Becker, but his hand got in there just before the tag.
Absolutely. And we talk about heads-up base running. That is heads-up base running by Becker. Jorgen is talking to the home plate umpire about the call. Doesn't appear to like it, but when you look on that instant replay, that hand is in there like swimwear. Very well done.
Yeah, you got to credit Philip Irvin for that throw, although they didn't get the tag on him. And Jorgen as well made a nice catch, turned to tag, but Becker just a half step ahead of everybody.
Absolutely, and you talk about insurance runs. There it is. That'll move it to 8. That'll move the needle to 8-5 here, and those insurance runs will count, especially here late in the game. Cole kicks and fires, and he's going to ground it over to Giraldo. Struggles with it a little bit, but he picks it up, throws it over to Tejeda, and it's in time. Giraldo, excuse me.
So was that 2 outs now? Yeah, 2 outs. And Geraldo not able to get on. And I think it's left to Sierra now. Is that? Nope, that's Rosario. Yeah, I thought he said, Geraldo, but I got confused there. So now it's Rosario steps in with 2 outs. And, ooh, that one almost hit him in the face. Go ahead.
That's a wake-up call if you're Rosario. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, 93 miles an hour coming at your face. That's scary. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what level of baseball you're in, high school, college, independent, minors, or majors. 93 to the face is scary. The 1-0, it's in there for a strike. Cole looking as comfortable as anyone up on the mound despite giving up a run already. Here's the 1-1, and it's in there for a strike again. Rosario finding himself behind 1-2, and he's batting .324. On the year, Steve, why don't you care to fill us in a little bit about that?
That pitch there hits a corner and struck him out. That ends the inning. And what I was going to tell you is, after that pitch there, and we can talk Rosario's batting average. He doesn't have a big sample size.
Sure.
But that ends the inning. However, we're going to go live in a few seconds. So we'll be back during the break to talk so you can see Josh and Steve here in just a minute. Stick with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Come next to you.
I'll look on the screen. You tell me. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Wild Health Field here in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler. There's our senior in high school, Josh Smith. We've seen a good game here so far. 8-5 lead for the Genomes. Not unfamiliar territory. They've won 22 out of 38 games head-to-head with the Legends this year. Today, 8 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. Legends, 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. Last chance for the Legends. Do they come back and win it before they start game 2 or not?
If you're asking me my prediction, I'm going to say no. I think the Genomes have got this one, especially with that insurance run there in the last half inning. But the name of today's game has been not just offense, but more importantly, defensive mistakes. The Genomes have been able to really capitalize on the Legends' mistakes, and the Legends haven't quite been able to do as much of the same. There have been crucial errors, especially out in left field with receiving balls, center fielders picking up balls. You just can't make those mistakes, and that's what's going to cost the Legends the game today.
Well, we'll see if he's right or wrong, but there is still one more game to play after this one. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Day. We want to just say that we are thinking about that. I'm wearing my pink Genomes jersey. Say hi to DJ Picasso right there. There's Will Painter, our DJ. Hey, there he is. And we got Ashley Smith here, our Major League Baseball stringer. And there's Hugh Davis right there. There's Hugh Davis, or Ashley Grigsby, I'm sorry. Hugh Davis. There he is. And there's Sam Wallace-Smith. There's Logan Weiler on the video board. What? Judith Drake, what? You got to see the whole team, everybody. So, see, it takes a village, not just Ashley Smith, but also Ashley Grigsby. It takes a whole village to bring you this game here. It's not just the players doing the work. We're all up here pushing it and trying to do it. And, hey, say hi to my little buddy on TV right here. How about that? We'll close with that shot right there. Wave to him. Say hi. All right, we'll be back with more live baseball right after this. Genomes lead 8-5 from Wild Health Field. We'll be right back, everybody. All right, thank you. You too. I'll take it. Top of the 7th inning. It looks like Tavares is going to lead things off here. down 8-5. Legends last chance before we start game 2. New pitcher on the bump there for the Genomes. That looks like Diogenes Almengo. First pitch fouled off, strike 1. Diogenes Almengo, 6.06 ERA, very hard throwing right-hander. So you get a look at him there. Wearing that number 26 jersey. He's got a good dreadlock game going too.
Absolutely. And I think something to note, just like right when you watch him pitch right away, his delivery is very interesting, especially from the windup.
1 ball, 1 strike to Tavares. 278 hitter, 3 home runs, 8 RBIs.
You'll notice he'll pocket it right at the belt, take a step back, and then just boom.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes now.
84 miles an hour of nothing but gas. The right-handed 6'2", 190-pound pitcher from the Dominican Republic.
And that's not even his fastball.
Absolutely not. And the Orioles draft pick.
Line drive, Gavin Johns catches it, and that's out number 1. So a 1-2 pitch. Hit it right to Gavin Johns at shortstop for out number 1.
And Johns didn't even flinch at that. Didn't even flinch. He just sat there, tapped his glove once, and caught the ball, looking as comfortable as ever over there at shortstop, despite having an error earlier in the game.
And now Pete Jorgen will step back up to the plate. Jorgen's had a good game so far, Josh, couple hits, and now it's going to be up to him to see if he can get things going here for the Legends in the last inning, the first of our 2-game doubleheader today. And first pitch there, missing, ball 1.
And if anyone's going to get it going here, it's going to be Pete Jorgen. Big spot, 1 out, nobody on, just pitcher versus batter duel right here.
1 ball, no strikes. Almengo from the stretch fires. Jorgen hits it foul, and it's 1-1.
Notice he kind of sprung up right there, jumping. He looked eager to hit that and was really hoping that would drop, but just couldn't quite get it here.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Last inning here. Remember, this is a doubleheader. Both games are 7-inning games. So last at bat for the Legends, unless they can tie it up or take the lead. Outside, 2-1. Almengo looks in. Below gives him the sign. Jorgen readies. Here's the 2-1. And little half check swing there. He pulled it back in time. 3-1 now to Jorgen.
Jorgen wants to hit the ball. He thought about it, even though that pitch was up, that pitch was in. No shot. You're getting a barrel on that as that literally comes in at his face, but he's still thinking about swinging that bat.
But smartly pulled it back as no chance there. Is too high and inside for him. And that pitch there fouled off, and it hits us on the top of the head. As that foul literally hit right above me and Josh here in the press box.
I'm not even going to lie, I had to dodge out of the way of that one a little bit. I thought that was coming straight through the window and into the booth.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Full count now. Almengo shakes off one sign, says yes to the next one. Jorgen readies. Here's the payoff. And he fouls this one off to stay alive. That's going to go over towards, oh no, that one drops in for a base hit. Looks like it was going to sail over to the patio. And Jorgen with a 1-out double here in the top of the 7th. So good for him. Great to see it. And, boy, I tell you what, it came off his bat, and it looked like it was sailing that way, but the wind is blowing towards left field, and I think that kept it fair.
And just beautiful piece of hitting right there. 3-2 count. You literally puts it in that right field corner, which has been an issue all year for the Genomes and Legends. That's the thing about this park. That right field corner is tough on these hitters. And so when you're able to put it there, it's a free and easy 2 bases. Really well done there on a 96-mile-an-hour delivery by Almengo.
So 1-out double for Pete Jorgen. Darian Sanford steps up to the plate. Phillip Ervin, the top of the order on deck. Courtney Hawkins in the hole. 1-out, runner at second. 1-out, runner at second. Courtney Hawkins in the hole. Phillip Ervin on deck. Next time elbow him, say point your mic. Sanford steps in there. 1 ball, no strikes. That was Jorgen's 6th double of the year. John steps behind Jorgen, tries to keep him on the back. Swing and a miss by Sanford, 1-1.
Just an eager cut right there. Kind of trying to swing out of his shoes a little bit. The Legends know that they're running out of opportunities to win this one, but with the runner on second, they're not dead.
Down to the last 2 outs. Diogenes Almango on the bump for the Genomes. Here's the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Now, Josh, you're a senior in high school.
Yes, sir.
Who was Diogenes?
I have no idea.
Do they not teach Greek history, anything?
Not really. I took a theater class back in middle school.
Well,
my
you should know
7th
this.
grade
Who is he?
year.
Who is he?
I have no idea who he
Fine,
is.
whatever. Diogenes is a Greek philosopher.
Watched Hercules in that class. That was about as
Oh,
much.
okay.
That's
as far as you all got, huh?
Yeah.
And that one hit by Sanford down the third base side. Almost stayed fair. Goes foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
But, who's to say Hercules isn't an educational movie? I mean, especially at the very beginning, they're telling the stories of the Greek gods.
What is that story?
You've got Hercules, who's the son of Zeus, and Hades was basically trying to kill him because Hercules was the only
Josh,
person to
it's
thwart
okay.
his master plan.
You don't have to prove yourself, but it was really rhetorical. You said it was educational. So this one chopped over to second base, picked up by Rosario over to first, and now 2 outs. They allow Jorgen to move to third. And a runner at third, 2 outs, and here comes the top of the order in Phillip Irvin. Now, if I'm the manager, P.J. Phillips, I've got the 2 guys in my order that I want to be in the order and coming up to bat right here because Irvin and Hawkins can both hit it out. They can also hit back-to-back shots for home runs and tie this thing up.
They've done it before. But Phillip Irvin and Courtney Hawkins are like the 2 guys that you're going to want, not just if you're the Legends, but honestly with anybody in the Atlantic League. I think it's a brilliant 1-2 punch that they've got in the lineup here, and if they're going to tie this game, this is where it's going to happen.
First pitch here to Irvin, down low, ball 1. Jorgen with a big lead at third. Becker not worried about Jorgen. They have a 3-run lead here. Last inning, remember, this is a 7-inning game, as is game 2, which immediately follows this one 30 minutes after the conclusion here. Crowd size is swollen to about 3 times the size of the start of this game. That pitch inside Irvin, 2-0. And you definitely don't want to walk Irvin and bring the Hawkman up. And if you bring him up, you're going to have to intentionally walk him and just pitch to everybody else, I think.
And then at that point, you're getting booed by the crowd. I mean, we had boos when the crowd was much lighter around 4:30. Now the crowd's thick, deep. They want to see a Courtney Hawkins home run.
And that one's low and away, 3-0.
And as silly as it may sound, the best way to end this game and to win it is to get the out right here. You cannot give Courtney Hawkins any opportunity to hit the ball.
3 balls, no strikes. 2 outs. And that pitch in there for a strike. 3-1 now. Down to their last 2 strikes for game 1 here. Phillip Irvin at the plate, the former Cincinnati Reds outfielder, has had a good series so far. On the year, 273 average, 18 home runs, 58 RBIs. Here's the 3-1. Phillips hits that one to right. Is it going to stay fair? It does. Into the corner. Jorgen scores easily. Irvin turns, will not go to second. I thought for sure he had a double.
He did.
And he's holding up at first, but that's fine too. With 2 outs, you can't really risk anything when you're down 2 runs here. It's an 8-6 ball game, and the big man comes up, Courtney Hawkins. He is 1 home run away from tying the Atlantic League home run record. And I think we found out this wasn't DMX. This is some Texas rapper, right? Ashley? Who is it,
Texas
Ashley?
rapper. I just have no idea who it is.
I just want to make sure he knows it's not DMX. Slim Thug and ESG. So let's give proper musical credits there. First pitch, the Hawkman, swing and a miss, strike 1. That pitch, 97 miles an hour, folks.
I mean, Almango's going to make him work for it. But at the same time, with that 97-mile-an-hour ball, if that hits the bat, that's going to carry.
You know, he had not thrown a pitch over 87 until just now. That pitch outside, 96. 1-1.
I mean, it makes you wonder if he was saving the velocity. I mean, interesting to suddenly jump from 87 to 97.
I don't think it matters. The wind's blowing out towards left field. If Hawkins gets a hold of anything that goes that direction, I think he's got a tie for the record here. That pitch is outside. Now he's pitching away from him again. 2 balls, 1 strike. Somebody's in the crowd that is just wearing out these Genomes pitchers for not throwing to Hawkins. And, you know, I mean, I can't say I blame them. And I don't blame really the manager, Mark Minakazi, either. I mean, you don't want to pitch to a guy who can tie it up with a swing of the bat here. Now, earlier, I had a problem with it. But here, no, I don't. I think this is where you don't want to pitch to him.
No, absolutely. I mean,
Little check swing there. He didn't go around.
the tying run is on first base.
Tying
run's at the plate. In Courtney Hawkins, the league leader in home runs by a landslide, a country mile. If you're Minakazi, is there any good reason to pitch to him here other than to try and gamble and hopefully get that third out?
3-1. We'll find out. And here, a chopper to third picked up and fired over to second. And that will end the game, folks. Well, Josh, your very first game is in the books here, buddy.
Pleasure to be here. I had a blast. And I get another one after this.
I don't know. We'll talk about it. All right, final score here, 8-6. Genomes get the win. It is 2 games in a row they've won. There are 2 games left of the season. One of those games is coming up here in 30 minutes, folks. Final here. Legends, 6 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. Genomes, 8 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. For DJ Picasso down there, our DJ. For Adam Marson and Judith Drake, our technical directors. Logan Weiler on the video board. Sam Wallace-Smith, our home plate camera operator. Our official scorer was Hugh Davis. Ashley Grigsby was the official Major League Baseball stringer. And for Josh Smith, I am Steve Tressler. Let me check and make sure. Hey, are we going to stay on the feed here, or are we going to cut the feed and do a new one, Adam? You guys want to cut the feed and do a new one, or are we staying on? That's what we're talking about right now. All right, we're going to keep the stream up, so enjoy it, and you can go back and watch anything you want. Go back and watch that first hit by Scrappy Hopkins, who got her very first Major League Baseball hit. That is a cool one to have. But, folks, that's it for Game 1. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll come back for Game 2. This is Legends and Genomes Baseball, and congratulations to Josh Smith for his very first game as a Major League professional baseball announcer. Josh, good job.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
All right. Well, he won't be back. I'm kidding. He'll be back as long as he wants to. And we'll be back with Game 2 in about 30 minutes, everybody. I'm Steve Tressler signing off. We'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Welcome back to Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. We are just about ready for game 2. Now we're going to have the national anthem. Right after, we'll have the starting lineups and first pitch. Welcome back to Wild Hill Field here in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler. I'll be joined by Josh Smith momentarily. Let me give you the starting lineups tonight. First, for the visiting team, the Lexington Legends. Batting first, playing right field, number 9, Tio Martinez. Batting second, the left fielder, number 24, Courtney Hawkins. Batting third, the designated hitter, number 13, Isaiah Tejeda. Batting fourth, playing third base, number 14, James Nelson. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 22, Montrell Marshall. Batting sixth, playing second base, number 12, Jesus Tavares. Batting seventh, shortstop, number 18, Manuel Geraldo. Batting eighth and catching, number 19, Toro Thomas. And batting ninth, the center fielder, number 2, Darian Sanford. On the bump tonight, Jeff Thompson, the 6'6" right-hander from Louisville, Kentucky, for the Lexington Legends. And now for your home team, the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes. Starting lineup for them goes as follows. Batting first, number 4, the shortstop, Gavin Johns. Batting second, playing center field, number 9. Let's see there. That's Luke Becker. He'll be in center field. Batting third, first baseman, Chris Shaw. Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 36, Samir Dueñez. Batting fifth, playing right field, Olmo Rosario. Batting sixth, number 3, the third baseman, Clayton Melbauer. Batting seventh and catching, number 13, Chase Velo. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, Scrappy Hopkins. Batting ninth, and at second base is going to be Herrera. And finally, the pitcher, number 23, on the bump tonight, Mr. Martin himself standing out there taking his warm-up pitches. And Josh, tell us a little bit about this pitching matchup tonight.
Well, it's going to be a good one, that's for sure. Leading it off for the Wild Health Genomes will be Josh Martin on the bump, the 6'5", 230-pound right-hander. He's 1-3 in the year with a 5.95 ERA, but he has a lot of experience, 56 innings pitched in 50 games. So a bit of an interesting thing to see him starting out tonight, but he strikes out 10 batters per 9 innings, but gives up 11 hits. So expect a lot of pitches to be in the zone, daring these hitters to make contact on the ball.
And we are ready for first pitch here as Gavin Johns steps into the batter's box, and the first pitch to him is going to be outside. Ball 1. Gavin Johns, the shortstop. Excuse me, I said Johns. I'm sorry, I flipped it there. That's Martinez. Legends are the home team. I get confused every time they flip these guys on us. So Legends are the visiting team. Genome's the home team. And second pitch there to Martinez, the right fielder outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Martinez on the season, a .218 average, 7 home runs, 28 RBIs. Started the year with the Genomes. Started the year with the Genomes. Used to play for the Dirty Birds, and now he is a Lexington Legend. And they're wearing pink jerseys. That makes it even harder for me, Josh, because I'm used to seeing the pink on the Genomes. But it is Breast Cancer Awareness Night here at the ballpark, and the Genomes already with pink in their uniforms. So now the Legends will wear the pink for breast cancer awareness. 2-1.
It's definitely a little bit confusing to see the Legends wearing the pink instead of the Genomes. But, this isn't the first time that the Legends have done an alternate uniform. You might remember their Nickelodeon slime uniforms where they wore the green and the yellow despite being a blue and a green team.
Yeah, but not wearing pink against a team that has pink. That's what messed me up, I think. I'm a C student, buddy. You got to walk me through the process here.
Well, I'm glad to see the breast cancer awareness gesture by the Legends, nonetheless.
Absolutely. That ball fouled out of play. It looks like it's going to hit the Mattress Overstock warehouse patio. And, you know, I was talking about the starting lineup tonight, and Herrera is at second base. That is the pitcher, Joe Hendry Herrera, who's playing second. So you can tell Mark Metakazi is working with a lineup that is depleted here as we go into the last two games of the season.
Absolutely. Well, I don't say luckily, but I guess what it works out
Here's
for
the 2-2. Chopper to second and picked up by Herrera and thrown to first for out number 1. Go ahead.
Well, it's ironic that it gets hit to the second baseman right as that happens, but I was just saying it kind of works out that the Genomes are no longer in playoff contention because luckily they're not going to have to worry about having such a thin playoff lineup. But, you know, I mean, the Genomes really this season kind of controlled their own destiny, especially in the second half, had a bit of a collapse and got beat out of the playoffs by the High Point Rockers. So I think next season, Mark Metakazi and his staff are going to have to make a step up if they want to be in the Final Four.
Fouled off by Hawkins for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. That pitch outside, and it's 1-1. They're not giving him much to hit here, and it's sad because he is so close to breaking a record that I don't think is going to be broken for quite a while unless another guy like Courtney comes around, and they don't make many of those.
Yeah, and the fans want it. The fans want the home run. You can hear every time that there's a pitch that's taken for a ball, there's at least one fan in the stands tonight that has heckled the Genomes pitchers.
Swing and a miss here by Hawkins. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Want to thank all of you for joining us tonight. You could be anywhere, but you tuned in, and you're here with us watching Genomes Legends Baseball on Saturday night, September 17th, 2022. And thanks to everybody that's bringing you the game, all the staff that's working here tonight. And that pitch outside, full count now with 1 out, top of the first in game 2 of our 4 games, or game 3 of our 4-game series, game 2 tonight.
Well, and Steve, I got a question for you. If you're Courtney Hawkins in there in the box right now, you're not really getting pitched to. Are you taking or are you swinging?
I'm looking for something to hit. And that pitch there up high, ball 4. So Hawkins has now been walked in the last 3 games 9 times. Not okay.
And the booing from the little kids in the crowd ensues.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone wants to see a Courtney Hawkins home run tonight.
Well, and I don't even know if it's just seeing the Hawkins home run. I think it's giving him the chance. They want to see him get a chance at least to break the record.
Absolutely. And with Tejeda stepping in the box here, I mentioned this last game, the Legends are going to need to make the Genomes pay for that walk.
And now, with 1 out and Hawkins at first, here's the designated hitter for the game, Isaiah Tejeda. And Tejeda fouls off the first pitch, strike 1. That was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
And Josh Martin is someone that's been bringing the velocity all season. He had spent about half the season with the York Revolution, the other half here with the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes. But with that 10.1 K9, he's going to blow it by you a few times. So if you're Tejeda, you've got to be expecting that velocity.
Josh Martin, 5.91 ERA, the big right-hander. Tejeda, 272 hitter, 27 homers. That pitch there, off speed, got across the plate, though, at 78 miles an hour, and it's strike 2.
It's a nice break to that pitch.
Yeah, a lot of movement on that, and he's ahead now, 0-2 to Tejeda. Here's the 0-2. And that one up high, 1-2 now.
Checking it there on 0-2, definitely looking like he's in a bit of a protective stance, but I like to see him just open up and swing. Hawkins on first, maybe put him on second or third.
Josh, did you play ball as a kid, or did you play ball in high school?
I did not play ball in high school, but I'm a Little Leaguer Hall of Famer back in my former hometown of Shelbyville, Kentucky.
All right. That one fouled out of play, and Tejeda protects that strike zone, and count stays at 1-2. Big night here at the ballpark. Again, game 2 of our 2-game doubleheader tonight. Genomes won the first one 8-6 in game 1. P.J. Phillips, first time he has not made the playoffs in the last 4 years. And that pitch there ripped into the middle for a base hit, a line drive by Tejeda. And I told you in game one, he's a line drive hitter. That's all he does is hit line drives. And now runners at first and second.
And with being a line drive hitter, that's just how you make him pay for that Courtney Hawkins walk. Now Courtney Hawkins is in scoring position, and you've got Nelson, the cleanup hitter, at the plate.
And here comes James Nelson. He had a home run yesterday, and P.J. Phillips and company would love to see that now because that would be a repeat of game one. A 3-run home run in the first inning is what he did the other night to start the scoring for the Legends. Although they dropped the game, they were certainly in control for quite a while. 2 on, 1 out. First pitch there, strike one at 90 miles an hour over the plate. Nelson can't believe it. It's a little high, and I got to agree with him there. It looked a little high, but I'm not down on the field. So from my angle and my perspective, I'd say that's a little high, but we don't know.
Home plate umpire Lance White opening up a little bit there for him.
Yeah, and who are the umpires tonight?
Behind the dish, it's going to be Lance White. First base, Bill Worthington. And on third base, Lyle Travis. Lyle Travis, I would call a bit of a Wild Health Field veteran. He's done plenty of games here at the ballpark this year for both the Legends and the Genomes.
No balls, 2 strikes here. Again, Martin ahead of the hitter. Swing and a miss. And did he foul enough of that? No, they caught it, strike 3. So that is out number 2 as Nelson goes down swinging. And that brings Montrell Marshall to the plate now.
And he doesn't like that one bit. Not one bit. But at the same time, you can't swing in the other box. I mean, he just got way too out in front right there, and he'll have to just have his differences with the home plate umpire Lance White.
And here is Montrell Marshall, who's at first base now and not his normal third base, giving him a break from the hot corner and switching it up. Third baseman is Nelson, who just went down swinging. Here's the first pitch to Marshall. Inside, ball 1. Big crowd here tonight for the second game. And I got to tell you, Josh, I'm surprised at how big the crowd is tonight, as I think this is probably the biggest Saturday crowd I've seen in a while.
Well, and something to note, too, today was a Catterday, as the Big Blue Nation would call it, with UK playing Youngstown State, I believe, winning 31-0 just a few hours ago.
And that pitch outside there, 2-0. Yeah, exactly. Big win for Kentucky, who is in the top 10 for the first time since 2007. And now that they'll be in the top 10 for a couple weeks, that'll be the first time since the 70s for them to be in the top 10 for more than 2 weeks. That pitch upstairs, 3-0.
You want to talk years, it's a little past my pay grade.
Yeah. Derek Ramsey. That was my guy right there. Derek is like a father to me, Hugh Davis. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, Derek, I met Derek the day after my father passed away back in the 90s, and him and I became very close and still are, and I love Derek just like he is my own dad. Here's the 3-0 to Marshall, and that one upstairs and outside, and a 4-pitch walk to Montrell Marshall, and now Jesus Tavares gets a chance to open up the scoring with 2 outs and bases loaded, Josh.
Well, and Tavares in the last game was someone that made the Genomes pay, and I have a feeling he's going to be able to do it again. 2 runs scored in 3 at-bats. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, with 2 left on base. I mean, the fact that he's coming across that many times with the bases loaded here, absolutely cannot afford a walk if I'm Josh Martin.
Well, Darlene Murillo de Jesus, you need to pay attention because here's Jesus Tavares. First pitch to him in there for strike 1. Want to thank all of you for joining us and Genomes and Legends Baseball here on the Lexington Legends YouTube channel. We appreciate that. I am Steve Tressler with Josh Smith and Hugh Davis, Ashley Grigsby, Logan Weiler, Judith Drake, Adam Marson, Will Painter, the whole crew up here. That ball hit right up the middle, grabbed by Herrera, but not in time, and a run scores, and Jesus Tavares comes through, and Darlene Murillo de Jesus, I know you're happy. What are they saying here?
saying he got off the bag.
What? No, sir. That's not even close.
They're saying, so what happened, they're saying his foot came up a little bit. If you check out in the replay.
Watch this replay.
So watch the foot. Watch the foot, saying it came up right there and applied the tag. And unfortunately, despite the boos,
that's not a good call. The John's foot lifted Marshall's foot up, and Marshall's foot is still touching John's foot, who's on the bag. That should not have counted. His foot came up off the bag, but only because John's foot looks like it lifted it. Not that John did it deliberately, but his foot comes up off the bag. Watch John's
it
foot.
Again.
Watch John's foot here. Marshall's there. Now watch John's foot right there.
So, Steve, are you saying that the foot was pushed off, but John's foot pushed Marshall's foot off?
Not deliberately, but I think that's what happened.
But that's what happened.
In either case, it doesn't matter. Innings over. We'll head to the bottom of the first. This is Lexington Legends and Genomes Baseball. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Wild Hill Field here in Lexington, Kentucky, everybody. I'm Steve Tressler and joined by Josh Smith. He is a senior at Lafayette High School, and he is jumping in the booth here to get his very first experience of calling pro baseball, and he's done an outstanding job so far. Gavin Johns coming to the plate here. He is the leadoff hitter. He was the alert shortstop who made the tag out there on Marshall. This one, a grounder to short, and he makes a head-first dive, does everything he can to get there, but is still thrown out as Geraldo's throw to Marshall is in time, 1 out.
And what a nice play. Really just getting out there, just laying out for that ball. Makes the throw to first, nice and clean. Brilliantly done. There's a reason he's a professional.
And Luke Becker will come up to the plate here. Becker, all everything for this Genomes team this year, and what a season Becker's had. 22 homers, 100 RBIs just about, 307 batting average. And I will say it once, and I'll say it 100 times more. I have no idea why a Major League Baseball team has not picked up this kid's contract. He is ready to go, folks. And that ball deep center field going back, and I don't think he's got a chance out of here. Luke Becker just smashed home run number 23, and you're looking at 450 feet just about there. I'd love to get the number on that one because that was straightaway center, and it cleared the fence by a long ways.
Smashed. Absolutely smashed.
I mean, someone's going to have to call the Lexington airport because there has been a plane that has left the yard.
Well, that was
wow.
definitely in the way of flight patterns right there for just a minute
Yeah.
because Becker got every bit of that pitch there, an 88-mile-an-hour fastball that went to straightaway center.
No, ladies and gentlemen, this is Luke Becker, your captain, speaking. We're going 450 to center field. What a shot right there to tie the game.
1-0 as Chris Shaw steps up to the plate to face the 6'6", 250-pound Jeff Thompson, excuse me. And now Chris steps out. Jeff looking for the sign there and did not agree with the Toro Thomas's sign there, so he'll redo it. Samir Duenas on deck. Rosario in the hole. From the stretch, a lot of pitchers from the stretch nowadays. First pitch there, missing inside, ball 1.
And that was a nice pitch right there. The velocity, 88 miles an hour. A lot of gas there in the Legends dugout, especially late in the season, which is fun to see, giving Chris Shaw a bit of a challenge, but the left-hander, he isn't scared of anything.
And the 1-0 pitch over, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Thompson has a lot of experience on the bump this year. The Louisville native, University of Louisville graduate, turns 31 next Friday, but he's got 66 innings under his belt here with the Legends, striking out 8 a game, giving up 11 hits a game.
That pitch outside, 2-1 the count.
But something to watch for, his nearly 8 ERA. If he's going to put it in the box, he's got to make sure that it's nothing for free, especially to a guy like Chris Shaw, who's batting .262 with 70 RBIs in the year.
Here's the 2-1. And Shaw fouls this one back, and it's 2-2 now. Good crowd out here tonight. The sun has set in Lexington, Kentucky, and the weather has also cooled off. First pitch tonight was 83 degrees, and we are all the way down to 75 degrees now. And beautiful night, and what a gorgeous, gorgeous evening it is. Everybody out here in shorts and T-shirts. Nobody's cold, nobody's hot. It's just right.
Not a cloud in the sky.
No, it's beautiful. Yeah. 3-2 now. Full count here to Chris Shaw. Clear conditions all the way through the morning, it looks like, as well. And I'm really excited because, Josh, I got a brand new mower. I can't wait to try that out. That's a big day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be exciting.
Oh, yeah.
All the neighbors are jelly.
I drove my first
payoff pitch there and struck him out. Ooh. So Shaw gets rung up on a 3-2 pitch right over the middle, and he did not like the call, and that is out number 2.
Well, and you have to appreciate Lance White's consistency. Gave that, or kind of called that over to the Legends on a strikeout call on a ball that seemed to be up, but now another ball seemed to be up, rung him up too. He's going to be consistent, and the Legends and the Genomes are just going to have to understand that that's going to be the zone tonight.
Well, a good call for the Legends, not so much for the Genomes, like you said, but at least he's consistent, and that is the important thing. Nobody really cares, but as long as you're consistent. Call it for both teams. It looks like he did that, like you said. First pitch there, outside, ball 1 to Samir Duenas.
And I do want to go back to the lawn mowing conversation.
Yeah.
I got to drive my first zero turn
Aren't those
last
fun?
weekend, and I had a blast out there.
Yeah.
Making lawn mowing fun.
Yeah, zero turns are fun. You got to get used to those hand grips. This one, chopper to first, picked up by Montrell. He says, I got it, and he does. That'll end the first inning. 1 run for the Genomes on 1 hit, and that 1 hit went to center field for Becker over the wall. We're headed to the second, folks. Tie score, 1-1. We'll be back with Genomes and Legends right after this. Welcome back to Wild Health Field. As we start the top of the second inning, Manuel Geraldo at the plate facing Josh Martin. And I'm going to turn the play-by-play over to Josh Smith so he can call the second and third innings as the play-by-play man after this pitch here, as Geraldo hits a liner into left field, fielded by, looks like Dueñas out there, and it is. And so he's on board with a leadoff single here, top of the second. And Josh, it is all you for the next 2 innings. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that. That's Geraldo's second hit of the day, first of the game. Geraldo struck out twice the last time up, but that doesn't matter now because stepping into the box for the Lexington Legends, it's going to be none other than Toro Thomas, batting 192 on the year with a 453 OPS and 3 RBIs. As that one's going to be in there for a strike. A bit of an aggressive lead there on first base by Geraldo.
Well, they better get aggressive because they've lost the last 2 straight to the Genomes, and they are behind in the series 23 games to 16.
And some might think that bragging rights aren't important, but in this Legends of Genomes rivalries, we have seen the benches clear before. They're not afraid to get into it. And
looks like timeout was called there right before the pitch, and I don't think Martin was very happy as he was ready to throw the ball, and Thomas stepped out.
He'd actually stepped forward, might I add. I mean, you're risking injury at that point. If you're home plate umpire Lance White, you have to either go with it or not. But nonetheless, the 0-1, here's a delivery, and that ball going to be fouled out of play towards the Sweets. Over there by Pee Wee, but it looks like everybody's okay. It's going to be a fun souvenir for somebody there, but and a bit of a memory that comes with it, a hot shot.
Yeah, souvenir
over
in the
there
story.
up at the 90-mile-an-hour delivery. The 0-2. That ball taken up. Vallo checking on Geraldo at first. Geraldo kind of teasing the steal, but he's yet to go. Martin going to take a look at him. Look back at Vallo for the sign. Martin kicks, deals. In the dirt. Geraldo will advance to second on what's officially scored by Hugh Davis, the official scorekeeper, as a wild pitch. And now the Legends have the go-ahead run on second base.
Yeah, good awareness by Geraldo to see that ball got away from Vallo enough to where he can move on.
And I mentioned capitalizing on mistakes. That's a mistake that you have to capitalize on. Well done there as the 2-2 is spanked, but foul. Looking like Thomas wanted to head over to the Pepsi party deck with the go-ahead home run right there, but unfortunately he was just a bit late on the 91-mile-an-hour heater from Josh Martin.
Yeah, might have had his first home run if that would have stayed fair.
Martin checks back on Geraldo, the 2-2 payoff. Fouled away.
Just staying alive there, fouling that one back.
Definitely now in a bit of a protective stance. Thomas, the catcher, not as many plate appearances as some of the other guys in the Legends roster this year. Three straight foul balls by Thomas. Let's see if he can get a hold of one here. It's 2-2. And the pitch from Martin finds the zone for strike 3. Thomas, after fouling 3 straight, can't get it done there, and he's going to have to march back to the dugout. It's the first strikeout for Josh Martin on the day. Excuse me, the second strikeout for Josh Martin on the day.
Yeah, Toro Thomas tried his best to stay alive there, but just that time Josh Martin got the best of him, and he got rung up. Nelson, the other strikeout you were talking about, was the first one.
Well, in the 79-mile-an-hour breaking ball, found that bottom right corner of the zone perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Just Picasso-level painting right there by Martin as the 1-0 is left outside and up.
So the first pitch to Darian Sanford outside, ball 1, like you just heard, and Sanford coming to the plate. 222 average, a home run, and 13 RBIs, Josh.
Absolutely. And Sanford was a bit of a hit or miss out in the outfield, struggled or couldn't pick up a ball that led to a run scoring, but he had some deliverables at the plate as this ball is popped up to the shortstop, Johns, who's going to make the catch. And that will be the second out for Josh Martin and the Wild Health Genomes.
Yeah, so right after that leadoff hit by Geraldo, he's fortunate to strike out Thomas and get Sanford to pop out. So now Geraldo's not as big as of a threat out there at second base in scoring position with 2 outs.
Absolutely. And now you have Martinez here at the top of the lineup. Batting .217 on the year, left the yard 7 times, brought in 28 of his Legends teammates with a .663 OPS. He can get it done here early, especially with the runner on second. The Legends looking to capitalize here in the top of the second inning. As the first pitch drops in for a strike, according to Lance White, the home plate umpire.
Nice pitch that time. Little breaking ball by Martin. Started towards the batter and then curved right over the plate.
And this is Martinez's first at-bat of the day. He did not play in the first game, the right fielder. You wonder this late in the season, you're just kind of rotating guys around?
Yeah, we talked about it in game 1. A lot of these players, some of them have gone on home. Their playoffs, hopes are done, so they just head home.
You can't blame him this late either. I mean, playing professional baseball is tough. The ground ball to Herrera, fumbles it a little bit, gets it back, throws it to Shaw, and it's in time. And that'll be it. And that'll be the end of the half inning here. Your score 1-1, Wild Health Genomes, Lexington Legends gridlocked. I'm Josh Smith, alongside me, Steve Tressler. This is Lexington Legends Baseball on YouTube. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Lexington Legends Baseball here on YouTube. I'm Josh Smith, alongside me, Steve Tressler. You just saw the throwing heat challenge there. A young fan throwing the ball at Big L, the Lexington Legends mascot. As Almo Rosario steps into the box, a .316 hitter. And that first delivery from Jeff Thompson at his face at 86 miles an hour, making him back up a little bit there.
Yeah, that was gas right towards the chest level there, and ball 1. Rosario steps back in, not because he wants to, it looks like.
Absolutely. As the next pitch drops in for a strike, that time at 85. And something to note, a lot of times when you're watching baseball, especially on the TV, you'll think 97, 85, it's a big difference, and it is until you're in the box and it's coming at your face. Then all of a sudden, 79, 89, 99, it's all scary and it's all dangerous. Check swing, appealed over to first by Worthington.
Yeah, it's going to
say he went.
Yeah, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And I know what you're saying, but, as a batter, when you can hear the pitches coming, and I think that's what you were saying, it's a whole different ball game.
Oh, yeah. It's that you can hear the wind off the seams, and it's a scary thing. The 1-2 swung on, grounded over the first. Marshall's got a hold of it, and he's going to take care of it himself for the first out.
Yeah, fastball there, 89 miles an hour. Rosario able to get a little bit of a bat on it, late getting to the pitch. Marshall make quick work of it, grabbed it. First out, down in the books.
There isn't really much more you can say about it. Just a routine ground ball. Thompson did his job, Marshall did his job, and Rosario just grounded out, unfortunately. Clayton Milbauer steps in now for the Wild Health Genomes after the out by Rosario. Batting .221 on the year, OPS of .670, 21 RBIs. And that first pitch from Jeff Thompson will be left up. That ball driven out to right field, and it will drop foul despite Martinez giving chase.
Yeah, he got a hold of that pitch and was close to being a fair ball, but nice job out there by Teo Martinez chasing it down. He actually picked up that foul ball, Josh, and handed it to a fan sitting there. So that was a good break for them.
Absolutely, a very nice gesture. And baseball is also a game for the fans. You know, there's a lot of fan involvement, all the foul balls and things like that. You just love to see it. The 1-1 is still upstairs.
Yeah, missed inside there, 2-1. And, you know, baseball is the only game where you can take something that was on the field to play home with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Football, you've got the PATs. You got to hand those back. As the 2-1 misses down low. Move it to 3-1 here. Hitters count for Milbauer. Nobody on, one out. Looking to get something going here for the Genomes in the bottom of the second inning. Thompson delivers. And that ball will be drawn foul once again.
Yeah, so full count now to Clayton Milbauer. His first plate appearance today as he sat out in game 1. So he's glad to get in there, I'm sure, and take some swings.
Milbauer steps in. Lance White giving Jeff Thompson the go-ahead for the payoff pitch. And that ball will be upstairs for ball 4. The Genomes have a runner on first here with one out. Jeff Thompson giving up his first walk of the day, I believe.
Yeah, Thompson, you know, at one point was able to get a couple strikes on him, but just couldn't close the deal. Sends him to first base the easy way. So 1 strikeout and 1 walk on the day so far. And not what Thompson wanted, but it happens.
Well, and Thompson's been pounding the zone, 11 strikes and 21 pitches, and 4 of those pitches were balls just in this at-bat. So before that, he's really been trying to attack these Genomes hitters. And of those Genomes hitters includes Chase Vallow, batting .207 here for the Genomes. That first pitch was taken outside for a ball. Vallow homered last game, his 14th of the year, as Thompson's going to have a look over at Milbauer on first.
Yeah, quick throw over there. Clayton Milbauer, very fleet of foot, moves around those bases really well, and just quick throw to let him know he's thinking about him.
Runner goes. Thomas throws it, and it sails over the head. It's going to be credited as a stolen base, but then a throwing error on Thomas, and Milbauer goes from first to third and is now in scoring position for Chase Vallow.
Yeah, not what you want if you're the Legends, because Milbauer, they were letting him know what they were thinking of him, but as soon as he took off, the bad throw went over the head of the fielders out there, and that was easy for Milbauer to turn the bases and make it a third. Now he's just 90 feet away from the Genomes taking the lead.
That one fouled away.
1-2. Counts 1-2.
And Steve, how does that happen with the ball just kind of sailing over the head like that? 1-2 here at Wild Health Field. Thompson delivers. And that ball taken out to even it up at 2.
Okay, go ahead. Add the headphones back on now. You asked me what now?
Yeah, I asked you, Thomas kind of sailed that throw to second over the head. How does that happen?
Well, you saw it, right? I mean, it's like when you get frazzled. You're trying to say something, you say a bunch of words all at once, and you don't sound like you said anything, right?
Sure.
And the same thing happens to players. I think he knew the runner was going to go, and he got frazzled and just threw it a little high.
It happens. That one fouled in the Genomes dugout.
And Mel Bauer, the Legends and Genomes, they played each other, this is the 40th time? So Toro Thomas is well aware of how fast Clayton Mel Bauer is. Mel Bauer's stolen 14 bases. You know how many times he's been caught this year? 0.
Wow.
So he knew he had to get that throw down in a hurry, and what he did is he rushed that throw, and it just wasn't on the mark. Not something Toro Thomas does a lot, but this time it got away from him.
But that's what makes Mel Bauer special on the base pass. You're able to fluster catchers that are normally comfortable in their element, especially behind the dish. As the 2-2 comes in, that ball spanked out to right center field. That ball is gone over the Pepsi party deck. Would love to see how far that one went. And that's his 15th home run of the year, his second of the day. And the Genomes have the lead here in the bottom of the second inning.
Yeah, great shot there. 2-run blast by Velo. And, I saw him this year. He had a game where he had 2 home runs in one game, and I thought I would see that all summer. He got one last night. He got one today in the first game. He's gotten one here. So 3 home runs in the last 3 games for him. Good to see.
And you notice on that instant replay, not only did that ball clear the Pepsi party deck, but he just got a hold of that. You ever just hit a ball and you just know it's gone? You just don't even feel it off the bat. There's one right there. Scrappy Hopkins steps into the box for the Wild Health Genomes. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Made history today here at Wild Health Field, recording her first independent ball hit and scoring her first independent ball run.
Or her first Major League base hit, right?
Yeah. Puts a bat in the ball here. It's going to go over to Tavares. He's going to field it cleanly. He's throw it over to Marshall. And that will be the second out. The second out of the inning. They were playing the third out music, but it looks like we've got one more to go here at Wild Health Field. Perez steps in here now.
Yeah, Yuri Perez. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Yuri Perez, good hitter, left-hander, can play anywhere on the field, has a great glove.
Kicks and deals. That ball grounded, bit of a shift, but he's going to be able to get over there in time. Excuse me, not in time. Tavares gets the ball, tries to throw it over to first, but it bounces, as you see here on the replay. And Herrera, with just a hard 90, beats it out. And he's got himself an infield single.
Yeah, you know what? I said Yuri Perez because I was looking at the video board, but that was Johenry Herrera. And Herrera, he's a pitcher, and now he's out in the field playing. So I don't think the Legends expected him to do anything at the plate, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and just Tavares is too far over to our right, his left, to make that catch, or to make that play. Gavin Johns in here now, his second at bat of the day. Leads the Genomes in batting average at .318.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Gavin Johns. Awesome guy. Gavin Johns is one of the kindest, nicest guys you'll ever meet, Josh Smith. I hope one day when you're 25, you are like Gavin Johns. Have you ever met him?
I've not had the chance to meet him.
I hope you get a chance because he is an awesome guy. That pitch outside, 1-1. Go ahead.
So you mentioned Gavin Johns and his character and just how good of a person he is. What makes him so special?
When a guy approaches you, and, I wear a crucifix. I'm Catholic, so I'm always wearing a crucifix around my neck. And I was walking down on the field.
Runner goes as that ball is going to be hit over to right field. Martinez will catch that, and that's going to end the inning.
Your score here, 3-1, thanks to the home run from Vallo as we end the second inning. You're watching Lexington Legends Baseball. I'm Josh Smith alongside Steve Tressler. Welcome back to Wild Health Field. It's the top of the third. Wild Health Genomes leading the Lexington Legends 3-1. I'm Josh Smith alongside Steve Tressler. And Steve, I'm afraid I might have cut you off there earlier, but I'm going to have to give you a chance to finish your story here in a little while. As that ball in the dirt to Courtney Hawkins for ball one. Hawkins leading the Legends in pretty much every statistical category and leading the league in home runs at 47 on a historical home run hitting run on the year as he swings through that second pitch to even the count at 1-1.
Fooled on that bitch. He's ahead of it.
He was ahead of it. That ball breaking at 83 miles an hour. It's the deal from Martin outside, 2-1. Martin, the 32-year-old from Enterprise, Alabama, was the 25th round draft pick by the Pittsburgh Pirates and a graduate of Sanford University. That ball popped back and foul out into the home plate concourse for maybe a fan or staff worker to catch. The payoff from Josh Martin incoming. And that ball will be up. It's 3-2. The count here. You wonder if Courtney Hawkins is going to have something to hit here to try and tie the Atlantic League home run record at 48. Hawkins currently at 47. And it won't be at this at-bat. Martin leaves that one upstairs. And Courtney Hawkins with, I believe, his 10th walk in the last 3 games for the Lexington Legends. So the Legends have a man on board here early as Isaiah Tejeda steps into the box now, the 274 hitter for the Legends. Once again, looking to make the Genomes pay for the walk for Courtney Hawkins. Tejeda 85 RBIs on the year with 20 and has left the yard 27 times. 28 would tie the game. The 1-0. And that one's going to drop low. And I'd like to thank Steve Tressler and the Lexington Legends for having me out here tonight. It's always fun to be in the booth. My first major league game here. First professional baseball game that I get to call as a senior in high school. Not many opportunities for someone like me to get in here and call a professional baseball game, so I'm very thankful. As the 2-0 spanked out to right center field, that ball is going to drop. Hawkins rounding second, heading for third. Tejeda going to cruise into second, and Hawkins is heading for home. There's going to be no play at the plate. Hawkins will score, and Tejeda has an RBI double to put the Lexington Legends within 1 run of tying the game. And that ball just really seemed to find a spot out there in right center field, dropping to where neither Becker nor Rosario could get to it. And very aggressive base running by Hawkins and Lexington Legends, looking to try and put some runs on the board here, especially early. It's a 7-inning game, and they did just that.
You know, in a 2-0 pitch there, Tejeda, where he just saw Hawkins get walked, he thought, you know, it's 2-0, I can just keep taking until he throws me something to hit. Well, like you said, it was aggressive, right? He got after that pitch. He got a double out of it. A run scores, and it's a 3-2 game.
And Martin has left opportunities for hitters in the Atlantic League to hit the ball, giving up 11.3 per 9 innings as that first pitch is going to be taken by James Nelson for a ball.
Nelson tonight struck out his first time up facing Martin.
Martin kicks, delivers, and that ball will be outside. And, Steve, I cut you off earlier. I wanted to give you a chance to finish your story.
No, I don't want to tell it now. No, I'm teasing you. I'll tell the story about Gavin Johns when he comes back to the plate. I'll tell you the rest of it. Hopefully he doesn't have a quick at bat. But, you know, you start to thank people for giving you a chance. And, you know, I appreciate you thanking me, but, you know, I have people to thank too. So, you know, that's the thing. That was nice of you to do, but that pitch inside. But, you know, Ashley Grigsby, you know, when I started here, Ashley had my back right off the bat, and I was grateful for that. Hugh Davis always makes me look good with the stats. The camera people, Sam Wallace-Smith, Judith Drake, Adam Marson, you know, and quite honestly, none of this happens without this team. So,
absolutely. And just as I guess a guest commentator, I'm very thankful for not only the Lexington Legends but also the Verge crew for having us up here and making this all possible, as that's going to be ball 4 for Nelson. That's a 4-pitch walk for Josh Martin. And now the Legends really have something cooking. Tejeda on second, Nelson on first, and there's going to be a meeting of the minds here for the Wild Health Genomes, the first mound visit of the game.
Yeah, he just wants to settle Josh Martin down. I mean, Josh has struck out 2. He's walked 2. Actually 3 now when you consider Hawkins twice and Montreal Marshall. And that's the 4th walk, and now 1 to Nelson. So he wants to settle him down. He's got a 3-2 lead. You don't need to get rattled, but you have nobody out. They've scored a run, and now you got 2 on base, Josh. So he wants to calm him down. Say, Josh, look, we got the lead here. Talking to Martin, right? Josh Martin, we've got the lead. You're in great position. How you feeling? Okay, well, look, throw some strikes here. Let's get out of the inning. Let your fielders do their job.
Well, and something to note here, Martin already with 51 pitches through statistically 2 completed innings, but here in the 3rd inning, 51 pitches to get 3 outs. He's going to be looking in the 60s or 70s on that pitch count, and that's going to be a concern if you're Mark Menikazi in the Wild Health Genomes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and you know, we were talking about Gavin Johns earlier. I'll tell you this. Gavin used a Rawlings baseball glove his whole life, but his grandfather, Jerry Wilson, died a few years ago, and he switched to a Wilson glove just to remember his grandpa.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
That's really cool.
2 on, no outs.
Swung right through that pitch.
Marshall.
Did Montreal Marshall.
4th quarter game, LSU 17, Mississippi State 16, 14 minutes left.
Something to note, Mississippi State looking like a team that's going to be able to contend in the middle of the pack there in the SEC. They're going to have a game against Kentucky here in a few weeks. I wonder if they can trip up the 9th-ranked Wildcats. Nonetheless, that ball is going to be outside. It's 1-1 for Montreal Marshall and for Josh Martin, 60 feet away from him.
I got a special score update for college football for Hugh Davis. At the half, Arkansas 14, Missouri State 17.
Bobby Petrino, former Arkansas coach, former Louisville Cardinals coach, having his way right now in that homecoming. Wonder if that sticks around, as Lance White is going to call that third pitch a strike on Montrell Marshall. He doesn't like it.
That's what's important.
White has given pitchers the upstairs pitch all night.
Vanderbilt beats Northern Illinois at Northern Illinois 38-28.
And that one's going to get him. The fourth pitch, Josh Martin hits Montrell Marshall and loads the bases with no outs. The Lexington Legends, might you say, are cooking with oil and definitely have a chance to, if nothing else, tie the game, but honestly, to try and take the lead.
And you know what, Josh? Josh Martin did not want to do that. He had 2 strikes on Montrell Marshall. He had a 1-2 count. He's ahead of the count. That was a 79-mile-an-hour pitch. It hit him on the shoulder. Bases loaded, no outs, and now Tavares comes back up.
Well, and something to note as well, you've already had your mound visit, so if you come out again, you've got to pull him. So if you're Mark Minikasi, when do you pull the trigger? It's that one taken up and away.
When you lose the lead.
When you lose the lead, you say?
Yeah. If they get 2 more runs, certainly at 3. If they go down, if they end up being in the hole here, 4-3, 5-3, that'll be it for Martin.
And it's just one swing of the bat that can change that. A grand slam could really put the Legends in a comfortable position. That ball is going to be taken up. It's 2-0. Breaking pitch just couldn't break down in time.
Alabama beat Louisiana Monroe 63-7. So it looks like Alabama now has regrouped from that close game to Texas last week, where they just got out of Austin with a 1-point win.
And Texas looked good. Even despite the injury to their starting quarterback, they still really competed for that game. And I think Texas, if they had their starting quarterback, Ewers, would have won by multiple scores.
But I wouldn't say even despite the injury. I would say they look good in spite of the injury, right?
In spite of, yeah. I'd say that. I mean,
well, if we're saying despite the injury, that means it helped them. It didn't. So we're saying in spite of the injury, they still look good, right, to that starting quarterback?
I would say so. And, I guess with that bit of wordplay, that's the difference between being a senior in high school and having already graduated high school and having a GED. The 90-mile-an-hour delivery by Martin fouled away. It's going to be 2-2 for Jesus Tavares, the 289 hitter for the Lexington Legends, in a big spot here with no outs and the bases loaded.
Well, yeah, I graduated high school years ago. Spent 24 years in the military. Got a college degree from UK. But it doesn't matter what your education level is. We're just saying that the injury didn't help Austin or Texas. It hurt them, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
Swing and a miss there, though.
Yeah, Tavares is coming clean through that one. The 79-mile-an-hour breaking ball by Josh Martin. That's his third strikeout of the day and around his 60th pitch. So doesn't seem to be too fatigued.
Yeah, big out there.
Manuel Geraldo steps in here. It's top of the third with 1 out. The base is loaded for the Lexington Legends, looking to tie the game or take the lead here.
He had a single his first time up. They'd love to see it here.
And that ball is going to be hit on the ground to the shortstop, Johns, and it's thrown to Herrera. He can't come up with it. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. The throw from Shaw is wild. Marshall will advance to third. Geraldo will go to second. And, Steve, what just happened?
Well, first of all, let's start with a hit by Geraldo here. Johns did a great job fielding that ball, and it looked like it would have been a double play ball. His throw to Herrera looked pretty good, but what happened is he's used to having Luke Becker come and cover second, and Herrera is a lot shorter than Luke Becker. I think he just threw it a little high for Herrera, and it went past him. Shaw backed him up, but when the runners came around the bases, sure enough, they were able to score not just the 1 run, but I think did they get 2?
They did you too.
Yeah, they got 2 runs, and they're going to take a 4-3 lead here. Now they're going to change pitchers out, and we're going to take a quick break with them and bring it right back here with more Genomes Legends Baseball. We'll be back right after this.
And welcome back to Lexington Legends Wild Health Genomes Baseball.
And I'm going to give you a wrap real quick about what happened there. First pitch here from Nate Peden, swung on and missed, strike 1. So, like you asked me to, I'm going to go ahead and give them the wrap here, Josh. 2 runs scored. Geraldo's chopper looked like a double play ball for Johns. A throw off the mark gets by Herrera. Then Shaw's throw gets by the catcher. 2 runs will score. So what should have been a double play ball really turned into a de facto double for Geraldo. So now runners at second and third, and the Legends have a 4-3 lead that will change there on our board that you're seeing at home any minute now.
And when we get to around the 5th inning, the 6th inning, the 7th inning, and we're thinking about those kind of game-changing, game-impacting plays, that's one of them, as that ball is going to be skied just over the head of the second baseman. That's going to end up in right field, fielded by the center fielder. 1 run will score. And we'll get around to second in time, and that's going to be a double right there. A double officially ruled by the official scorekeeper, Hugh Davis, as you see in the replay. And the score is now 6-3.
Did both runs score?
Yes.
Yeah, so just like that, a game that was once well in control for the Genomes, now they're losing control as Peden gives up that double. Marshall comes in to score. Geraldo comes in to score. And like you just said, it's 6-3 now. Or actually, I think just one of those runs came in. Yeah, 2. So, yeah, it's 6-3, and now you've got a runner at second. You got another runner in scoring position.
And you've got Toro Thomas now in here for the box trying to
No, Thomas at second.
Thomas at second.
Yeah,
you're
here's
correct.
Sanford.
Sanford. He'll take that. It's going to be 1-1. Sanford looking to try and keep things going here with Thomas on second. This is a 5-run half inning for the Lexington Legends. The 1-1 delivery from Peden. Sanford shows bunt, but he's going to pull back. That'll make it 2-1. 2-1 here for Peden, the New York Mets 13th round draft pick from University High School in Orlando, Florida.
And they look back at second there, and it looked like Peden scared Toro Thomas enough to make him run back to the bag. Sanford stepped out.
Must have, and it's always good to note that you're, as you said earlier, that you're thinking about him. But the last time we said something like that, the runner went from first all the way to third, and I believe eventually scored.
Absolutely.
The count's 2-1. The delivery from Peden down low. It's going to be 3-1 here for Darian Sanford. 13 RBIs in the year, looking to make it 14 here with Thomas on second and really properly blow this game open, I about to say, with a 4-run lead. Or a 3-run lead could be a 4-run lead if he can bring him in.
Yeah, you know, and Nate Peden replaced Josh Martin, but really it didn't matter. They changed pitchers, but the Legends didn't change. They kept their bats hot.
No, absolutely, and that's such an important statement to make if you're the Lexington Legends. Bring in a new pitcher, we don't care, and there it is for Sanford. He's going to drive it to Becker, and Thomas will advance to third with Sanford on first, and the Legends now have runners on the corners for Teodoro Martinez.
Yeah, and Teo Martinez, you know what? His bat's been hot lately. He's been hitting a lot of line drives, and this is especially sweet for Teo. You know why? He was a genome. So he's saying, okay, you cut me, now I'm going to rub it in. If he gets an RBI here, he'll do just that because he'll extend that lead out even further for the Legends.
Definitely the revenge opportunity Martinez could be looking for here. Batting .217 on the year, 28 RBIs, could be 29 or 30 if he can leave the yard right here against Nate Peden. The first pitch is taken, and it's going to be a stolen base there. You take a look on your the instant replay, ball taken, thrown to second, couldn't get the tag down in time to simply beat the throw, got the jump right. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I think Sanford added another stolen base to his already league career record stolen base count.
And just a nice jump there all around. Now the Legends have 2 runners in scoring position. Here's the 0-1, and that'll be outside.
Yeah, Teo Martinez, his sweet spot is inside fastball. He hits those really well. He also hits them when they're right out over the plate. Sometimes hits a changeup really well.
And as I mentioned a bit in the first game, what it really comes down to is just the ability to put a bat on the ball. And especially in a game like this, it's 6-3. You're hitting people around. You've just got to put a bat in the ball and keep it going for the next guy. And that ball is going to be fouled away. 1-2 here with 1 out.
Yeah, that ball went to Souvenirville.
Yeah.
Ashley Grigsby.
Souvenirville.
It's been washed, too.
1-2 here.
Yeah, Thomas at third, Sanford at second.
1-2 here for Teodoro Martinez. And he's going to smack that to center field. Becker's going to let it drop. Thomas is going to come around and score. And this game is now 7-3. And you talk about Teo Martinez's revenge opportunity. I think he just got it.
Yeah, that was that pitch right over the plate that he likes. I don't know if Luke Becker let it drop. I think that ball just had room to drop in front of Becker before he could snatch it up. And now they've got runners on the corners again after Teo gets that RBI single on his former team, right? And now Courtney Hawkins really could make him pay if Nate Peden decides he's going to pitch to him.
Well, and Becker probably made a wise decision to let that drop. If that one gets by you, the Genomes just end up in trouble. It's better for it to be 7-3 than something along the lines of 8-3 or 9-3. That ball looked like a half swing there by Courtney Hawkins, and that still, if it were fair, would have left the yard. But instead it's going to be a foul ball, an 0-1. Just check swing that about 330 feet.
Yeah, when you got a guy that has a check swing that sends a ball 330 feet, that's a good thing to put on the roster.
Could you imagine if he tied up the home run record with a check swing? Another aggressive swing there on the breaking ball, 82 miles an hour from Nate Peden, and Hawkins will find himself behind 0-2 here. On an 0-2 pitch, you never expect to get a strike, but at the same time, you got to be thinking Hawkins might be expecting that. Been walked 10 times now in the last 3 games. The 0-2 swings clean through it, 92 miles an hour, the velocity getting him that time, and he's going to have a strikeout. Nate Peden with his first strikeout of the day, and he's been really pounding the zone. 15 pitches, 10 strikes.
You know what, though? I bet that's the first time in a couple days that Courtney Hawkins has struck out and feels good that happened, because now he knows, hey, at least they're throwing pitches to me that I can swing at.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the fans love that too. Would you rather see a strikeout or a walk?
I'd just rather see him get opportunities.
Absolutely, and an opportunity comes with a strikeout because that means that there are balls to be swung at. Isaiah Tejeda steps in the box here, 276 hitter. Tejeda 2 for 2 in the night, as that pitch is going to be called a strike by the home plate umpire, Lance White.
And this is dangerous territory for Nate Peden. They've got one of the probably hottest hitters on the team right now, Isaiah Tejeda. He hit a single to center and a double to center tonight already in this game.
And so if you're Luke Becker, where are you positioning yourself with the last 2 balls going straight to center field? And that ball up in the right center field near the Pepsi party deck, and all Rosario can do is watch it go. Isaiah Tejeda with the ball right down the middle hits a 3-run shot to officially blow this game wide open for the Lexington Legends. That's his 28th home run of the year.
Yeah, you said it. Home run number 28 for Isaiah Tejeda. You know, we look at those statistics earlier in the game before the first game started, Josh, and we were talking about in that offensive category, it's all Courtney Hawkins, but in second in all those categories, Isaiah Tejeda, and he proves why right there. Home run number 28, RBIs number 87, 88, and 89, and now the Legends very comfortably ahead 10-3.
Absolutely. He just got a hold of that one and blasted it away. Just off into the darkness, into the abyss behind the Pepsi party deck.
Yeah, and actually went onto the basketball court out there where the players play. So a base clearing hit there by Tejeda, and it's 10-3.
Well, and if you're Nate Peden here, it's 10-3, 9 spot for the Lexington Legends. But on the bright side, you're out of a jam. The bases are clear now.
22-52. Yes.
But nonetheless, it's 0-2 here for Nate Peden. James Nelson. Believe I had the count wrong there. But James Nelson still nonetheless at bat. The delivery from Peden outside. And the word is that the count is 1-2. Nelson 0 for 1 in the night, but 6 home runs on the year, swings through that pitch, and that's going to end the inning. I believe Peden might have fallen over on that delivery there, but he gets up and appears to be okay, giving a Lance White a nod there, letting him know that he's fine. And that's going to end, and that's going to be the middle of the third here. Wild Health Genomes 3, Lexington Legends 10. That's a 9-run half inning for the Lexington Legends. I'm Josh Smith alongside Steve Tressler. You're watching Lexington Legends and Wild Health Genomes baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to Wild Health Genomes Baseball here at Wild Health Field on YouTube. I'm Josh Smith, alongside me Steve Tressler, and if you're just joining us, you just missed a 9-run half inning by the Lexington Legends, their second biggest scoring half inning of the year. Jeff Thompson on the bump for the Lexington Legends. His first delivery is going to be taken low for a ball. And if you have to ask where did those 9 runs came from, the simple answer is the entire Lexington Legends lineup did that. Just batting around Josh Martin, the starting pitcher for the Wild Health Genomes, and Nate Peden, the guy who came in right after him. And it was capped off by an Isaiah Tejeda 3-run home run to blow it open to 10-3 over the Pepsi party deck and into the abyss of the night. It's 1-1 here for Luke Becker, the 308 batting average hitter for the Wild Health Genomes, leads the Genomes in batting average and is often regarded as one of their best hitters. He's going to take that one upstairs from Thompson. Thompson giving up around 8 runs a game, throwing 66.1 innings in 23 games, but striking out nearly 8 or 9 batters a game. The 2-1, he kicks and deals. And that ball will be driven in the right field. Martinez is going to be able to field it, but not before he finds himself on first base. And a nice cut there to get it going from Luke Becker for the Wild Health Genomes. If they're going to be cutting away at that 10-3 lead, this is the way to do it. And stepping into the box now, Chris Shaw. You want to talk about a 1-2 punch, Steve, that the Genomes have to offer, or look no further.
You got that right. Becker and Shaw. You throw Paredes in the mix too. That's a serious 1-2 and 1-2-3 punch.
And the Genomes have had a lot to offer here on offense pretty much all year. That's how they've won a lot of their games, not necessarily with defense.
Good pitching too.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Stolen base for Luke Becker, and that is something he's done really well this year as well. Becker on the base paths has made himself known all season long, and you can add another one to his total for the year as well. It doesn't get caught a lot.
Absolutely. He just looks so comfortable on the base pass. Got a really nice and comfortable jump right there.
Yeah, on the season, Becker now that's stolen base number 13.
And the 2-1 from Jeff Thompson, taken inside by Chris Shaw. Shaw's 0 for 1 on the day. 17 home runs, 852 OPS, and a 262 batting average here for the Wild Health Genomes. Got a runner in scoring position. Genomes looking to whittle away at a 7-run deficit that happened all in 1 inning.
That pitch was low. Ball 3. 3-1 to count. 3 balls, 1 strike here to Chris Shaw. Shaw at first base this game. Last game, the first game of the doubleheader, he was in left field. 17 home runs, 70 RBIs for the Boston College superstar. And the left-hander readies himself as Thompson from the stretch checks his runner, kicks and fires, and that is strike 2. Boy, they're gonna get Shaw fired up because when he earlier in the season got called out on strikes, he was so livid with one of the home plate umpires that he had a shouting match with him and eventually got thrown out. So if that happens again here, he already got called out on strikes where he didn't think it was the case. If it happens this time, I bet he's going to really be upset. And he hits this one foul. And Shaw, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything good or bad about Shaw. I'm not saying that, he was a hothead for going off. As far as I know, that pitch he got called out on was not a good pitch. And it would be upsetting to anybody. I'm just saying that I know that he's already a little frustrated with one of the calls he got tonight, and hopefully we don't send him over the edge here and really upset him. I want him to stay in this game, and I definitely want to see his final game of the season tomorrow as Thompson has a 3-2 count here. Nobody out. Becker at second, and he's rang up. And then Shaw says something to the umpire as he walks away, not happy.
Yeah, but at the same time, you got to think for your team. When you're a player like Chris Shaw, you're as good as you are. You make as much of a contribution to your team as you do. You cannot find yourself or put yourself in a position to be getting thrown out of a baseball game, especially when you're going to be responsible for the comeback. Should the Genomes be able to pull it off, you are undeniably going to play a role. You have to think for your team right there. So it's definitely wiser just to nod the head, walk back to the dugout.
Always better to keep your mouth shut and just move on.
You will get rung up by these umpires, especially in the pro leagues. And that one going to be taken upstairs by Samir Dueñez. Dueñez batting .252, 8 home runs, 35 RBIs, 0 for 1 on the day. Thompson accepts the sign. Checks on the runner at second. Becker kicks and deals. And that one coming back up towards the net. It'll be a foul ball, and the count even at 1-1.
One ball, one strike to Dueñez. Becker, big lead off at second. Manuel Geraldo. Hey, thank you. Pretzels in the house. Love it. Our concessions people are treating us, I would say like family, but they're treating us like royalty tonight. For a fat kid, this is a dream come true. I'm talking for you, Josh. I'm skinny. There you go.
Wow.
Big day. All right, you go ahead and eat your cookie that you just got. I'll call the game, let you get a break here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Samir Dueñez at the plate. Here's Thompson's pitch. And that one, a chopper right into the Legends dugout. Hey, nice catch over there. Not sure if that was P.J. Phillips or not, but P.J. Phillips, a former pro ball player himself, he's got skills, so it could have been. We did have Brandon Phillips in the house tonight. That was awesome to see Brandon, and man, I hope something is done and Brandon Phillips gets signed on for another year here in Lexington, because I got to tell you, I'm a huge fan. Everybody in Lexington loves Brandon Phillips, and the farther you go north of Lexington, the bigger the love gets. And that one, ripped by Dueñez, right field into the corner. It bounces off the wall. Becker is going to score easily from second. And Samir slides in for a double, and now a 10-4 score with 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Dueñez RBI single.
And you have to wonder, is it time for the comeback? Are the Genomes ready to get it going here? I mean, that's a beautiful start to the comeback. If so, only 1 out here. The 76-mile-an-hour breaking ball just got a hold of it, ripped it, got a run to score. Very nice speed of hitting there by Dueñez. As Olmo Rosario steps into the box now. Thompson, his 51st pitch, taken for a ball. He's thrown 29 strikes, 31 balls, split pretty evenly. You'd have to wonder. Deals again on the 1-0 outside.
Yeah, Rosario grounded out to first. His first time up, 2-0 count here with 1 out. It'd be nice to see him smack in a run for RBI number 5 on the season.
And there's a ball over to the shortstop, Geraldo. He's going to field it, throw it to first. Rosario won't even try. Marshall completes it, and that's going to be the 2nd out of the half inning.
Yeah, Dueñez stayed right at second. Nowhere for him to go.
And there's no point in trying to run like that. I mentioned in the first game, you want to be aggressive. You don't want to be stupid. And taking off right there would be what some baseball fans and managers alike would be considered to be stupid. But he was smart, stayed on second, kept it there.
Yeah, just smart base running. And a good job by the shortstop, Geraldo, to keep him on there, just looking at him and checking him off.
Absolutely. As there's a ball that's going to get by Geraldo, going to be fielded by Sanford. Dueñez comes for home. Runner goes to second from Rosario. Dueñez will score. Rosario with the RBI double, making this game 10-5, and is going to be ruled by official scorekeeper Hugh Davis as an RBI double.
So actually that was Clayton Melbauer. And Melbauer able to single up the middle there, bring in the runner from second base. And really, I thought we were going to have a play at the plate there as Dueñez came in, but Jeff Thompson cut that ball off. And you saying it was Rosario, that's my fault. I slid him the wrong piece of paper. So don't blame him for anything he says wrong. Blame me, and anything he says right, give him credit for. So my fault on that. But, yeah, great job there by Melbauer. He ended up at second base kind of the same way that Dueñez did, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just found the gap there in the infield. Geraldo couldn't quite get to it, and it ends up out in the outfield. Run scores. Now it's 10-5. 2 outs here for Jeff Thompson. His 55th pitch taken for a ball outside and low. And Chase Vallow at the plate now. He's had a home run or two today. Could you imagine, has it ever happened where a Legends or Genomes player has hit 3 home runs in the same day? Has that happened?
If 2 players, one from each team, hit 3 in the same day this year?
Well, one player hitting 3 home runs.
Yeah, we've had a player hit 3 home runs in one day. As a matter of fact, Tejeda had 10 RBIs and 2 home runs the other day.
Wow. Well, and you talk about Tejeda being on such a hot streak. I mean, the proof is in the pudding right there. But nonetheless, 1 for 1 with that home run. And that ball elevated, but elevated a little too high. Shortstop Geraldo backing up on it, and he's going to make the catch, and that's going to be the end of the 3rd inning. Genomes put up 2, cut the lead down to 5, but nonetheless, there's going to be more work to do here in the top of the 4th. I'm Josh Smith, alongside me, Steve Tressler. This is Genomes Baseball on YouTube. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler with Josh Smith. And now, as we begin the top of the 4th inning, Legends doubled up on the Genomes 10-5 here. Montrell Marshall at the plate. Marshall tonight, first time up, struck out. First time up, walked. Second time up was hit by a pitch. That pitch outside. And the count 1-1. I believe is it 2-0 or 1-1? 1 ball, 1 strike. And that pitch outside, 2-1. Nate Peden on the mound, 5.95 ERA and 24 pitches so far tonight. 16 strikes and 2-1 to Marshall. That one in there, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Marshall had 1 hit in the last game on 4 at-bats, struck out 3 times.
Two. And now the count full, 3-2 to Montrell, 241 average, 18 home runs, 65 RBIs. That last pitch by Nate Peden, 92 miles an hour, just outside the strike zone. Here's the payoff. Inside, ball 4, Montrell on base. So the leadoff runner on for the Legends in a game that started at 7:54. We're now an hour and a half into it, and we're in the 4th inning here. So not a bad pace for this second game of our doubleheader.
Well, and something to note, Peden has thrown 26 pitches, and of those, 27 pitches, and of those 17 strikes. But before that, it was 21 pitches and 15 strikes. So really, he's been trying to pound the zone for most of his outing here so far, but just couldn't get it right there and had to walk.
Jesus Tavares at the plate, 1-0 the count. Runner on first, nobody out, top of the 4th. And that pitch outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Tavares.
Look at that lead over there by Marshall, something to kind of keep your eye on with our picture-in-picture pickoff box. A nice little addition made to our broadcast by the Verge crew.
Yeah, Judith Drake, Adam Marson, always doing a good job. Outside, 3-0. Three balls, no strikes. Marshall at first. Here's a 3-0 and a 4-pitch walk to Jesus Tavares. So 2 on, nobody out here, top of the 4th. And Darlene Murillo de Jesus. Well, Jesus Tavares on base. And you've got to be thinking, ¿Qué pasó aquí? Right? Throw him strikes already.
Well, and Peden's been, like I said, has been really pounding that strike zone until just now. That's his 2nd walk of the half inning, something that's been pretty uncharacteristic compared to the last half inning. When he was throwing strikes and letting the Legends hit, I wonder if he's not as willing to go into the strike zone after getting hit around there in the last half inning.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, venimos. 2 on, nobody out. Manuel Geraldo at the plate. First pitch to Geraldo, strike 1. Yep, called strike. 2 on, nobody out, top of the 4th. I'll try. 6 homers, 43 RBIs for Manuel. And that pitch outside, ball 1. 1-1 the count. Manuel Geraldo been playing some great baseball lately. He's a tough out. He's a switch hitter, Josh, so he's from the left side tonight, facing Nate Peden. Peden's last pitch, 90 miles an hour. 2 on, nobody out. 1 ball, 1 strike. This one chopped foul, 1-2.
And you notice, speaking of 1-2, he's 1-for-2 on the day, already coming across the plate once for the Lexington Legends, being a part of that 9-run half inning there that they had in the top of the 3rd. And in a big spot here, runner on first, runner on second, nobody out, looking to try and get another hit off of Peden and add on to the lead.
Absolutely. Everybody contributed for a 9-run inning. You know, you go through the order, and now he'll step out there. Too much time being taken by Peden as he was looking for the signs. And it's going to be 1-2. Still nobody out. Beautiful night here at Wild Hill Field, Lexington, Kentucky. This is the eve of the last game of the season as the season for the Genomes and Legends is winding down. Swing and a miss there, and now that is the first out. Geraldo goes down, swinging, 1 out.
And Peden needed that. right there. You give up 2 walks. You've been attacking the zone, but when you were getting hit around. So to get a strikeout like that is not only good in terms of just recording an out, but also that's going to be nice for, you think, a confidence booster. And now you're able to try and come in here and get your next out.
So 1 out, 2 on. And here's Toro Thomas, the catcher. First pitch to Thomas, swing and a miss, strike 1.
And that was a big swing. Went all the way around right there. Toro Thomas wants to add on to this 10-5 lead.
Peden looks in for the sign. Marshall with a big lead. Now Peden from the stretch, kicks and fires right down the middle, strike 2. That pitch there, 91.
And you and I were both talking about Montrell Marshall's big lead, not just at first, but now at second. But he has no stolen bases on the season, and hasn't been caught stealing either. So I wonder if the big lead is just for show.
Well, we'll see. Here's the 0-2. That one high and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Go ahead.
Sorry, that ball must have been out because the home plate umpire Lance White has been giving pitchers that upper part of the zone all night.
Toro Thomas says he's a bullpen catcher, so he hasn't had a lot of playing time, and that may have accounted also for that throw mistake that he made on the stolen base there for the runner. And a strike 3 called to Toro Thomas, and that is out number 2 as Thomas watches a 91-mile-an-hour fastball go by. And you said the first out was a big one. Well, this is an even bigger one here. Out number 2 with 2 on, and now 2 outs.
Absolutely, and I mentioned the confidence that a big out in the big spot can generate. And take a look now. You've got that confidence from your first strikeout, and it's contagious. And now you've got a second strikeout here, eliminating any possibility of a sacrifice fly.
Darian Sanford steps in. First pitch here, he pops it up. Little chop swing at the ball. It may or may not be playable. And what a play over there for the catch. You give it up to Chase Velo as he makes an outstanding play to end the inning. Watch the replay here. Velo wasn't sure if it was going to be there or not. And against the net. No, it bounced off. So that's not an out. And that's what P.J. Phillips is out there saying. He made a good play on it, but it's not an out. It bounced off the net.
And he's hot, and we talk about bouncing off the net. You'll notice right here on the replay with the slow-mo, it goes off the net, bounces off back into his glove. That's using the net for assistance, and technically shouldn't count as an out.
No.
We'll see what the three,
I'm gonna stop you there.
Umpires will say. Go ahead.
I'm going to stop you there. No, it's not an out. The net can't be used for assistance on a play.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so it shouldn't be an out.
Right. So the umpires are going to talk about P.J. Phillips is going to have these umpires bouncing off the net if they come back and say it's an out. That whole Legends dugout's going to bounce them off the net. They better come back with the right call, because that's also, not only is that what you're supposed to, and now they're saying out. You got to be kidding me, guys. Play it. Yeah, play the replay on the board.
And you watch
and
again.
Here's the replay. Watch. Here it goes. Let's see. Yeah, he's got him to look. Bounces off the net into the glove.
Very clear assistance, and P.J. Phillips is red hot.
And he's pleading his case. You got to be kidding me. These officials are not listening to him. You got to be kidding me, guys. Come make the right call. It doesn't matter who's right. It matters what's right, and the call needs to be right here. And he's telling them, oh, you got nothing to play for, no playoffs, whatever. Unbelievable. So, you know what, P.J. Phillips, I agree with you on there. You know, if it would have been the Genomes that were arguing the call, I'd have been on their side too, because what's right is right. It doesn't matter if you're a fan of the Genomes or the Legends. Get the call right. That's what's important. That protects the integrity of the game. Well, that's it, though, for this inning. Top of the fourth is over. We're headed to the bottom of the fourth. Legends 10, Genomes 5. We'll be back right after this with more baseball on the Lexington Legends Baseball Network. Welcome back to Wild Health Field in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler, joined by Josh Smith. And game 2 here, and here's Nate Peden, the pitcher, at the plate. And the first pitch to him is outside, ball 1. New pitcher on the bump there for the Legends, Edison Surreal, the left-hander. And he's pitching to Nate Peden, the batter for the Genomes, but also the pitcher, swing and a miss. I want to thank all of you for joining us tonight and watching Genomes and Legends baseball, no matter where you are. That pitch outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. No matter where you are, if you're here in the United States, if you're in Central America, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Cuba, wherever you are, thank you for tuning in and watching baseball. That one fouled by Peden out into the stands, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And also want to thank everybody that's a game day staff here for the Lexington Legends and the Wild Health Genomes all season long. You know, they took on having 2 teams here and not just one. And to say the least, I think for most of the staff and especially the full-timers, it has been an up at dawn, pride-swallowing siege that we will probably never fully learn about. And we want to thank them for all their hard work. And we promise not to jump to any axiomatic conclusions over whether or not it was hard or not, right?
Absolutely. And the diligence of this crew has been unmatched.
And this one hit by Peden into right field for a base hit. So I think Edison Surreal caught off guard there as Peden on a 3-2 pitch hits a line drive into right field, and he's on base to lead off the inning for the Genome. So he's really helping his own cause here, isn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, you want to talk about building your own run support. That's how you can do it. And for Edison Surreal, this isn't something that you would expect to give up a hit to the pitcher. A 3.45 ERA, giving up 7 hits a game and striking out 11 per the 9 innings. So Peden, just a nice piece of hitting right there, beating the pitcher at his own game.
And Jeff Thompson, you can close the book on him, 5 runs, 7 hits. As Edison Surreal steps in here. And first batter he faced gave up a hit to him. And now Joe Henry Herrera stepping into the plate and the batter's box. And, you know, he's facing back-to-back players here for the Genomes that are normally pitchers. So surprising that Peden smacked that one in there for a base hit. If Herrera does it, I'll really be shocked. And that pitch in there, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And baseball is often a game, you think about the unwritten rules, the unwritten laws, all these superstitions. You wouldn't want to give up another hit to a pitcher.
And swing and a miss here by Herrera. And, you know, that's another thing, Josh, when it comes to all that stuff, that's all, you know, just BS as far as I'm concerned because, you know, there is unwritten rules, but nobody knows them all. So if you don't know all the rules, then why are we even, you know, why do players even care? You know, it's like when you flip your bat, right? Have fun, I say, but, you know, there's the unwritten rule. You do that, you get hit with a pitch next time up. And this one fouled out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. One ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bottom of the 4th. And swing and a miss by Herrera, and now 1 out. And Peden still at first. And now the top of the order should be coming up here as Herrera is out number 1.
Herrera just got absolutely fooled right there. That ball was down in the dirt, just broke away from him. He got it, even if it did, he got out in front. Just a nice piece of pitching right there by Surreal.
And now the best hitter on the team as far as average is stepping into the plate, 317 average. And, you know, we were talking about Gavin Johns, and I was telling you the story, and you said, why is his character, you know, why do you like his character so much? Sure. And here's the reason. Like I told you, I'm Catholic. I always wear a crucifix. I got it on tonight as usual. And as soon as he sees me, I've never met him before. And the first, I said, hey, Gavin Johns, great game tonight. First thing out of his mouth was, hey, man, thanks. Oh, I see. You're a believer too. He's like, that's awesome. And I find it hard to cheer against anybody who has a strong faith in God. You know, I don't care what your faith is, but, you know, if you can be Muslim, you can be Jewish, but typically people with strong faith and higher power, you know, are usually at their core good people. You always have people that are radical to one way or the other, but I just thought that was pretty special of him immediately to start talking that way. And, I feel like right away we've got a strong kinship just for that reason. So that is the story on him, and just a special young man. I think he's not reached anywhere near his ceiling yet in potential as he hits this one into left field for a base hit. And good to see that as well, because tonight he was 0 for 2. Now he's 1 for 3.
And just a nice cut right there.
Yeah, great swing.
I mean, the infield gap. I mean, you talk about some of these players that are ready to go to the MLB level talent, right?
He's one of them.
Yeah, would you say Gavin Johns is one of them? I
Yeah.
mean, he looks so comfortable in the box, poised, upright, not slouching, and not intimidated by any sort of the 90-mile-an-hour velocity that Serial brings on that single right there, 89 miles an hour heading into the bat.
Yeah, and, a 317 batting average, that leads this whole team. His family, the Johns family, lives in Foxborough and those areas up in Massachusetts. The Wilson family, his mother's side, I'm assuming, that they're all in Temecula, California, and they own the Wilson Creek Winery, which is in Southern California as well. And so great to have him on the team here, and he's really played great baseball. Him and the guy that played right here, Luke Becker. 1 ball, 1 strike to Becker, 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the 4th. I'm Steve Tressler with Josh Smith, and Josh is a senior at Lafayette High School, and he has a wonderful girlfriend who's already away in college, and it's Saturday night, and she's tuned into your baseball game, right?
She is, and she's studying for her midterm exams right now.
All right, well, good luck, Emily Howard at Morehead State, and professors, if you do not give her A's, then you're the problem. This one fouled off. Luke Becker now, 1 ball, 2 strikes, and on the evening in this game, he's really played well, hasn't he, Josh? He's 2 for 2.
He absolutely has, and it's so easy to get complacent when you think about a baseball game. It was 10-3, 10-5, but if Luke Becker hits a home run right here, brings in some RBIs, they're just going to get closer and closer to tying the game. The Legends cannot get complacent.
Yeah, and he hit the first home run of the game, kind of what I was referring to there. He hits that one, and they get 1 out there. So that fielder's choice, they get Gavin Johns at second. Nate Peden makes his way to third. Becker reaches on the fielder's choice at first, and kind of just motioning that he started the scoring tonight, right? That home run, and so 2 for 2 with the home run, and now the fielder's choice, it'll actually make him 2 for 3. Chris Shaw has had a rough series so far, and hopefully that'll get straightened out right here, because Chris can definitely hit for power, and I've seen that. 2 plate appearances tonight, 2 strikeouts. And that pitch outside, ball 1. And I'll tell you what, if they call him out on strikes here on a pitch he doesn't like, I think he's going to lose it.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. First time, I could tell he swallowed his tongue. Second time, he had something to say, but just kind of very slyly. And I think if they ring him up on something silly, he's going to get upset, and I don't blame him. Runner goes. Ball gets away from the catcher. Runner's going to score here as Peden comes in on the wild pitch and scores. And Gavin Johns, who is not in the game, he's actually out. The runner at first there goes to second, and I believe, was that Becker? Yeah.
And something to keep in mind, I was mentioning avoiding complacency. If you're the Legends, the Genomes have scored in every inning of baseball thus far. Even though they're losing, they've got a consistent offensive strike.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Genomes have had their number this year. And this one ripped to second by Shaw, but he hits it directly to Tavares, who was waiting on it, and that'll end the inning. So Genomes leave 2 stranded, and that's the end of the 4th. Yeah, I think that's the end of the inning, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, that'll end the 4th, and we are headed to the 5th, folks. This is Genomes Baseball and Lexington Legends Baseball from Wild Hill Field. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to Wild Health Field in Lexington, Kentucky. Genomes trailing 10-6 as we begin the top of the fifth. Legends at bat, Teo Martinez. And the first pitch from Peden in there for strike one to Martinez. Martinez tonight, 1 for 3. Has played good baseball in the field, at the plate.
He's been responsible for some RBIs on that 10-6 score.
And hits this one straight away center, and right there to make the catch is Luke Becker for out number 1. So he'll end up 1 for 4 up to this point. And now Courtney Hawkins coming up to the plate. He has scored 2 runs tonight. He's been walked twice. Both times he scored. Struck out the only other time.
And we were talking, sorry to cut you off, but we were talking about that strikeout right there. I wonder now if he's going to get an opportunity.
That pitch outside, ball 1. Yeah, I think he was just happy that they were throwing to him, so he had the opportunity.
Absolutely. And I said last game, never say never.
And this one outside, not even close, 2-0.
No, but and throw a strike, says.
That's got to be his agent down there.
Yeah. says somebody down there.
Who is it?
3 balls, no strikes. As Hawkins, who is 1 home run away from tying the Atlantic League record for home runs in a season, swings and misses this pitch, which was also outside. And I think he knew it, but he was just frustrated and wanted to at least take a stab at it.
Well, and you know, if I was check swinging balls 330 feet, why not? I mean, I don't blame him at all for swinging at that.
3-1. Swing and a miss there. 3-2 that pitch. Fastball at 91 upstairs. Tejeda in the on-deck circle.
We saw Tejeda leave the yard last time he was up with that 3-run shot to blow it open 10-3.
And that one outside, ball 4. So Courtney walks for the 3rd time tonight and the 7th time this afternoon. And now Isaiah Tejeda, who was 3 for 3 tonight with 4 RBIs and has also scored 2 runs. He's responsible for 6 of those 10 runs there you see on the board for the Legends. He comes up to the plate with 1 on and 1 out. I'm sorry, this is actually going to be Edison Surreal, as Tejeda, the DH, is out of the game because they have changed their pitchers out before the 5th inning. So the DH, who was Tejeda and was 3 for 3 tonight, is not in the game. So Surreal is going to bat the pitcher.
And
TK Kuntz will be the pinch runner as they are exchanging, bringing Courtney Hawkins in.
And going back to that complacency, that's a point that I really want to hit on. 3 for 3, now you lose him in the game because of the pitching change. Could that come back to haunt the Legends if the Genomes are going to continue their consistent offensive strikes, scoring 4 innings in a row?
It better not with a 4-run lead right now. And the bunt there, attempt by Edison Surreal, fouled off, strike 1. I mean, if you've got a 4-run lead and you turn it over to your bullpen, there's no reason you lose that game. So I don't think the mistake is going to be laid at the feet of the fact you had to pull that designated hitter. I think it lays with the bullpen there.
Absolutely. That's a really good point. I mean, it doesn't just come down to one person.
There goes TK Kuntz on that pitch, and he's going to be called out down at second base, tagged by Gavin Johns using that Wilson glove.
And you see here in your pickoff box in your lower left corner, just not the jump that you were looking for. Beat by a country mile. Just had to lay down the tag there for Gavin Johns. Business as usual. 2 outs.
Yep. And TK not one to get tossed out, stealing bases typically. In this pitch, outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike. 2 outs here. And looked like he was going to swing there, but held back. 3-1 the count.
And that's great discipline. there at the plate by Suriel. I mean, it's a pitcher laying off of a pitch that literally broke 12-6.
And outside, and Surreal, after fouling off the first pitch with a bunt, gets 4 straight pitches and now on base. And if you're the pitcher right now, you got to be frustrated. And Nate Peden obviously is. He walks off the mound, almost walks all the way to second base as he was upset that he walked the guy that he thought for sure he would get out.
And that's his 52nd pitch right there that he's thrown. We're here in the top of the 5th inning, 2 outs. So you really can't let that get to your head. You just kind of got to reset and head on to the next batter. You strike out, ground out, pop out, any sort of out here, and that walk doesn't even matter. You can't let that stick.
First pitch here outside, ball 1 to the third baseman, James Nelson. I'm not sure what they're doing down there. Saying, did he go around? And, well, not even close. I don't know why you needed to check that one. Thanks for joining us. If you are just joining us, a big 9-run inning for the Legends in the top of the third, and that's where all those runs came for the Lexington Legends. They scored 1 in the first, 9 in the third to give them their 10 runs. Genomes more consistent, like Josh told you. They scored 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and here we are now in the top of the 5th. Legends with 1 on, 2 outs, and a 1-1 count to the third baseman, James Nelson. Swing and a miss there, 1-2.
And part of the benefit of having such a consistent offensive approach of the Genomes, the only way that you can capitalize on that is if you're also not giving up runs. If you're scoring 2 runs an inning but giving up 2 runs an inning, it really doesn't matter how often you're scoring. The Genomes need to limit runs right here.
No balls, 2, or James Nelson 0 for 2 tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes to him here. And he hits this one hard. It's headed towards the gap and running over and trying to make the diving catch, but not able to get there. And the runner is going to come all the way around to score. And Nelson ends up at third base. And a big play there as the Legends are able to tack on another run here and go from a 10-6 lead to an 11-6 lead. And you can't fault Luke Becker on the effort as we watch this replay here. Nelson's hit. And watch the effort by Becker as he lays out for it. It actually hits his glove and then goes to the wall. And then Rosario gets it, throws it in. By that point, though, the runner had already come around to score. And that was all that they needed. And ending up at third base there is Nelson, as Surreal was able to get all the way around and score.
And like you said, you can't fault the effort by Becker right there. He laid out for that and committed that ball. It just ended off the edge of his glove.
And Montrell Marshall here, first pitch, swung on, fouled, strike 1. Absolutely not. You're right, Josh. And so they extend their lead out to 11-6 now, back to 5 runs. Top of the 5th inning, Montrell Marshall at the plate. Marshall at first this game started the game there after playing the whole game 1 at third base. Only the second time this year I've seen Marshall at first, but it's a good fit for him. He looks natural at first. No balls, 2 strikes to Montrell. That pitch outside, 1-2. TK Kuntz got caught stealing earlier in the inning, but then the pitcher, Surreal, got on base on a walk and was driven in by Nelson on that last play. Swing and a miss by Marshall, and he strikes out. That will end the top of the 5th, but the Legends do score another run here to extend that lead out on 1 run on 1 hit, and now we're headed to the bottom of the 5th. Legends 11, Genome 6. We'll be back with more baseball from Wild Health Field in Lexington, Kentucky right after this. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll see you in just a second. First pitch here, bottom of the 5th inning. And I believe, is that still Edison Surreal out there? Yeah, it looks like that's still Edison Surreal out there on the bump. Genomes up to bat here, bottom of the 5th. Legends wearing the pink jerseys tonight, Breast Cancer Awareness Night. And, of course, I am wearing my pink jersey as well, the Genomes colors typically. But tonight we are wearing them in honor of and in awareness for Breast Cancer Awareness Day. Samir Dueña is the batter. That pitch there misses. It's 3 balls and no strikes.
And something to note here for the Legends, the pinch runner TK Kuntz now is in the game in left field.
Before the 6th, you want to do the live shot in the middle of the inning? Yeah. After this one's over. This one.
3-0 here. And Dueña is backing out of the box right as the pitch was coming across, and that's going to be a walk for Edison Surreal.
Yeah, 4-pitch walk there, and not how you want to start off the bottom of the 5th here. Legends with a 5-run lead. Scrappy is acting as the first base coach there for the Legends, or for the Genomes. The first base coach for the Legends is actually Pete Jorgen. And now, 1 on, nobody out. And that pitch there, fouled off strike 1.
When you mentioned Scrappy, she's just been everywhere today, hasn't she? She's had, what, 5?
Rosario's batting.
She's had 5 plate appearances on the day, I believe. Now she's coaching first.
Well, 6, I think, yeah.
5 or 6 plate appearances, coaching first, was in the dugout. I think she was even the 3rd at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
Rosario batting, no balls, 1 strike, 300 batting average. And that one there, in for another strike, strike 2.
Do it at the end of the inning. Okay.
No balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first, bottom of the 5th. That pitch outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now, I do want to tell the viewers here, this is Breast Cancer Awareness Night, and after this inning, during the break between the end of the 5th and the beginning of the 6th, we're going to do a live shot with me and Josh Smith here. There's the pitch outside, 2-2. And Josh is going to say hello on camera to Emily Howard, who's studying for exams, right?
Yes, and watching the broadcast.
Yeah, so Emily, this is your chance. So I know you're studying, but when we do that live shot between the innings, you got to make sure you watch because you'll get to see, hubby's little face here.
And as that one goes off of Rosario's foot there, you have to appreciate being able to go from college trigonometry to your boyfriend on the broadcast, back to college trigonometry, and then college history. Don't know how she does it.
That's exciting stuff right there.
Very exciting.
2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner at first for Rosario. Swing and a miss. And that should be it. Oh, he must have fouled it off just a little bit because the catch not made in the glove, so he gets another chance there. Fouled it just enough to stay alive. 2-2.
And that's the 3rd foul ball of this at-bat. Rosario clearly wanted to put the bat in the ball, but you cannot be swinging at a pitch down low like that.
Yep. Pitch number 7 of the at-bat here. And he'll chop that one foul. So now 8 pitches this at-bat, 5 foul balls, and it's still 2-2.
82 miles an hour there, the delivery from Serial on that breaking ball. Wonder if he's going to go to the heater here or keep it on the off-speed.
And we're almost ready for baseball trivia, so put those thinking caps on, folks. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner at first. And this one outside, and count goes full now to Rosario, 3-2. And pitch number 9 of the at-bat coming up.
Just absolutely battling in there. That's 3 foul balls in a row. Then you take one to make it a full count. An important delivery here by Suriel.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Hi, Hugh. Yeah, I'm going to let you know, buddy. Oh, you got trivia for us. Go for it. What do you got? Here's the 3-2 payoff. And this one fouled off as well, but gets away from the catcher. Rosario hustles down to first, but they throw him out. Marshall makes a catch. Runner at second, one out.
Well, and I honestly wonder why he didn't run for that. It looked like if he had
Well,
taken off, he could have maybe beat it.
I think that he didn't realize it was as far away as it was from the catcher, so he thought he was going to be out pretty easily.
Perception is everything, and it looks a lot different up here in the booth than down there on the field. Clayton Melbauer steps in now, and he's someone, Steve. He's had a heck of a game, hasn't he?
He really has, and he's glad to be in the game, to be honest with you. Just getting some burn here because he sat out that first game and able to step in here and get some playing time. He's pretty solid at third base, really good on the base path. Tonight, though, just 1 for 1 at the plate. But he has made some good defensive plays there. Swung on and missed, strike one.
Absolutely. And something to keep in mind, too, the big boys, the MLB, this is the Atlantic League is an affiliate league of the MLB. Every time you step into the box, you could be having MLB eyes watching you.
Well, you do. You always have them watching.
You do.
They have to. They've got a team of people that watch the broadcast, listen to the broadcast.
And we've had scouts come through Wild Health Field. In fact, I bumped into one just not the other day, if I believe, from the New York Mets.
Yep.
There's always somebody watching and always someone that's looking to give a player the opportunity. Just because you're playing independent ball doesn't mean you can't go hang out in the show. So for a guy like Clayton Melbauer, you have to respect the effort that he's playing with and always trying to take advantage of every, not just plate appearance, but defensive play. And he's really kind of paid off tonight.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Surreal kicks, fires, and that one in the dirt. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Clayton Melbauer. Melbauer tonight, 1 for 1. He scored a run. He's also gotten an RBI. Thomas having a tough time really with these pitches from Surreal's. 4 or 5 pitches have gotten him away from him this inning. So,
and you wonder if that could be just a little bit of a miscommunication.
Chopper right up the middle, and it's going to get in to center field. Runners coming all the way around to score. So Dueña scores on a single by Clayton Melbauer up the middle, and it's 11-7.
And Melbauer took a huge turn there, ending up literally in between first and second base rather than just kind of taking a quick jog. He really wanted to go to 2. If I'm Thomas, I'm thinking about a stolen base right here.
Yeah. Tonight's attendance to witness the titanic struggle between the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes and the Lexington Legend, 3,399. Again, tonight's attendance to witness the titanic struggle between the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes and the Lexington Legends, 3,399 official attendance. And we want to say thank you to all of you who came to watch baseball in the Bluegrass. As Chase Velo steps in, 1 ball, no strikes. Runner at first base, that's Melbauer. 11-7 game here, bottom of the 5th. Game 2 of our doubleheader. That one in there, strike 1.
And might I add, thanks to Melbauer for the Genomes, that's now the 5th inning in a row where they have scored at least 1 offensive run. And with a guy like Chase Vallow at the plate, I have a feeling that could be more.
Both teams with 9 hits tonight. Legends, 11 runs on 9 hits. Genomes, 7 runs, 9 hits. Melbauer goes, and there'll be no throw from Toro Thomas as Melbauer reaches safely. So now runner at second, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
And how aggressive, Steve, would you want to be out here on the base pass? You're down by 4. You're trying to kind of consistently whittle away here at the Legends. Do you send Melbauer to third?
Oh, yeah. He's never been caught stealing. Why not? What do you have to lose there?
Absolutely.
And Thomas is having trouble holding on to the balls down there, so, yeah, I would definitely do that. Swung on and miss by Velo. That's out number 2. And Melbauer at second base with 2 outs. And that'll bring, looks like the pitcher again, Nate Peden.
It is.
And he will step in for the second time. Last time up, he got a hit, got a single to right.
And Suriel has that excellent command over that breaking pitch tonight, getting another strikeout right there on that 82-mile-an-hour breaker.
That pitch missing outside. Ball one, 87-mile-an-hour pitch. Surreal thought he had the outside corner there and stepped off the mound for a minute. Surreal out of the stretch, the left-hander. Inside this time, 2-0.
And for Pete in here, you know, it's the pitcher on pitcher, right? I mean, you're now batting 250. Do you come in here and get conservative, or do you and just kind of wait on your pitch or try and draw a walk, or are you swinging the bat? And based on that cut, it looks like Pete wants to swing the bat. It's going to draw the count to 2-1 here.
Yeah, Peden, 250 batter, 1 for 1 tonight, facing the left-handed Surreal. And swung on and missed there, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And now Edison Surreal just a pitch away from getting out of this inning and moving closer to the first win in 3 games for the Legends.
I think when I watch him swing, I answer my own question. He wants to hit it.
And fouls this one off to stay alive. Still 2-2. All the hits tonight, with the exception of one for the Genomes, have been to the right side of the field. Isn't that interesting? Swung on a miss, and that ends the inning, strike 3, as Peden goes down swinging. But the Genomes do get a run this inning. We're headed to the top of the 6th. Legends 11, Genomes 7. We'll be back with more baseball from Lexington, Kentucky's Wild Hill Field right after this.
Standard.
Welcome back to Wild Hill Field here in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Steve Tressler, Josh Smith. 11-7, Legends have lost 2 in a row. They don't want to lose a 3rd in a row to the Genomes tonight. They've got 11-7 lead. Both teams with 9 hits. The Legends have made a bigger impact with their 9 hits, haven't they?
Absolutely, but it's primarily been in the 3rd inning where they were able to do that. They put up a 9 spot, the second in the season for the most runs in a half inning, just getting in with a big splash and taking control of the game. But it's going to be, I'm curious to see if they're able to hold on to it. The Genomes scoring a run in every inning of play so far. The Legends cannot get complacent and need to be able to continue to build their own run support and make plays on both sides of the ball if they want to hold on to this one.
You know, and there's not too much a manager can do and pull out of his playbook when a team scores 9 runs on you in 1 half inning. Hopefully Mark Minikazi's got those answers. If he doesn't, the Legends are finally going to break this little streak here for the Genomes. We'll be back with more baseball right after this. Nice. First pitch there. Ball 1. This one fouled off. And 1 ball, 1 strike here. And this one on the 1-1, a grounder to third, firing to first is Melbauer to Shaw, out number 1.
And that's just sometimes you get a bat in the ball, things go right, feels kind of good, but you just get unlucky. That ball that time ending right over to Melbauer at third base, and he's able to make the play for the first out.
So 1 out. And Manuel Geraldo coming in. He'll bat from the left side. First pitch here, Geraldo hits it up into the air, and Johns calls for it, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down very quickly for Nate Beaton, and that's the kind of inning you want to see.
Absolutely. You put up a couple of runs, you're working on closing that gap, you're back down to 4 runs, you get in here 1, 2, 3, just a shutout is what you're looking for, so that way your offense can get back in, score more runs, and just draw even closer. As if you're the Genomes and Mark Menikazi, quite honestly, you're running out of time.
And now, with 2 outs, here's the catcher, Toro Thomas. First pitch of Toro in there, strike 1. It's interesting because tonight, Samir Dueñez hasn't had any plays out there in left field, so he's kind of lonely. Shaw's probably glad he's at first. At least he got some action. That pitch outside, 1-1.
And we also talk about Becker. He's had to run up for everything. He hasn't been able to. Normally, when you're in outfield, you're just kind of sitting back on the ball, especially when it's hit up in the air. But Becker's had to do a lot of running tonight.
That pitch there outside, 2-1. Tavares was first up. He grounded out. Then Geraldo popped out to Johns. Now it's up to Toro Thomas to see if the Legends can do anything here. Swing and a miss from Toro Thomas. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Thomas 1 for 3 tonight.
And very bold of Pete to get in there and attack inside with an 89-mile-an-hour heater, making Thomas swing right through it.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3 to Thomas. And Thomas will end the inning with that swing and a miss. He will finish 1 for 4 after that one. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th, folks. 11-7 your score. We'll be back with more Genomes baseball from Lexington right after this. Bottom of the sixth inning here at Wild Hill Field in Lexington. I'm Steve Tressler with Josh Smith, and the Legends lead 11-7. Here's Yeramil Geraldo on the bump for the Legends, and he'll face Joe Henry Herrera, normally a pitcher. Joe Henry batting from the left side, facing Geraldo, who has a 5.6 ERA, and you got some more information on him, don't you, Josh?
I certainly do. He's a right-hander, 26 years old, from the Dominican Republic. This is his 50th appearance here for the Legends, but has thrown 53 innings for them. He's giving up about 8.2 hits per 9 innings, but most notably striking out 13 per 9 innings. So we were talking about, feast or famine. As a pitcher, it's the same thing. So it looks like there's a bit of a mix-up on the signs there.
And he looks visibly upset, Geraldo does. And I do want to say a score from Major League Baseball. And this is for Adam Marson, the technical director. The Brewers beat the Yankees tonight 4-1, so he'll be glad to hear that. And so now they look like they're ready to go here.
So striking out 13 per 9 innings, the Legends are certainly looking to see some of that here, wouldn't you think?
I think so. 1 ball, no strikes to Herrera, as we have just begun. If you're joining us, just begun the bottom of 6th inning. Herrera is the leadoff hitter this inning, and it's 1-0. That pitch inside, 2-0.
Geraldo also has 1 save with the Legends on the year.
Minute and a half to go. Arkansas finally gets the lead from Missouri State. They lead 38-27. Here's the 2-0. Outside, 3-0. Geraldo throws mid-90s with that fastball, so he's got some gas. Not hitting the strike zone right now, though, and that's going to be worrisome if they don't get him going, because you don't want to let the Genomes creep back into this thing.
And you certainly can't. I've been talking about complacency from the Legends since the 4th inning, and I still stand by that. It's the bottom of the 6th, no outs, at 11-7. You have to protect, and that's part of why they brought in Geraldo. The 13 strikeouts per 9 innings, they're hoping to see some of that today.
3 balls, 1 strike. And this one hit hard but foul, and it'll be a full count now. Ole Miss beat Georgia Tech 42-0. The final, Missouri 34-17. Missouri beats Abilene Christian. Penn State destroys Auburn 41-12. That game in Auburn, Alabama.
Well, and talk about a dominant performance by Penn State. I mean, that's a statement win.
Yeah, definitely. Fouled off. Count stays full, 3-2. Alabama wins big. LSU beat Mississippi State 31-16. So a win down there in Baton Rouge for Brian Kelly. And that pitch low and inside, ball 4. So a walk by Geraldo here. 95-mile-an-hour fastball misses inside, and now the leadoff batter is aboard, Josh.
Absolutely. And with no outs, that's not a good sign to see. You come in, first batter, and you're giving up a walk. But at the same time, you don't want to panic right away. You give up 1 runner, but you're still up by 4. If you have a 4-run lead, you need to be able to have some confidence. And not just part of relying on your bullpen is having confidence in your bullpen. So if I'm Geraldo right here, just on to the next batter.
Gavin John steps in, and here is the next batter. John's top of the order, very aggressive hitter. Johns doesn't take a lot of pitches. Matter of fact, I bet he hasn't walked 10 times this year. When he gets up to the plate, he's swinging. If you check his numbers, I bet, you wait and see, I bet he has not walked 10 times, because in 200-plus at-bats, Johns, I don't think I have seen him take 3 pitches. He gets in there and immediately is ready to swing. No balls, 1 strike. Don't forget, it's fireworks night tonight, folks. So after this game concludes, there will be a fireworks show. It's a Genomes home game, so the fireworks are for Genomes fans only. We ask the Legends fans, please don't look up. Just kidding. The fireworks are for all of you. No, it's a Genomes home game, so the Genomes, these are their fireworks. But we'll let the Legends fans watch.
And you were talking about walks there by Gavin Johns. In 58, now 59 games with the Wild Health Genomes, he has only been walked 4 times.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's a swinger, buddy. He gets up there. How many at-bats?
215 at-bats, 234 plate appearances.
Yeah, so 234 plate appearances. He's only walked 4 times. Could he have walked more? I'm sure. If there's one criticism, and there's not any I can think of, but if I had to make up one, it would be to John's stay there. And John's really upset about that pitch there, and I can't blame him. 95 miles an hour in the back.
The back?
Yeah, 95 miles an hour hit him in the back.
Looked like his arm, I thought.
No,
But
he turned his shoulder towards him, it looked like, and hit him right in the back, and that doesn't feel good. He was upset, and I don't blame him. And it was an 0-2 pitch, and it went straight into his back there. So, well, let's look. We'll see a replay here maybe, and we can see where exactly it hit him. But either way, 95 in the shoulder or the back, it doesn't matter. It hurt.
yeah, no, 95 miles an hour. It just there's nothing special you can really say about it other than that hurts.
Looks like me.
Just that hurts. And
Yeah.
so Gavin Johnson's every right to be upset. But going back to him, he's got a 320 batting average. So, yeah, the 4 walks, he could be taking more, but at the same time, he knows what he's doing, apparently, leading the team.
2 on, Becker at the plate, 1-0 count, nobody out. And this one, chopped to second, could have been a double play ball, not able to turn it, and they're just going to get the 1 out at first base. So Becker out on a ground ball to second, and the runners advance, though, so it looked like they might have had 2, but Tavares didn't get the throw to second, or maybe they weren't ready for the throw, and he could only throw it to first to get the first out, and that was on Becker. The 2 runners advanced to second and third, and now Shaw to the plate.
And while that's obviously not a sacrifice, something to keep in mind, you've now got 2 runners in scoring position. So for the circumstances to be right after an out, if I'm Mark Minnikazi, I'm not necessarily upset after that ground out.
Well, 2 on, 1 out. Yeah, they move the runners both into scoring position, so can they do anything with it? That's the big question with 1 out here. And Shaw hits this pitch foul into the Legends dugout.
And if anyone is going to do something about it, it is Chris Shaw. Batting. We talked about him batting 260, but he's brought in 70 RBIs on the year.
This is his 4th trip to the plate tonight. He is 0 for 3 tonight. He struck out twice. That pitch there outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Shaw draws a lot of walks. If you look at his numbers, he has been walked more than anybody else on the Genomes team.
And the only real explanation for that is just discipline at the plate, waiting on your pitch and finding one to hit. Even though he's 0 for 3, he's due for a hit tonight.
Yep, definitely do. 1-1 pitch, fouled off by Shaw. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Genomes are the home team. This is the bottom of the 6th. So a 7-inning game here, so they have 1 more opportunity to try to steal this one from out underneath the Legends, as they've won both games. Friday night, they won by a run, maybe 2, I believe. And then this earlier this afternoon, they won by 2, 8-6. Genomes, though, trailing tonight by 4, swinging and missed by Shaw, and he strikes out again tonight. So 2 on base, 2 outs, and Samir Dueñez will step back up to the plate. Dueñez tonight, 1 for 2. He scored twice. He's got an RBI as well.
And Dueñez has been a contributor, I would say, in tonight's doubleheader. So looking with 2 runners in scoring position, you wonder if he's going to be able to contribute here again. Bring some runners in, draw the Genomes ever closer.
256 average, 8 homers, 36 RBIs. That one inside, 95 miles an hour, ball 1.
That's going to wake you up.
Oh, yeah.
Down there, right around the belt, 95, just a hello, good morning shot there by Geraldo. Definitely trying to establish that inside part of the plate.
Dueñas rips that into right field. That'll score 1 run, maybe 2. As Johns comes all the way around and 2-run score on a Samir Dueñas single to right field, and now he will advance to second as that ball gets away from Toro Thomas. And like you said, they just keep chipping away at this thing, and now it's an 11-9 game. At one point, a 10-3 Legends lead is now a 2-run game in the bottom of the 6th.
And I was talking about Dueñas and making a contribution. There's your contribution. A 2-run, surely a single. It'll be a single and an error. However, Hugh Davis, the official scorekeeper, decides to score this one.
But that's 3 RBIs tonight for him.
Absolutely, and it's now 11-9. And another, the streak continues. The Genomes have scored in every half inning this far.
And now Dueñas at second, and it's time for our 6-inning trivia question. Who is the greatest switch hitter of all time? In Major League Baseball, who is the greatest switch hitter of all time? Think about that for just a second, and we'll give you the answer. You can guess. Go ahead if you want to. Almo Rosario at the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. No Googling.
I'm not Googling.
Yes, you are. You're playing with that computer. Get off of there.
I'm not Googling. I just don't know a lot of switch hitters, though. Call me a fake baseball fan.
No, you'll know this one. Fouled out of play there. 1 ball, 1 strike to Rosario. 96-mile-an-hour fastball that time. Any guess on that one, Hugh? Yeah, far and away, Mickey Mantle, the greatest switch hitter of all time. Far and away the best.
I guess I don't know baseball. I didn't know he was a switch hitter.
Yep. Mick, number 7. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Dueñas with the lead at second. And that pitch up high, 2-1 the count. Yermil Geraldo, fastball runs 94 to 97, and he's thrown a couple 97s tonight.
He has, but I think where he's been most consistent is at 95. Being able to hit a lot of, when you have that range.
This one fouled down the line, 2-2.
When you have that range, sometimes you're at the top, sometimes you're at the bottom, but to see him be right down the middle there at 95, even creeping up to 97, is a very good sign. There is a difference between the 93 and the 95.
Doesn't look it, does he? Yep. Rosario's 42 years old. He is the oldest player on the Genomes team. Second oldest is actually Felix P.A., who is 37, I believe. Both of these guys, I mean, that's awesome, though, getting after it.
Yeah.
And both of them are players, man. I mean, Rosario's unbelievable.
And a little bit of frustration out there by Geraldo.
Yeah,
you saw him hit his glove.
Yeah, he's upset with himself here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. But he is a strike from getting out of this inning. He didn't want to let anybody score.
Sure.
Here's the 2-2, and he thought he had a 3rd strike at one point and didn't get the call. Yeah. Here's the 2-2. Geraldo from the stretch. Kicks and fires, and that one fouled out of play as well, and the count will stay 2-2.
That one went over our heads.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to beat yourself up as a pitcher, because say your defense doesn't make a play, say you have an error or a bad throw or something like that. It's easy to be as the pitcher, like, oh, I shouldn't have given him a ball to hit. But baseball's an 18-person game, and it's important to remember that as a pitcher.
Yeah, both of those good points you make. Can't get down on yourself too much. It is an 18-person game, 9 on each side, 9 innings, 90 feet. Here's the 2-2. That one, strike 3 called, and Rosario will go down looking. We're headed to the 7th. Genomes get 2, though. Legends 11, Genomes 9. We'll be back with the final inning right after this.
And welcome back to Genomes and Legends Baseball here on YouTube. I'm Josh Smith alongside Steve Tressler. It's 11-9. The Genomes were down by as much as 10-3 here at the end of in the middle of the third inning, but have scored in every offensive half inning that they've had, and now it's 11-9 as the Legends will step in here to lead off the top of the 7. None other than Darian Sanford. The 225. Sanford will take the 0-1. Finds him, or it's called a strike by Lance White. 0-2 now.
Yeah, Sanford, a home run, 13 RBIs, 225 season average.
And that one just left upstairs by Nate Peden.
Peden's still throwing that fastball at 89-90, so he hasn't lost anything. That's right about where he usually is, Josh.
And that's something to keep in mind. He's into this third inning, as that one's going to be hit up the middle, reflected off of Peden, picked up by Herrera, but that's going to be a single for Sanford, just off of the glove of Peden right there.
Yeah, that ball, like you said, it deflected off of Peden, and no play to make there as Herrera tried to get it and throw, but by that time, the very fast Sanford down the line.
And definitely the smarter play by Herrera, just to wait on it and not throw it. When you can't make a play, don't make it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can't make the play, don't force it, right? So that's where mistakes happen if you try to force anything. And now Teo Martinez has an opportunity with a runner on and nobody out.
Absolutely. And part of coming back, especially when you're on such a hot offensive streak like this for the Genomes, is avoiding mistakes on the other side of the ball, especially after giving up that 9 spot in the third inning. First offering by Peden after spinning out there on the mound. It's going to be taken upstairs for a ball by Martinez.
Martinez tonight's 1 for 4. He's got an RBI. He's also scored a run tonight, so he's been one of those contributors for that Legends team.
And in a game like this that's so offensive, when someone contributes once, they'll often contribute twice. Look for Martinez to put a bat in the ball here. And Peden going to check on the runner at first, Sanford. And the 1-0 offering left upstairs. Bit of an aggressive lead by Sanford there at first.
Yeah, South Alabama was leading for a while. Yeah, I know. Yeah, UCLA, we were just saying, barely escaped South Alabama in college football. South Alabama loses by 1, 32-31 to the Bruins.
And that crowd was sparse, absolutely sparse, as Sanford gets checked on again by Peden. The lack of support for the UCLA football program has been an interesting note over the last, I'd say, 2 or 3 years, especially compared to their basketball program. There's a fan base, I guess it's not for the football team. The 2-0. Runner goes, but that ball is going to be fouled away.
Yeah, so Sanford's going to have to go back to first base as that one's fouled out of play. And you don't say a wasted effort, but you get nothing from that. Right now, though, I want to tell you, fourth quarter upset alert. Washington Huskies 36, Michigan State 14, and the Huskies have the ball with 10 minutes remaining. Well, leading by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, and wow. I mean, Michigan State, that is a humbling loss. Another thing to keep an eye on, too, USF and Florida. I believe USF was daring Florida not too long ago. I'm not sure what the score is now.
They did lead at one point. They trail by 3.
And that ball going to go into the right center field gap. And it is going to drop. He'll go around to 2. Runner comes home, and that's actually, a ground rule double from Teo Martinez, which means that the runner, Sanford, will not be able to score. He will have to go back to third.
Yeah, but what a hit there on a 2-1 pitch as Martinez, against his former team, hits a monster of a shot, bounces right in front of the UK Credit Union sign out there and left, and then out of the stadium. And now runners at second and third, nobody out. So Legends looking good here, Josh. They're getting ready to put another insurance run on, it looks like, if they can just get a ball to the outfield some way, somehow.
And you need those insurance runs if you're the Legends. You absolutely need those insurance runs with the Genomes creeping back. And honestly, the fact that they've scored in 6 innings probably means they're going to score in 7. So you need to be extra sure to provide any sort of support that you can. TK Kuntz steps in. Was caught stealing earlier in the game. Now playing in left field. Going to take the first pitch for a strike. Runners on second and third here. No outs. Nate Peden looking to protect the now 2-run deficit. Was as many as 7, as that one's going to be outside. It's now 1-1.
Yeah, TK on that stolen base there, the attempt anyway. 4 times this year he's tried to steal a base. All 4 times he's been caught, and you wouldn't think that because he's a fast guy.
He absolutely does. So if speed's not the question, you wonder if just the jump is.
No, they're keeping their eye on him. That's what's going on. They know he can run.
Definitely. It's 2-1 here, no outs. Top of the 7th here at Wild Health Field on an absolutely beautiful night here in Lexington, Kentucky. Your attendance, 3,399 to watch. As Steve said, the titanic struggle between the Lexington Legends and the Wild Health Genomes. The 2-1 put into play out in the right field. Rosario giving chase. He's going to make the catch. And the runners opting to stay back. They're not going to tag. And that's a big out for Nate Peden. Pete Jorgen steps in now.
There's that DMX you were talking about.
Yeah.
2 on 1 out for Jorgen, Tom, or Josh. So Jorgen, I was thinking Toro Thomas. Jorgen, though, he's been playing clutch baseball.
Absolutely. And we were talking in the first game how he was a big contributor and a silent contributor at that, or maybe not silent, but unsung contributor for the Legends when they made their run to the Atlantic League Championship last year. And he's going to swing through that one.
Final, Ohio State 77, Toledo 21.
77-21.
Squeezed by the Rockets.
That's a close one right there. I guess I'm a little early on basketball season. Check swing. Lance White going to say he went around.
I don't agree with that.
That one moved the count to 0-2. It looked like he could have gotten out a little bit out in front there.
Ole Miss 42-0 over Georgia Tech. BYU, number 12 in the country, beaten by number 25 Oregon, 41-20.
And that's a nice win for Oregon, especially after that just tub thumping by Georgia. Ground ball. Melbauer recovers it. Throws the first in time for Shaw. Run comes home. And Sanford will make it in there.
And Shaw's throw way over the catcher's head.
Definitely. Not even a chance to make that play. But even if he did, I don't know if it would have been in time. Sanford with a nice jump gets home. And that's an insurance run for the Lexington Legends. It's going to be 12-9 now.
And a big run, too. 12-9 lead here. That's a big run for them because, as you said, Josh, Genomes, if the numbers tell us the story, they're going to put a run or two up in the last inning.
Well, and something I want to bear in mind here, the score is now 12-9. That's a 3-run lead, which doesn't seem like much, but the Genomes have only scored 2 runs per inning. It's either been 1 run or 2 runs on this streak. So now, if that trend continues, they're not going to be able to tie this game. They're going to need more offense than they already have right now. James Nelson steps into the box, a .380 hitter, the cleanup, playing third base tonight for the Lexington Legends. Peden deals his 86th pitch. Called a strike.
Six homers, 12 RBIs for Nelson.
And that OPS, too, nearly 1,300. A very impressive stat there as that ball is going to be just down low. 1-1 the count after taking the 82-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Peden prepared to deal from the stretch with the runner on third. And that will be taken for a strike. It's now 1-2.
Yeah, South Florida and Florida. The Gators up by 3 right now, but South Florida Bulls have the ball at the Gator 31-yard line.
Well, and Florida last year was ranked really highly, but took some bad losses and fell out of the rankings. You lose to USF after being humbled by the Kentucky Wildcats at the Swamp. You wonder if Florida's going to drop out or nearly drop out of the rankings.
It could happen.
And here's the pitch, the 1-2. Taken for a ball. It'll move to 2-2 here.
Final in Indiana, they win by 3 in overtime versus Western Kentucky, 33-30.
Man, was kind of hoping to see the topics get on that. Indiana was really good during that COVID season, but hasn't been able to do much since. The 2-2 payoff is going to be outside, and this count will run full. 3-2, 2 outs after taking the 91-mile-an-hour offering from Peden.
Notre Dame coach gets his first win as they beat Cal 24-17.
And that one's going to be outside, ball 4 for Peden. The Legends now have runners on the corners, and if they're not careful here, the Genomes could be looking up to have a 4-run deficit instead of a 3-run deficit here, because Montrell Marshall will be stepping into the box now. He's scored once here but doesn't have a hit. Struck out once. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I cut you off, actually. I was just saying he's due. It's time for Montrell to swing that bat like we've seen him do it.
Well, and he's walked twice, so it hasn't been just – it's been patience, honestly. He just hasn't had a pitch, but if Peden gives him one here, he's going to go for it. You can even see him trying to swing that bat there, but knowing better and holding back there and taking it for a ball.
Appalachian State continues their winning ways. They beat Troy tonight, 32-28, and they're 2-1.
And they did that on a Hail Mary. The Hail Mary, as that ball's fouled away, was actually caught at around the 5 or 10 yard line by an Appalachian State receiver, and he was able to run it around into the end zone. 1-1 here for Nate Peden and Montrell Marshall. Marshall with runner on the corners, looking to add some insurance run for the Legends to help him secure the win. And he's going to put a bat in the ball here, but that's going to run foul over by the Mattress Overstock Pavilion. And it looks like a fan caught that down there. A souvenir for a fan down there, catching that off of the deflection from one of the suites there. The 1-2. Taken outside.
2-2. Marshall's got a chance here, 241 average, 18 homers, 65 RBIs, runners on the corners for him, Josh.
Well, and talk about confidence at the plate. Look no further than Montrell Marshall. He is not intimidated by any pitcher, by any velocity, by any sort of break. The 2-2. And he's going to swing through that for strike 3, and that will end the inning. The Legends put 1 up to make it 12-9. Genomes down to their final 3 outs, and they're going to need 3 to keep this game alive. Alongside me, I'm Josh Smith. Alongside me, Steve Tressler. This is Genomes and Legends Baseball. We'll find out the conclusion to this game when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky, as we begin the bottom of the 7th. Genomes won Friday night. They've won the first game here today. They trail by 3 here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and this is their last opportunity to catch up as Clayton Melbauer stands at the plate here, bottom of the 7th, 1-0.
And a new pitcher, you might notice, out on the mound there for the Lexington Legends, looking to bring it home here.
Yuri Ramos on the bump there is Melvin Salas. I know you're excited to hear that name, Yuri Ramos. And this ball popped up and fouled out of play. Vamos, Yuri Ramos, is what I think Melvin Salas would be saying right now. One ball, one strike to the third baseman, Melbauer. Here's the pitch by Ramos, hit straightaway center, going back on the run and making the grab is Darian Sanford. What a grab by him, huh?
And a very nice reaction there. Was able to give chase, track the ball, even with having to look over that left shoulder, making the catch.
Yeah, not many players can make that grab the way Yuri Ramos just did, as he made it look very simple, and I think we all know it is not. One out, and here's Felix P.A., the former Cub and Oriole player, stepping in.
And if you're Mark Minikasi and the Genomes, you're running out of time. You've got to get runners on base here.
And that pitch outside to P.A., ball one.
P.A.'s batting .254, 48 RBIs, 762 OPS. He definitely is someone that can make something happen out here, and not just behind or in the box, but also on the base pass should he make it out there. And that ball going to come in at his feet there.
Yeah.
But he's going to offer to pick it up and throw it away.
2 balls, no strikes. And they'll throw that to a fan behind the dugout over there. Out of the stretch here, Ramos looking in. And that pitch gets by him. Fastball at 96, strike one, 2-1.
And all you really got to say about there, that number, 96, blew it by him right there.
2 balls, 1 strike. Wild Hill Field in Lexington, Kentucky. Beautiful night for baseball or any other sport tonight. Swing and a miss there, 2 strikes, 2-2.
And if you're PA, that's the second time in a row you've been beaten on that velocity by Ramos. 97 miles an hour at that time. 2-2 here. You need to open that stance and expect some more velocity.
Here's the 2-2 outside. 3-2. Ramos missing the outside corner there. Full count.
And notice that time 98. So back to that velocity. He's really trying to challenge PA.
Yuri Ramos moving close to that 100 mark on the gun. Is he going to hit a century tonight? That one right down the middle at 98 miles an hour as well, but missing. And a walk there. So PA on base here, 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Don't forget fireworks tonight, folks. So stick around for the fireworks. Started tonight, first pitch, it was 83 degrees, and we are 18 degrees cooler. We started in the 80s, now we're in the 60s. What do you think about that, Josh?
Kentucky weather right there for you.
Yeah, that's right.
The only thing that would make it more Kentucky weather is if it started raining in between games.
I rebuke those words.
And then the sun came back out.
Nope, I rebuke those words. First pitch down low, ball 1 here to the pitcher, Nate Peden.
And why would you rebuke those words?
Because I don't want the rain.
Well, it's the bottom of the 7th.
Last thing we need is a 2-hour rain delay in the bottom of the 7th with an out. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Here's the pitch. And that one hit foul, and it's 1-1.
Well, and something to note here, for going back to Yuri Ramos and losing PA there, if Peden, should he make it all the way around, that's going to make it 12-11. If Peden gets on base and Herrera after him scores, then the game is tied. You cannot afford to lose any runner right here in a closing situation.
Here's the 1-1.
And a save situation.
And that pitch there just missing low. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, 2 balls, 1 strike here to Peden.
Ramos really committing to that fastball.
And chop foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Clay Melbauer just getting a piece of that one, 94 miles an hour.
And that has to be at least like he's thrown 11 pitches here, and I'm pretty sure all of them have been fastballs. And a note from official scorekeeper Hugh Davis-Peden has only had 5 career at-bats before tonight and no hits.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2. That one hits the outside corner. Peden knew it. And strike 3. Now 2 outs. Legends just 1 out away from finally getting a win versus the Genomes and delivering more baseballs to the game there. Looks like is that Joe Henry Herrera? Yeah, he delivers more baseballs to the umpire. And 2 outs, 1 to go. The Legends looking to split today's doubleheader if they can. Genomes have all their hopes and dreams on Joe Henry Herrera right here. First pitch there just misses, ball 1.
And he didn't even flinch at that. He didn't even put the bat up on the shoulder. He knew he was taking that the second he saw it leave the hand of Ramos.
Well, give Ramos some credit too, though. That was 95. And that one there, low, 1-1. I don't know that my bat would have left my shoulder at 95. As a matter of fact, I may not even realize he threw it.
Oh, and it's easy to sit up here and talk about 95-mile-an-hour pitches when you're up here in the booth, but when you're out in the field, it's a completely different thing.
That one outside, 3-0 to Herrera, and you know what? He hasn't had to take the bat off the shoulders, to be quite honest, because nothing's close.
Yeah, and as a Little League Hall of Famer like myself, I will say 95 miles an hour is very hard to hit, and I don't think I could do it.
Strike 1 there.
So nothing but respect to all of the players out in the ball field tonight that are definitely much more talented than myself. There's a reason I'm up here in the booth.
Are they more talented, or did they work hard?
Both. I haven't been to a baseball practice in 7 years.
Fouled off by Herrera. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Full count now. The Genomes down to their last strike here. I think that's terrible. You've not showed up for practice for 7 years.
Well, I mean, you can only do Little League so long.
True enough. Home plate umpire's going to round that ball up there. He says, I'll do it myself since the ball boys are busy doing other things. So full count here to Herrera. He started off 3-0, and then 2 pitches later, it's a full count. This could be the last strike of the game here, or it could be this, a chop foul. And we'll stay at 3-2.
Well, and one thing, and going back to, I guess, the Little League conversation, there's a very common chant you'll hear at a Little League baseball game, which is the 2-out rally. You know, I mean, every pitch, every out is an opportunity. The Genomes can't quit.
3-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Herrera, little grounder, picked up by Geraldo, fired to first, not in time. And now they've got PA trapped in a rundown. And he is tagged out, and that will end the game as they get PA in a rundown. And the Legends will split the doubleheader. And now they're counting down the fireworks show right here. And they are ready for fireworks here in Lexington. Final score, the Lexington Legends 12, the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes 9. As we cut out of the broadcast, anything you want to say, Josh, before we sign off?
Well, I didn't think there was going to be a fireworks show right away, but nonetheless, I'd like to thank you for having me out in the booth today. I really enjoyed getting to come out here and do my first major professional baseball game. I'd like to thank the Lexington Legends for the opportunity as well. Shout out to my mom. Shout out to Emily Howard, my wonderful girlfriend. Shout out to Zeta Bell France, a good friend of mine and honestly my biggest supporter. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Josh, you did a fantastic job. And I'll say again, Anything Josh said wrong was my fault. Anything that he said right was all Josh. Folks, I just want to say thank you for tuning in and joining us tonight. Legends, 12 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. Genomes, 9 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. DJ Picasso, a.k.a. Will Painter, was our public address announcer and our DJ. Logan Weiler was on the video board. Adam Marson, Judith Drake were the technical directors. Sam Wallace-Smith was the home plate camera operator. Hugh Davis was the official scorer. Ashley Grigsby was the Major League Baseball stringer. For Josh Smith, I'm Steve Tressler. Tomorrow, the final game of the season and the final game of this series all rolled into one. First pitch, 2:05. That's all for this time. Until next time, have a great time, everybody. Good night, and go Genomes, and go Legends. See you tomorrow.